dime on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes, I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited, like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth. And I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me. How'd I turn pain into energy? Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
it. I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in.
Another week in EU for Call of Duty Mobile begins today, which means it's time for our teams to really dig in, because today will be the day that starts to inform us on who our best performers are. The top of that leaderboard is stacked with our usual suspects, which means it's the last opportunity for some of those teams to start creating a gap or to get up on that ladder and nail down their spots. Which of those teams will perform today? Let's find out. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Till a player on top, know it. Rooftop, penthouse, sweet. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already, emotional work and devotion. We put in this time, look. You won't stop.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series. Today is week 2 of Call of Duty Mobile in EU, our first day of the week, which means it's time to get back into our exciting action, especially after what we saw last time around. My name is Glitter Explosion, and I'm your host for the whole challenge season. And of course, we've got the boys back in the building. We've got Ton, Bobby, and Infinity ready to get into everything here today. Are you excited for week 2, Ton?
Yeah, very excited. After what we've seen last week, of course, you know, we were kind of expecting a top-heavy side of things when it comes down to Europe, but we've got some surprises, and hopefully we have a few more.
Yeah, I think it's going to be one of the more competitive days that we had. Obviously, we were pleasantly surprised by day number 1. Day 2, you know, things got a little bit speedier, but I think there's multiple matches that we have going on today that could potentially go to map 5.
For sure, I'm really excited for EU. I think EU, again, has just proved to be such a competitive region. It proved a lot of fun last week, so I think we're going to have that again this week.
I can't wait to get into it. Hopefully all of you at home are excited to get into it. We've got a little bit of stuff to talk about before we get into the gameplay, of course. One of those things being the leaderboard. If you missed last week, first of all, you could just go check all of our social media, all right? Okay? You've got our social media. Get all those updates. This is the leaderboard. Sorry. That I'm talking about here. You've got exclusive at the top, Mont and Kings. I mentioned that when we were opening the show. It was a lot of our usual suspects that had really, really strong performances, putting themselves undefeated after the first week, which is the cushion that a lot of them wanted. And then the ones at the bottom are going to have a little bit of struggle here in week 2. After today, it will be the 50% mark for that season, Brody. So some of them are really going to have to step up here.
Yeah, for sure. I think once you start to go like 0-3, 0-4, that's when you find yourselves in real danger, right? Because you want to be at least like 3-4, 4-3 to qualify for playoffs. You do not want to lose more games today, especially if you're like running, looks like, you know, the big teams like exclusive Kings. If you have tough matches towards the end, you cannot afford to lose more today.
So we'll have to see what some of them can do. Like Bobby alluded to, there are some exciting matches, but like I was saying, if you missed anything from last week, just go ahead and check out our socials. We've got X, Insta, and Facebook. You can get all of your updates there for all Snapdragon Pro Series things related. That way you don't miss a single thing that happens, as well as our Discord, discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series to join our community, hang out with all of the rest of the Call of Duty mobile enjoyers, get some more of those updates, and then you will be good to go on that. But now that we've talked about our leaderboard, which is leading into some of our storylines for today, we want to talk about one of those teams that you saw at the top, and probably one that you might not expect us to talk about today, but I'm excited to dive into them because Mont has been doing really well after that first week. So let's talk about Mont, 2-0 at the top of the leaderboard with some of the big hitters. And Mont's a team that we were looking at regardless to be on that bubble here, Ton. So they're someone that we want to focus on because that might change depending on how some of these matchups go today.
Yeah, I mean, look, candidly, their first 2 games have been on the easier side of things. You know, I don't want to take anything away from them. You've just got to beat who's in front of you. But they've now put themselves in that position, especially with the win against Nexus, for being in and around that top 4. That's kind of where they want to be aiming for. They want to be getting to those playoffs. So for Mont, they're in a good spot right now. But the question is, can they continue it?
Yeah, when we start to get into some of those harder matchups for Mont, I think that'll be a really good test of where they will fall in comparison to the other squads we see up there, the exclusives, the Kings, Bobby, because it's not going to be an easy road as we get farther down into those weeks. But we can take a look at Mont's results from last time around, and this is a good visual to show just how well they did performance-wise.
Yeah, obviously 2-0, when you look at the record, is a great sign. With that being said, these are 2 teams that I feel like they probably should have been able to handle business very easily against. And both of the matchups were a lot closer than I realistically would have expected. I think especially you look at map losses that we probably were not expecting and multiple hard points that were very, very close. I think Mont, despite being a 2-0 team, absolutely still have something to prove, and especially given the fact that they're going up against Kings, who are, I think, undebatably a top 2 team in the European Challenge season. This will be the ultimate test for them to see if they are really a team to be feared.
I mean, we'll take a look back at some of the highlights from their last week's performance. But Brody, what were some of the potential positives you saw out of their gameplay that hopefully they're able to carry on into this week? And then maybe some spots that you thought they could possibly improve from week to week?
Yeah, I think looking at the hard point in particular, I think that's a real strong suit. I think, again, you have to kind of take it with an asterisk a little bit because the teams they faced, as Tan already said, you know, we're not looking at them going up head to head with the exclusives, the Kings just yet. But still, I mean, their hard point gameplay is really good. They've got a great understanding of kind of spawn control, of making sure they know where they need to be for those key rotations time after time, and that showed out versus that very first map, between them and Big. They looked really good there. In Search and Destroy, I think they're okay. I think there are certain points at which I'm looking at them and I'm like, you need to make sure you hold bomb sites better. That certainly appeared in their second matchup, but that was, of course, the harder one versus Nexus. And then in Control, I think they've just got to be, I would say, maybe a little bit better at not letting players slip by them in Control. You know, making sure you know where all players are at all times. The map control needs to be a little bit better. But all in all, I am highly impressed with this Mont roster. I think they've looked really, really good. And this was that second match versus Nexus, where actually I think this was a much, much closer to the one than we were maybe giving it credit for. It was a really, really big battle between these 2 teams. So.
Yeah, and I just want to say one thing. You know, we're talking about their hard point. Yeah, they're getting a hold of their map picks. They're winning some convincingly, but they're grinding out some results as well. But my issue is that what's their game plan when hardpoint's not going your way? You can't just rely on this one game mode to be grinding you through. Yes, okay, you've got to be good at every single game mode, but when you're going to come up against some of these better teams, you are going to lose some hardpoints. You need to make sure everything else is up to scratch as well.
And I think looking at their head-to-head, the way that they match up against Kings, they have very similar map pools and maps that they prefer as well. The thing is, Kings have taken those wins up against much stronger teams than what we've seen for Mont. So it's going to be a question of whether or not they can really elevate their game and be able to match up against a much more experienced team that's not going to be making the same mistakes as like what we saw out of Big, out of Nexus. Both of them made pretty sizable mistakes, I think, especially in the control that could have resulted in very different outcomes. So I'm curious to see what type of improvements we can see out of them. Obviously, they have been grinding. They've been putting in the work. It's just a question of if that really translates against the top team.
All right, lots of things to be thinking about when it comes to these teams at the top. I wonder if we will be able to maybe get some insight from Mont. I believe we have an interview ready, if I'm not mistaken. We should have Jay standing by, ready to chat with us. Jay, hello. Can you hear me? How you feeling?
Hello, guys. Thank you for having me. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Sound great. Thank you for jumping on and chatting with us. Let's talk about last week a little bit. First of all, obviously you guys had a very strong performance starting off 2-0. That's just a nice cushion to give yourselves after week 1. So where was the team's mental? How'd you feel about your performance last week?
Well, I feel good, but there's still, like, we rewatched and we saw like a lot of still mistakes. It's far apart from what we wanted, but we make some improvements, especially RS&Ds, like communication and stuff. We try to improve it, and it worked. It's going on a good path. We think we improved, and we saw our mistakes, so we definitely improved from the last week.
Cool. Yeah. By the way, loving the shirt. The outfit's looking on point today, my man. Very nice to see.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
I'm still at work, so.
Oh well. Okay.
Not so fast to get home.
Fit in. You dress better than Brody, to be fair. So you're doing quite well. But just always opportunity for a side dick. For me, I looked at your hardpoint and how good that has been for you guys. What do you think the reason as to why your hardpoint is so good?
I mean, it's about team communication, like calling spawns, calling every detail. It's really important. It's like a major key. If you have a good communication, and then you can be able to pick up the pace and be fast adaptive. And it's like you have the pace. If you have good communication, healthy relationship with your teammates, then you have no problems like to keep on a map control stuff. It's definitely communication is the major key.
All right. Obviously, you guys are one of the few teams in EU that actually stuck together from season to season. I think that's kind of a thing that's been a theme for EU is you don't make it to stage 5 and you blow the team up. But for the most part, you guys have stuck together. Obviously, one of the major changes that you made was adding Lydia to the roster, and her SMG presence has definitely had a big impact, I would say, for the way that you guys play. What does she bring to that team that you guys didn't have last season?
Well, she's the type of player. She's at the exact moment at the right time, So it's like she's like all-rounder. So her call-outs are really well. The communication is really a healthy teammate, and it's always good to have a new audition, new ideas and stuff. So yeah, at the pickup, we are really, really happy for the pickup, and we enjoy having her on our team. She's bringing a lot to the table.
All right.
Awesome. Well, look, mate, so far your matches have been versus Big and Nexus, right? You haven't had a chance yet to face off against either of the big 3. When it comes up to those matches versus Exclusive, Omniscient, Kings, kind of what is your game plan for those matches?
Most importantly is to stay calm. It doesn't matter what's going to happen. We had the issue in Hacienda last week when we played against Nexus, but the communication and everyone was calm, and we made a comeback. It's like mentally we have to stay together. It doesn't matter the scoreboard. We fight till the last second and let the best win. That I would say more.
Alrighty.
I love it.
Thing.
I love it. Well, Jay, before I let you go, I'm not going to keep you too long. I mean, you said you're still at work. Don't want to keep you too busy, but do you have any shout-outs that you want to do before you go?
Yeah, shout out to all the people that have been supporting Mont, screaming us, practice with us, EU, NA from other regions. And yeah, let's have a good game tonight.
I could not have said it any better myself. Let's have a good game indeed. Jay, thank you so much for jumping on and chatting with us. Best of luck in your games tonight.
Thank you very much. Have a nice evening.
All right. I love when we're able to talk to the players. That was a really good question, asking him about what Lydia brought to the squad. I like that you asked that because we saw the slaying power that she can bring to that team, and she has been a huge addition for them so far.
Yeah, she's and that was one of the things that we talked about is that Mont's AR presence has always been really strong, but there have definitely been a lot of instances, both at points this season, but primarily last season, where it was very, very obvious that they were having a difficult time keeping their SMGs on the objective. And like he said, she's basically a phenomenal flex to fit all situations wherever you need her, whether that's the hard point, the search and destroy, the control, making a lot of big-time plays. And I think the addition of her into this roster has the potential to make them a playoff team, and it's definitely looked that way so far.
All right, well, now that we got a chance to talk about Mont and our teams that are at the top, let's talk about how the tournament works. If you guys are new here for the first time and you don't know what I'm talking about, there's a whole competitive system, a structure for this thing. And you know what? I'll give Bobby a break. I'll give Bobby a break. For the first time in 2 seasons, he's not going to talk about the format. I'm going to make Brody do it.
Oh, God,
okay?
you're going to make me do it? Oh, God. I don't think I'm going to be able to do it anywhere near as well as Bobby. But you know what? I'll give it a go. I'll try and live up to the legacy. Yeah, for sure. So as you guys can see, you can see kind of the open competition there, the teams filtering into the open finals, and that was our 128-team bracket to determine the top 8 teams that did actually make it into this challenge season to get a little go at the prize pool. But at the end of the season, after the challenge season, when we get down to our final 4 teams, only 2 here, or only 1, excuse me, from the European region will make it to the Mobile Masters in Brazil. That's going to be a sick event. I cannot wait for that.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really cool. Obviously, lots on the line for our teams here today, not only playing through the challenge season, but like Brady said, first they have to make it to the challenge finals. That's our top 4. And then 1 squad makes it all the way through to Brazil. They'll get the title as best in the region here from this challenge season and then go on to that global competition. Not just the trophy, though, not just the pride that comes along with it, but of course, there's a prize pool as well. A little bit of money on the line for our teams as they make their way through this season, Bobby. Not too shabby.
Not bad at all for a couple of mobile gamers. Obviously, getting $500 for 8th place, you know, you're happy to take some money home. You do have your eyes on that first place prize pool, though, and also having more money on the line once you get to playoffs as well. So, yeah, whether you're 1st or 4th, all of that's pretty much bonus because you want to go for the big pot at the very top.
Exactly. It's why a lot of our squads are going to be grinding this week. I know it feels like it's early to be focusing on the standings, but with how consistent a lot of our teams are expected to be, anyone that could potentially be in the middle towards the bubble really needs to put in work today to solidify a potential spot towards the end. But we've mentioned or alluded a couple times to the matches that we have, the importance of those matches. We'll take a look at the schedule so that everybody at home, you know what is in store for you here today. For day number 1, we obviously have a second day tomorrow as well with the rest of our matchups. Baton, which matchup here jumps out at you?
I mean, it has to be the Mont versus King game, right? Look at the game that we're kicking things off with between Big and Nexus is a big one for both those 2 teams, both sitting at 0-2, and that's the kind of game, if you lose it, you're pretty much out of contention for a playoff spot. But looking over towards Mont and King, I think that's going to be the real test, because Kings will be going out feeling confident, but for me as well, Mont, what can they bring to the table after a 2-0 start? Can they continue it against the big boys? Yeah,
so that'll be at the end of today. So if you guys are at home keeping track, or if there's any of your favorite teams that you're trying to pay attention to, make sure you mark down those times so you're ready to go with the show whenever they jump on here. It'll also depend on how these series go. Last week, like you guys mentioned earlier in the show, some of them were a little bit quick. We had a couple that went a little bit longer. So it'll be interesting to see how things start, because this first match that we saw on the schedule between Big and Nexus could be a close one. So this will be fun to talk about. Like Ton mentioned, it's also very important for both of these teams down there at the bottom of the leaderboard. This is the matchup they need here, Brody, to start making something work.
Yeah, this is quite literally, at least for me, and maybe this is a bit dramatic, but it feels a little bit like do or die, especially with the context of where these teams are at. They're both sitting at 0-2, as Tan already said. And, you know, again, for the most part, they haven't even played the hardest matches, I feel like, at least. So if you're going 0-3 into those matches, you're in serious danger, unless, of course, you can turn things around in dramatic fashion and very quick. But I don't know whether that'll be the case. But certainly, this is a really, really important match, these 2 teams.
I would say they have gone through a chunk of their toughest. Like, given that they both played against Mont and one played against Omniscient, one played against Exclusive, those are all top 4. So I don't think it's the end of the world if you find yourself bottom 2 right here. Now, if you do lose this one, then it is the end of the world, because I don't think we've ever seen somebody qualify with a 3-4 record. I think 4-3 is the lowest that we've ever seen. So that's something that you've obviously got to be aware of. But both of those teams at different points in those matchups were able to play somewhat close against those teams. So they absolutely still have a road to the playoffs if they can make it happen.
And I think the big worry is for these guys, though, is that the loss to Mont is what's going to hurt them more than anything, I think, because you are thinking that Mont are going to be in and around that 4th place. You need to be making sure you're getting results against teams who are in and around. Because, look, realistically, we don't put either one of these teams as a team who are going to finish 1st, 2nd, maybe even 3rd. But we have them kind of around, like, they are going to be in the fight for that last spot, and they've already lost to some close competition for that fight. So their backs are against the wall. They're going to have to win this game, and they're also going to have to pull something out against one of the big boys.
Yeah, that's a massive point. It's in the same vein of us trying to say how will Mont fare up against Kings. This is, you know, how will Big or Nexus fare up against Mont, and they've already gotten to have that opportunity. We'll have to see what they can do against each other now. I think the picks and bans are starting to come through as well, so we can start seeing what these teams have in store for us. All right, we've got Hacienda to kick things off here. Brody, give me your thoughts.
Nexus has played this twice, and I believe both of them were pretty close. I think the very start of the season, they played, I want to say exclusive, and they were holding them pretty close for basically the entirety of the first set. So if they can do that again, very different opponent here, mind you, they should be okay on Hacienda at the very least. So I'd say that's actually a pretty good map, even though they are 0-2 on it. I think Nexus will be fine there.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Obviously, I mean, between the two teams, they only have one map win apiece, with Nexus map win being in search and with Big's map win being in control. We do see raid control right there. It's not one that either of these teams have seen a whole lot. So I would say overall, not a bad setup. The slum search, I think, could potentially go the way of Nexus, but I mean, looking at the map pool overall, I think it's pretty well set up for both of them and definitely has potential to go to map 5.
All right, I like it. Well, while you two go get yourselves ready on the other side of the studio, I'm going to ask Ton his thoughts on the map pool because it's almost ready to go. So let's chat.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty standard. It's nice to see Summit in there a little bit more often as well. But for us, you know, we've seen Hacienda so much to kick things out. Yeah. All these teams seem to like to have it as their first hard point. Just get it out of the way, get it in, and maybe you know, it's a good warm up for everybody. But it always provides an entertaining match. Looking at the Search and Destroys, though, I kind of agreeing with Bobby. I would be leaning towards Nexus in this game. Just from what I've seen as well, I think Big have got like at least some potential. We can see the slaying abilities there, but they struggle to sometimes convert opportunities into map wins. They're going to have to do that here today. They absolutely need a win. If they can start being maybe a little bit more efficient with a few different things, then maybe they can get a result here. But yeah, the map pool, I think it's going to be a close game either way.
Yeah, maybe control an opportunity to be a little bit of an equalizer and see what they can do there.
I will keep banging the drum that about control. A lot of these teams, if they just put in a little bit more work, will start to see success with that. There are so many different ways you can play control, but it's been very slay heavy for these teams. Let's just try and focus on the objective a little bit more and they might get away with it.
All right, you heard it here first. Let's see what they can do with it. Match number 1 is ready to go. So Bobby and Brody, let's get into it.
All right, should be a spicy one. Neither of these teams, talking about the control, has gotten a win on raid control. So this is really a toss-up for both of these guys. We did have Big very, very standoff heavy in their control, not even having attempted the raid. So I feel like maybe if it comes down to a swing mode, you potentially look at Nexus taking the map, just given the fact that they feel comfortable enough to play it. But it definitely feels like a toss-up on a lot of these maps.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, especially going into map number 1, the key thing for me is both of these two teams so far have not won a hard point, as far as I'm aware. As you said earlier on, mate, I mean, it was a search and destroy for Nexus, and then for Big, it was a control. I will say Big are actually a very good control team, despite them being 1-on-1 in the game mode. They actually do look pretty good in it overall. So when it comes down to that, we'll be looking at Big to perform pretty well. For now, though, we go into a Hacienda hardpoint. Again, I already mentioned it, Nexus, they've shown promise on Hacienda hardpoint before. That was versus exclusive. So if we can do it versus exclusive, they should be able to get it done versus Big. But we shall see. Big, off the start, they're going to be the first team to touch.
Yep. Couple kills go through. Legacy on the top side, able to clear out 1. Get some contest time here and makes the read onto Star Ricker. Just like that, Nexus have found their way into the hard point. Looking to lock down the top side is Denicio, and he's going to be able to clear out 1. Looks like for the time being, Big not going to have any opportunity to contest as Legacy is gladly soaking up the time just like that. Starwreckers made a push on through, and as expected, a back and forth P1 with priority being on those spawns so you can have that first entry over toward P2. You got to keep eyes on the flank right here. It's Mirage who's made his first entry into P2 and gonna start looking to push out that opposite side. Nobody really on rotation for Nexus right here. And with 3 players already set up and 2 on the old hard point, this is setting up to be a solid transition for Big.
I really like this play from Big, and you know, this is what I want to see out of more teams here in hardpoint. I want to see, you know, look, if there's 5 seconds left in this hardpoint, especially considering you kind of got that grace period of the 8 seconds between hills, just rotate away to the new hill. There's no reason to keep on investing resources into old. And currently Big, off the back of that, do have spawn control. They've got to be careful, though. It's a 4-1 split here from Nexus. One player, I think, still chilling around the backline, still contesting. A nuisance that Big will have to deal with, and indeed those players do go down. Mirage finds the double against HBC and Legacy. And so the first wave of gunfights looking pretty good for Big, but they have to be conscious of potential flanks constantly coming through around the front, though. Rondo dealing with the pressure relatively well. I talked about those flanking players. Well, they've influenced the spawns enough here for them to flip. Nexus now coming in from behind.
Big time play for Feints right there, but streaks have still been earned, and even with those strong side spawns, there's not going to be anything Nexus can do about it. Mirage finds 2 with the Pred in hand. He's going to opt to pop the Claw right here as well, and very nearly on an EMP as he 6 on a 6 gun spree, but Kree, the nade through to the exit, going to find 2 right there, and at least does some damage to slow down the initial rotation for this Big squad. They need to have a solid hold right here if they want to have a chance at holding the gap. HBC looking to push out spawns, and it looks like Starwrecker going to look to lurk around the bottom side, but it's Kree on the top side able to lock down 2, and that should clear out a little bit of breathing room for those SMGs on the inside of the hard point.
Yeah, for sure. Nexus need to hold this. You're already 30 points down here in this game. Big break quickly. Could be in for a really good chance at dominating early on in this hard point. Starwrecker now looking to make his way through alongside Fat and has the help from Rondo as well. There's the spawn flip starting to come through for Nexus. A big moment early on for Brig to break. Now can they hold the rest of the time? Rondo just waiting patiently on the other side of the fences. Can he strike off the back of that as well? Yes, he can. He's put the Purifier into play too. Big utilization coming out there. Even if he only finds the 1 kill, he keeps a couple of players at bay. And overall here, Bobby, this has not been a nice hill for Nexus.
No, they are struggling, and especially looking at Feints, only 2 kills on the board. He's got to get something going if they're going to have any chance at finding a break right here, or realistically even finding a hold off of one of those initial positions. Mirage already on 16. He is absolutely burning this lobby. Slayer pushing out. We didn't see him on day 2. And I would say Big missed him significantly, but happy to have him back right here as Starwrecker has already pushed on into P4 time and time again. Big, even when they don't have the rotations, winning those big-time gunfights, and they've set themselves up for success once again.
Absolutely. Nexus now 60 points down here in this game. Gonna have to start to see some of these operators coming out of play. I think HBC there did just use the equalizers to not great effect, but on our screen, Starwrecker doing a great job at zoning these players away with that War Machine. They could not get close. But now here comes the hit from Nexus. Player number 5 on the outside, Denicio, what can they do? Nothing. Kree just trying to fire off some War Machine pellets into there. What's the kill? He can't get anything done, and Fat inside will find the double. Big there, doing such a stellar job at keeping Nexus away. No matter what they try after 2 investments, they can't get in.
3 operators ready to go for Nexus. I don't think you want to invest them on the backside of this hard point, but P1, typically a little bit of a risky play. Could be looking toward P2 as it is going to be Slayer picking up the scrap time off of this one. Rondo looking to make entry right here, and Vat lurking through toward P1. Does get shut down right there. Big kill for Feints as he's trying to get something going, but is going to get traded out immediately. And Slayer, blinded by the light, gets shut down right there, but time and time again, trades going the way of Big, and they've got a big-time lead right here, already up by 100 points on P1. Vat's locking down hard point time. We do see one of those operators come out for Nexus. It's going to be an Annihilator for Denicio. He does find 1, make it 2 to open things up, and he's having some big impact as that's already 4 kills for him.
Yeah, Denicio doing a great job at the moment. Denicio for 6 in a row. Incredible gunfights now. Looking for number 7. He will find it as well. That tally will continue to go up in the kill feed. He's doing a stellar job at the moment of providing overwatch for Legacy. HBC for the double as well. This was big time for Nexus, but you have to find more value here as well. This is a crucial 15 seconds given the context of the game. You are 100 points down. Nexus need to dig deep and find a way back in towards this game. And those spawn outs from players number 2 and number 4, HBC and Feints, probably not that helpful.
Mirage trying to find players on rotation right here. Legacy lurking by the water, looking for the jump shot, but gets turned on by Starricker. Not going to be able to win the gunfight on point. Denicio is going to get sniffed out by Mirage, and just like that, Big back in position to dominate. Vat playing the OBJ like it's his job. 92 seconds in the hard point already. And Slayer does not see the player slipping in from below. That's going to be Kree, one with the nade, one with the gunny, and Feints looking to push out with that Sparrow in hand. So once again, an opportunity for Nexus, and maybe the first solid hold that we've seen out of them is they have a solid setup right here. They do need to win some of these entry gunfights, though, as one's going to go down, but HBC going to pop the equalizer, not able to get the last shots onto Slayer. He makes it through, but he can't land the boxing shots.
HBC doing such a stellar job, though, at keeping these guys away. The rest of this time should be theirs. But I'm more focused on what's happening in the next rotation, because you look at Denicio, who's already trying to zone these players away. You've got to be careful, though, about how much effort he puts into that, because, well, the rest of the players can just go through the middle of the map, and that is exactly what's happened. Big in a really good spot here. Still 65 points or so to the good. They've got 2 streaks in the back pocket of HBC. Or sorry, excuse me, HBC on Nexus has got 2 streaks, but for Big, they've got 4 specialists ready to go. Operators ready to go. HBC is going to bring that Predator missile down right from the rip here. They want to go for a fast break, but you have to follow up with kills. You cannot follow up with a 2-piece coming out from Vat. Big, very, very happy with that. And now some more kills as well, just to make it even a little bit sweeter. Big here on a great, great moment in the game.
The gunnies just don't look like they're firing on all cylinders for Nexus, and once again, we already pointed out some struggles for Feints. He is still only on 6 kills, has not broke double digits, and we are on our 2nd rotation through P3 right here. If they're going to have any chance at closing this gap, he's got to get going. They've closed it a tiny bit, having been down by 100 points, but haven't been able to maintain much as they make their way back to P3 from a strong P2. And right now, Slayer's looking to push on through. Does get shut down, so Nexus can close this a little bit more as Rondo gets shut down on the top side. And if we can find some big kills for Kree on rotation right here, this might be their opportunity.
Definitely. Starricker, the only player over here, though. Legacy's going to have to wait to hit the reach end before he can chow Starricker. Starricker gets the 2nd as well. I think Vat might have taken the 1st kill against Legacy, but regardless, it is Big that get the kills, and it is Big that will touch first here on Rock. So now Nexus coming off the spawn. I think they've got splits. We'll have to hit this together. Needs to be a simultaneous hit from all sides. And Rondo already starting to be a nuisance in and around Garage. He's only going to find 1 kill, to be fair. Trades here relatively helpful for Nexus, but it's taking too long. You're giving a lot of time up to Big. And as I say that now, as these kills starting to come through, it is just going to be Mirage sitting inside the kill. What can he produce? Looking for kills, knows where Nexus is coming from, and now Big, the rest of the squad are here.
Very, very back and forth spawn so far. Kree War Machine goes big right there, able to find 2, looking for the last one onto Slayer. That's going to connect, and Nexus keep their hopes alive. They break this hard point, players starting to close in from that mid-entry. But it looks like Big not going to heavily invest right here, as Feints is going to be able to find 2. And that's maybe the first type of spree that we've seen out of him all game long. Big will take scraps, but Nexus will take first entry into P1. You gotta lock down that top side, and for right now, there's a lot of big players that they've got to deal with. I think Mirage may have actually slipped through the bottom side, but a big time kill for Legacy to at least alleviate some pressure, but you got to get players on the point. Only 14 seconds. You have got to go if you're Nexus, and they're content to just sit back. Finally, Legacy's able to find a couple with the claw right there. Denicio hops the point, but there is very little margin for error the rest of the way out.
Yep, just 11 points, all that Big required to close out this game. Legacy's going to throw the Hunter Killer away straight inside the hallways to find a kill. Got to jump on it now. If you're Nexus, Denicio's going to give it a shot. Team shot's good here to take Starricker out of the play. Next one is going to be Rondo. Rondo finds 2, though, before he falls and isolates Denicio and Feints. These guys have to produce something. Slayer here through the cut, finds the first, looking for the second. Feints is going to trade things out. Back and forth we go. Big just 4 seconds away from victory. Big Rondo and Staraka find the kills. 10 seconds. There is still time to do this. Denisio tries to slide on towards the point. Rondo now looking for the time, and they will not be able to get it here. But who has rotation?
Rondo, there was nobody within a mile of the point. You could have just hopped through the window and ended the game right here, but he keeps it alive. I don't know if anybody else saw the Hunter Killer just going in circles for hours on end in the middle of the map right there, but it seems like Big just don't want this one to end. They're having a little too much fun. This time the pinch, Denisio the only one to hold the line, and he's not going to be able to do it. Big go big, and nearly a 100-point win there on map number 1, absolutely making a statement.
Yeah, for sure. And I think it was kind of right from the rip, right? That's when it kind of became a little bit too difficult for Nexus to bring the game back. I mean, they could have done, to be fair, but all attempts, I think, past like, what, the 5th or the 6th hill, just became 50-50 scenarios where Nexus were not winning them out most of the time. But what a start for Big. I will say that much. I mean, just an incredible start on the whole. They got a lot of time off P1, but the rotations were looking pretty good. They managed to garner control. I think it was a P3, I want to say, from Nexus, and I think that was a dagger early on where Nexus were just not getting time, arguably where they should have been.
Yeah, no question about it. Obviously, you got to point out the fact that Feints is on, what, 2 kills through a full rotation of hard points. That's something that just cannot happen. Whether that's a warm-up thing, whether it's something else, you need to make a substitution, whatever it's going to be, but that's just no way that's going to stand against any of the teams in this competition. But like you said, the rotations, the spawn control was just so much better for Big at so many different points, and even when it came down to 50-50 hard points, when you build that much of a lead, you'll gladly take those the rest of the way out. So definitely a lot of room for improvement for that Nexus squad. You got to give props to Mirage, 42 and 25. Not a bad stat line to put up against the Nexus squad that has been able to go toe-to-toe with some of the better teams in this competition, even in the hard point.
Yeah, for sure. And Nexus, again, just did not have a good game there whatsoever. You look at kind of the biggest players on Nexus, Kree, who I think is a player that I've looked at before, just maybe didn't have the best game in that one. Overall, just the slaying power was not matched, and that means that map number 1 not going to go to Nexus at all. Big starting pretty strong in this best of 5. Next up, though, is going to be Search and Destroy, and I think this is maybe where the fortunes might change a little bit, because if you go back to that series between Nexus and Mont, it was the one map in which Nexus were able to take away. That was a 7-5 victory, I want to say, on Express, Search and Destroy. Now, granted, Mont were making mistakes. I think we kind of recognized that at the time, that maybe they allowed retakes to happen just a little too much when Mont had got the bomb down. But nonetheless, I think you've still got to give Nexus credit for being able to retake in the fashion that they did pretty consistently. I will say, Bobby, there are no trains on this map, so we're not going to have any silly train kills here on Slums, but maybe there is some positives to take away here if you're a Nexus. We know that they're pretty good at retaking sites. Maybe they just got to stop Big from getting the bomb down at all.
Well, we'll see what they can do. They get aggressive toward the mid-map. Smokes go down, and they just try to flood for mid-control. And I don't think there's any read right here out of Big. They get ripped to shreds. My gosh, Slayer shut down. And that was maybe a 15-second round.
Yeah, and this is the thing. I've seen a lot of teams here on Slums. We had a little small discussion about it in Search and Destroy. Just like not on offense, they would just not try and get control of the middle of the map. They'd be really kind of sheepish about it, lose control of the mid map, and then kind of lose the round from there out, because it's so difficult to chow, just given the amount of angles that you can sit there. I really love this from Nexus, the aggression out early on in these rounds to just try and garner control of the middle of the map, and it is working through the smoke. Staraka is trying to garner control. He's not doing a very good job of it at the moment, but that's because Rondo is picking up all of those kills. HBC, Bully just outside blue. And to be fair, I think this is why sometimes you don't see teams just run straight through the middle of the map, because it only works every so often.
Yeah, and that's the thing, when you full send a play like that and it works, I don't think that's the type of play you want to go to over and over again, just because it's so easy to counter. You get an instant snipe across mid for Big, and just like that, the push has been completely stalled out, and the rest of the players get picked off one by one. Denisio going to be able to find one to open things up, and especially when your sniper can get aggressive over on that bomb site, that's going to open up opportunities. Mirage, maybe not the position to be trying to crossbow. Denisio cannot be touched right now. Opportunity at a 1v2 for him. He's about to go head-to-head with Rondo in the quick scope. Connects. Big time clutch out of him.
You kidding me, Denisio? That was insane. He was just snapping on players, not even just the last one as well, but the one before that, the little quick scope coming out of garage side. Denisio solely effectively clutches up that round for Nexus. That's a big one for them. Again, you take these offensive rounds here on Slums where you can get them, and Nexus so far having a good go of things here on Slum Search and Destroy. Now Denisio at the start of this round wants to pick up exactly where he left off, looking for another one. And if you're Rondo in that situation, I would not chow Denisio whatsoever. Don't even give him the time of day.
No, it doesn't matter what kind of head glitch you're working with. When he's hitting shots like that, you do not want to mess around. Only person that might want to is Starwrecker, because with a shotgun in hand, it only takes one quick slide to take him out. But Denisio going to back up, creates a little bit more space for himself, a little bit more comfortability, and just like that, in a bit of a standoff as it's a 4v4. Denisio play that garage position, but don't peek. He will make you pay. Slayer's going to drop right there. Feint spots one around the corner. That's going to be Rondo. Can't finish off the kill, but there's Denisio doing the rest of the damage, and now it's 2 players up. Make it 3 for this Nexus squad, all down to Starwrecker. HBC has the bomb in hand, should be able to get a plant, and trying to work on a 1v4 right here. The bomb going down at this second, and get some eyes onto Legacy. Not going to opt to peek it. Now looking to wrap the backside, picking up a sniper. Not totally undoable.
It's very difficult, isn't it, though, to retake, especially with the reposition coming out of Legacy. I don't think he's going to expect it, unless he gets some good timing, which would be something. Starwrecker has somehow gotten behind enemy lines here, but they know he's around somewhere. It was just a matter of trying to find the player towards the end. And yeah, to be honest there, I think it was the 2v4. I don't know who was with Starwrecker in that 2 versus 4, but it was a manageable situation when they had somebody on the A site. As soon as they lost that player on A, because again, you're filtering through on the offense through blue, that I think was when the round kind of just fell away from big. But Nexus, really impressive on the offenses so far. I love everything that they're doing, what they're bringing to the table in the search and destroy. This is more standard, though, from Nexus. This time around, they're playing really slowly, and I think they're anticipating some kind of aggressive push coming out from big.
Denisio has 100% been the difference so far, not only with the 1v2 clutch, but 10 kills through 4 rounds is a nice number. Kree's going to be able to find first blood onto Slayer, and just like that, Nexus have the advantage.
What?
Why are we peeking Denisio in that situation? Like, why are we peeking in general if we have an SMG in that situation, but especially hitting the shots that he's hitting? It has not been good decision-making for Big so far in this one. Nexus up 4-1 early and making it look easy.
Yeah, the thing is, Big didn't need to do anything proactively. Granted, they lost, I think it was a set nade from Kree. They lost 1 player right off the rip, but still, as soon as, even if 1 player down, just wait for them to peek you. There is no reason whatsoever to even have a look. You don't need the information. It's not worth it. Not when Denisio is playing like he is right now at 11 kills, and already here from Nexus in this round. Starting to get aggressive. Those smokes that we saw from the first couple of rounds coming to play once again. Feints through the middle, does try to find some value, and, well, it's a trade that they walk away with. But now 4 for 4 we go. Nexus now looking for another way to try and penetrate the defense.
And the shots that Denisio is taking right now, like, normally are bad shots, but when you're firing on all cylinders like he is, there's no such thing as a bad shot. Not going to be able to connect on the first, but he does on the second. Doesn't go traded right there. And now it's going to be down to Kree. Actually does get traded, and Kree's able to find the opener. So now an opportunity at a 1v1 for him. It's Rondo on the flank. A lot of this going to come down to timing, and it looks like he's pretty content to sit in the corner. And with the positioning of the bomb, it's all going to be a question of whether or not Kree is able to make the read right here, now hitting the wrap back towards spawn.
Big wrap. Rondo, I don't know why you move away from the bomb, to be honest. Maybe you just didn't know the fact that it was down inside Graveyard, but Kree's going to be able to grab that and run away. And at this point, I was going to say, I'm not even really sure it matters. Kree? Just chilling, and this should be a kill for Rondo. I was going to say, if you let Kree turn around and get that 1 versus 2, oh boy, I'd have felt mad, to be honest. But regardless, at the end of the first 6 rounds, we flip over. Nexus will be very happy with the way that one turned out.
Yeah, no question about it. Looking over at Big, and somewhat similar an issue to what Nexus had last time around. VAT, 0 kills on the board. You got to have all players all in, and we'll see if we have a change of pace on the offensive side that maybe benefits him a little bit, but it's Nexus finding 2 kills off the start. Mirage going to be able to trade out 1, and Rondo gets aggressive just like that. It looks even, but my gosh, 3 instantaneous kills go through for Nexus. Just like that, they're within 2 rounds of taking the map. Have definitely looked confident here in the Slum Search and Destroy, and there has not been a good response out of Big.
Yeah, that was an insane start from Nexus here on the defense, and it just goes to show kind of the strength of the defense. Big needed to chow and lost the chow ultimately, and off the start of this round, Slayer sniped out right off the rip. I think that was blue side in which they died. So Nexus feeling confident about it. They think they can go for the chow, and well, Starricker will punish for that. Denisio might well get the trade, but nonetheless, I think Starricker will be happy with how that one went down because Nexus did have a life advantage. Now they don't.
Yeah, you'll gladly take those 2 kills anytime you can get them, even if it goes traded. 3v3 we go. Mirage trying to get going, switching over to the Ryteg. Doesn't want to mess around with that MK2 anymore. None of the wall bangs connecting right there, but trophies will keep them safe for the time being. And there's Cree opening things up once again and really putting this big squad in a tough spot. Mirage can be able to trade one, but man, Cree starting to get in that same flow as Denisio. He's got an opportunity right here to clutch a 1v1 as Rondo makes his way over toward that bomb site, but bomb still yet to be retrieved. I believe that's opposite side of the broken wall. Cree's gonna ego chow right there, able to back up. And now Rondo, not a whole lot of info to work with, but sees him right around the corner, and that should be an easy one to pick up as he makes this game still somewhat manageable for Big.
Man. Cree chows that, man. This guy is feeling himself. He's not he's having a Cree game. He's not having a Denisio game at 15.
That's a heat check right there.
For sure. Oh dear. Well, that was a round I think that Nexus probably would have felt like they shouldn't have lost, given the fact that they did have that life advantage at the start, but that push through blue, egregious as ever. Oh, and this is a nice start from this one as well. Sniper presence for Big has been relatively muted, especially compared to Nexus, but that's been a good start, and now they're starting to eat up here. 2 snipes at the start of the round, and Big, they are taking advantage of it.
Denisio's in position right there. He's been the main issue, but he gets dealt with. Rondo makes a read on Legacy, relays that information, and Slayer's able to take him down, and now all down to Feints. Just hoping for an overextension right here. Does find it out of 1 player, but instantly traded. And Big are slowly creeping back into this one. They've taken back-to-back rounds. And Nexus have not had a good response on the defensive side the last couple times through. Not much presence on B to deal with the pushes that they've been sending. We'll see if they're able to adapt right here, but still looks like they're only going to have 1 player sent that direction. They full flood through mid.
Same thing as a couple of rounds ago where Denisio draws first blood through blue. I do not want to see an egregious challenge this time around, especially as Nexus now even have more numbers. 5 versus 3. No need to push this if you're Nexus whatsoever. You are Big chillin'. Big, they are the ones that need to go. Starricker, well, has to deal with the threat of Legacy running right at him. This would, I believe, be a 1v5 for Starricker if he was able to pull it off. There's a second kill. Hold your horses for a second, folks. This is still possible.
He's going to sit back, and if you're Nexus, there's no reason that you should be pushing anywhere toward Garage right now. Just sit outside, don't overextend. Feints is going to peek through right there, and once again, you can sit back. He is completely trapped, and they continue to get up close. Denisio fortunately hits the shot with the L-car, but making things a lot more difficult for themselves than they really needed to be as they, 1 by 1, push to within SMG range. And once again, just make life easy for yourself in situations where you're able to. Don't give the advantage just in the name of finding an extra kill. It is, once again, no defensive presence over toward this B side, but it is mid-control as we do see an aggressive push right there. 1 trade goes through, make it 2. Vat slides the corner, finally getting going a little bit, but instantly traded out as they fall quickly, and Nexus are able to close down the round. A very fast-paced final round, but they're able to do the work and they tie things up at 1-1.
Yeah, I think the most damaging thing there in that search and destroy was probably kind of the very first few rounds coming out from Nexus, because if it wasn't clear from the tone of our voices throughout that search and destroy, stylized D is very difficult to win offenses on, just because of kind of how difficult it is to cross the, 25, 30-yard line, basically any entrance towards the middle of the map. It's very difficult to do on the offense because of the amount of positions that a defensive player could be sitting and watching you with, which in Nexus's case was more often than not the sniper of Denisio and those early rounds. And, you know, that start from Nexus, I think, was just so damaging to Big that by the time we switched sides, by the time that Big had their own offensive efforts, they won a couple of rounds, I want to say, but most of those were down to slight errors from Nexus, certainly in the first of those 2 rounds where, again, they had that life advantage and they just kind of chuckled it away. Tell you what, though, mentioned it very briefly, Denisio, 19 kills. That sniper presence, not just from him, from Cree as well, even if it doesn't bear out in the stats, was so crucial to so many round victories.
I mean, 19 kills in a non-overtime is quite ridiculous, especially when you look at the number of deaths as well. 19 and 5 right there. That is one of the prettier stat lines that you will see from a sniper in that length of a search and destroy. Obviously, that now brings us into the control, and definitely looks to be the swing mode, as neither of these teams has won a raid control. So once again, not really sure what to expect. Both of them have had controls that they've been able to keep close, but once again, feels very much like a toss-up, as both these teams seem to be a little bit more comfortable on standoff.
Yeah, I will say, as you said, I mean, when it comes down to the map, yes, technically speaking, Big are better at standoff control. I think that's the only map we've seen them on. I think they're one-on-one on it, but it is worth saying that their control fundamentally, at least, looks pretty good. We look at their control versus Mont, and they actually ended up winning that one. And then we look at the control versus Omniscient, and that was a kind of a control where they sent it to round number 5, I think. And to do that against a squad such as Omniscient, I think is a real boon of success for this team. It really just goes to show that Big are capable of big things in control. I think when it comes down to control, and this is something that Tons talks a lot about, it's about these teams knowing when to use your operators, you know, when to try and kind of switch your attacks over towards the other point. Just fundamentals here in control, I think, are lacking sometimes for COD Mobile teams. So we need to see those improvements coming up between Nexus and Big here. Excited to see what we get. These guys, they've had a week of practice in between their last control map and this one. Let's see if it pays off here in raid control.
Well, Starricker able to open things up right here. Big definitely going to be happy that Slayer's back in the action, as he was 100% the reason they were able to take that control up against Mont. HBC fires back from the inside of that control point. Denisio looking to get aggressive right here, and Big trying to make sure that they can avoid a spawn trap early. It is kills going the way of Nexus. They fire back, 2 in the feed. And no real push formulating right now. No semblance of map control for this Big squad. Not making any type of attempt to send players back over toward A. And might like to see them throw some type of distraction right here, especially with no presence on that side of the map. And that's exactly what's going to happen, as it looks like Starricker is going to be able to slip through.
Exactly what I said before. You need to make sure that as soon as you lose control of B, as soon as it doesn't go well, just rotate towards A. Because at the very worst, you're going to be splitting the defense from Nexus. And so far, Big have not found the opportunity to jump on the point with those 3 kills between Rondo and Vat. Now they most certainly will. And this is actually a pretty good read of the spawn coming out from Starricker as well. Gets right in the face of a player who just spawns up around Laundry. Big feeling pretty confident here with 30 seconds left on the clock that they can get this capture done. Rondo trying to kick a couple of players off spawn. That's not going to happen when Korea's got the sniper in their hands. Slayer just waiting patiently inside the basketball court. But this is what I said, Bobby. Even if they do not get control of A, look where those spawns are. They're spawning over by driveway. And hold on for a second here. Somehow, some way, despite the numbers being in Nexus' favor, they might just be able to capture A. That finally goes down, and that doesn't happen. But as I said there, Big now, even if they don't capture A, they get the close spawns to B.
Yeah, and Mirage and Slayer both able to hop there, and that should be fairly easy to deal with, as it looks like Nexus are only going to send 1 player to try to contest right here. Is able to take down Vat, so has not been completely captured. With Slayer taken down, time's starting to become an issue. They're going to be able to get rid of at least some of this second tick of progress, and Denisio pushed all the way forward, is going to be able to deal with Mirage. And look at the spawn trap that's starting to set up right here. Perfect positioning, and right inside of Jim is going to be a nightmare spot for Big unless they can escape. A 6 life advantage, and there's Faints picking up another kill right there. We'll see if they can execute, but there's no respawns remaining, and looks like it's not something they should have to deal with much longer. No need to worry about the spawn trap. Just make your way back to the objective, or if you're Faints, just pick up the kills and finish it off.
Yeah, this spawn trap is not nice. Every time we see it with Sly, it's just not a nice thing to watch whatsoever, is it? Big, not really much of a chance now to win this 1 versus X situation. 1 versus 11 would be nice. Would be one of the best plays in competitive Call of Duty Mobile history.
The best play.
1 versus 11 though, that is not to be. And Big there in that control, if we're always kind of bigging up their control specialty, it does feel like there are certain elements there. It's just like, look, if you haven't captured A right off the start, or B I should say, just go to A. You do not need to hit it anymore, because you are just banging your head against a wall that is very, very thick and probably going to do a lot of damage to you. So Big not having the best start to this control. Nexus now on the offense. Let's see how they handle it.
Denisio, first entry into the point. Mirage deals with him immediately. Obviously, we're going to start to keep our eyes on the operators, and 4 of them already charged for Nexus. Both teams with some utility to work with. It's Legacy making his way over toward A. but he gets shut down immediately. No progress so far, a minute on the clock. And HBC just patrolling, making sure that Big's not going to be able to get in position to set up a spawn trap. They are fully stacked over toward B. This is going to be a very difficult exit point. HBC going to be able to land some shots, but doesn't finish the kill on either of those players, and Vat's going to be able to capitalize. And he may very well be able to sneak through to spawn right here, takes down HBC. And right now, if you're Nexus, you've got to be very, very careful of that spawn trap, but they ward it off, and just like that, they have to be objective.
I think Vat just kind of opts to get straight into another gunfight, hits the reload, and unfortunately, going to end up falling there. Nexus have broken out of any potential spawn trap before it can even really begin. Second take about to come through here from Big, and it will do. Vat finds the double, though. That's pretty helpful. On the defensive side, yeah, looking pretty good if you're a Big now. And Nexus, honestly, Nexus, if you're in this position, yes, you're spawning driveway, but just move away from this point. Go over towards A right now. You're seeing one player in the minimap do exactly that in the form of HBC. You've also got a lot of operators to utilize on both sides here, and HBC, there it is, now starting to make some progress, and that should draw at least 2 or 3 players over towards that point.
Especially with Denicio clearing out mid, he's got all the real estate in the world to work with. He's just going to go ahead, hop back on the objective as nobody's in position to contest. Denicio is going to be able to push forward here as well. Does read Rondo, but not going to be able to find the kill. Regardless, B has been locked in. Lives looking very, very even. HBC has got to be dealt with on that top side, and it looks like communication's non-existent for Big, but they're able to find the kill anyway. Rondo had no business winning that one, and now Legacy with Overwatch is going to be able to pick up a big 2-piece.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Weren't quite ready for the timing through the middle of the map, and I'm kind of surprised there that they didn't expect them to make their way through that particular route, because now Nexus are in for a real chance here at capturing this point. They've got a couple of players on it already. Kree starting to push through the War Machine, and does actually get shut down by Slayer, who is going to pull out the Annihilator for this play. Such great operator usage coming out from these two teams, and if there was ever a time to do it, it is now. Big know how important this is. 50 seconds on the clock. Slayer, for a few more seconds, will have that Annihilator, and you do not want to give him any free kills.
No, they're 100% just looking to play time right here, as you don't want to give anything away, but they get picked apart one by one anyway. Big time kill for Kree, but 3v6, no respawns remain for Big, and every single gunfight matters right here. Star Ricker patrolling the backside, making sure nobody can sneak through. Kree, timing does not go his way to find the opener right there. And Feint is going to be able to pick up one right here, doing his best to play his life, but well played by Big right there. And that's going to be now all down to Kree. They continue to peek, but the flank is there. And just like that, we're tied up 1-1.
Yeah, to be fair, that was a good shake from Nexus, but Big, I think it was really the Annihilator from Slayer that made all of the difference. That was a very efficient Annihilator, coming out from Big. I think it was like 4 kills that they managed to get away from it. And when you're in a 10 versus 10 scenario, that is everything, can make all of the difference, and it most certainly did there from Big. So tying things up at 1-for-1. There's been a pretty close control so far, but we need to see a little bit more decisive play coming out from these two teams and what they want to do when control doesn't go their way at the start of the round. It is going Nexus's way, though, to begin with. Trades in their favor. For the middle of that comes Legacy to support his team. Legacy looking for more. This has been a brilliant start for him as he starts things off with 3 and is already looking to bully Big into the driveway.
Well, Star Wrecker's going to be able to take him down, but once again, Nexus continue to advance forward right here. Mirage, big time shot with the MK2 right there, kind of switching to whatever option he can find to give himself an advantage. And once again, that's going to force Nexus back toward their spawn. Big hop the objective once again, and just looking to use those smokes to keep things clear, to try to get themselves that extra minute to work with. One claw going to come through. That's Mirage. He's able to clear the objective, and it looks like they're going to be able to get the rest of that progress that they're looking for. Legacy on the top side is not going to have an angle onto Slayer. Big get the objective captured, but down in lives, they need to close that gap a little bit.
Yeah, it's only 3 lives, to be fair. No, now it's 4. Now it's 5. Okay, it wasn't that much of a problem before. Now I think it is. Big do need to be careful about how they approach this one. I will say I appreciate that Nexus haven't gone kind of ham here on rotating towards the laundry side. They, for the most part, perfectly predicted where Big are going to be coming from. Operator utilization starting to come out to play as well. HPC with the equalizers doing a lot of damage over by the bedroom side, but Rondo doesn't need an operator to do what he's doing. He's picked up 3, just running through kitchen and money, having a hell of a time. Now looking for more down the flank. Rondo going to find 4 in a row and effectively paves the way single-handedly for now Vat to utilize his equalizers on the point.
I don't know if HBC saw him on the hard point. He's not going to take any shots. Denicio pops the Annihilator, but he's not in position to take him down. Over-aggressives right there and nearly pays for it. it, but he's going to be able to find one. Shot's not looking clean, though. Seems like the snipes were short-lived in the search and destroys. He finds very minimal value, but they get the objective cleared. That was priority number one. Big, not a whole lot of lives to throw at this one, and Rondo's going to invest the Purifier right there. They get 3 kills in the feed, and just like that, it's been equalized, and Slayer's able to find another. He's still in their spawn, picking up kills. Just like that, the lives have gone the other way once again.
3v5 hit. Big have 1 operator to go. Also 1 for Legacy 2. Slayer's going to bring it out as well. The Annihilator. He went so huge in the last round, and now he's going to do it again. It's Vat also picking up 1, so now we go 3 for 3 here. Big looking for a unified effort through elbow, through money. And Nexus, none of them are positioned on the basketball side, but Denisio was staying super quiet on the other side of the Tiki. That's the Annihilator out of the round, but he doesn't get Vat, and now it's all down to Feints. In a 1 versus 2, the players are going to be double stacking the point here. Do they predict where Feints is going to be coming from? You have to hurry up. If you're Feints in the scenario 2, you can't sit there and pre-aim, and Mirage will take him down. A big 3 versus 5, and for the second time here in this control, it is Slayer with the Annihilator that comes in clutch.
Yeah, the pacing at which he's able to get those has played just a massive role. If you can get an operator per round, like, you are chilling, especially with the pace that he's playing at. Working wonders. I don't know if Legacy was even shooting back on that one. He gets shut down. Starrick are going to opt to pull out the War Machine right here. Seeing what type of damage he can do. None. Shut down immediately. This is the start Nexus are looking for. There's some room to work with. And right now, there's 1 player back in that spawn area just patrolling, seeing where they're going to come through. That's going to be Mirage, but there's nobody to set up the spawn trap with him. At the bare minimum, he can force those spawns out toward the opposite side. That gives Slayer information, but the wallbang connects for Denisio, and now it's a wide open A.
Yeah, taking that players off open steps is a really good thing here for Nexus, as they now start to garner control. Got to be careful about players coming on the flank though. Mirage wants to look at this from the bedroom side. It would be a pretty good idea if he could get it done from open stairs as well. Comes Starricker and Mirage. MK2, what can he do with it? Already 1 progression being made over by A, and well, on the other side, I think it's Slayer that will actually clear the point for any of that presence. But again, I mentioned it very much earlier on, you get those close spawns by the driveway for Nexus. They're not too upset about it. Kree's now looking for gunfights over by A, but that's not where the action's happening. It's over by B here, where Nexus have already won a couple of crucial gunfights. They've got the space they want. Now they want to capture the point.
Feints just trying to patrol pillars. Legacy's able to cut off 1. Still 1 to be dealt with top Laundry, but with the map control that they've got to work with right now, should be easy to finish off this B objective. Just like that, they're able to do it, but you got to keep it alive. Eye on the lives, but 3 straight go through just like that. Basically a tie game with 1:30 to work with, lots of real estate. You got to make this read onto Slayer. He's going to get shut down. Legacy with the claw. What type of damage can he do? Looking to take money room control right here, and Starwrecker's there to shut him down. Big time 2-piece for Big to keep them at bay. And for right now, they're content to chill on the objective. Starwrecker gets aggressive, and it pays off big time. 4-life lead here for Big. They have an opportunity to close this one out.
Yeah, nobody from Big is inside top bedroom as well. So Nexus will get the closer spawns towards this point. They've got opportunities to try and take it away. That's going to bring the Predator missile down. This is a play for information, but honestly, I would have vastly preferred if he played it for the clutch instead. Denisio with the Annihilator only finds 2 kills. It's not a lot in the grand scheme of things here in this 8 versus 8 with 50 seconds on the clock, but Feints and HBC now going to pick up a couple of kills. Back and forth we go. Nexus inching their way in towards the side of the map that Big currently occupy, but Big are getting the better of them.
Big have 2 operators they can use. Vat's going to go ahead, pop the equalizer. Slayer, Annihilator, 39 seconds. Maybe could have spaced it out a little bit more, but once again, you're going to keep Nexus pushed back and second-guessing every move they can make. He's going to be able to wrap back toward mid.
Oh, no.
And one of the kills comes through as Slayer picks up 1 with the Annihilator, 2v3. Kree goes big time, Feints, has the Sparrow, and he's going to be able to drop Slayer, so now it's a 2v2. none of these players close to each other. You got to keep an eye on the clock. Not a whole lot of time to work with. 10 seconds to hop on the objective. Feint's going to look to make his way across, but Mirage should be able to read it, and it's the crossbow to find the kill as Big take the lead in the series, 2-1.
Yeah, crazy end to that one. I almost thought for a second that was about 2v4, 2v5 towards the end. That would have been, and we saw the operators that they had in the back pocket. We were like, yeah, they're going to bring him out right here at the end. If they didn't, we would have been on the case. Don't worry about it. But regardless, really close control, I think, throughout pretty much every single round came down to the wire. And granted, I think for the first couple of rounds, there were probably moments we were like, yeah, you guys probably should have done this instead of that. Regardless, I think for the most part, these guys were making the right decisions. But honestly, it did come down to these clutch moments from Big, and I think it was what the Annihilator in round number 2, I want to say it was, from Slayer, and then he did it again in round number 3, where Big really started, I think, make the difference in terms of those operators.
Yeah, no question the value was there so many times, and that's been an issue that we've seen a lot of European teams having, just completely wasted operators in general. And I think we saw a couple of instances where Denicio missed out on some big opportunities, and that was likely the difference in a couple of rounds. So obviously Big already had one control win. They had another one under their belt, as that's definitely looking like one of their go-to modes, but now they've got to continue to execute, heading back to the hard point where they did not look great the first time around.
Yeah, for sure. And here's a look at the stats then at the end of the game. We mentioned it there, Slayer, 26 and 19. Cannot overstate just how important his impact on the game was. Also having a pretty good game. The likes of Rondo, Vat as well. On the whole, though, I don't actually think, to be fair, that Big necessarily outslayed Nexus that much, if at all. It just came down to those big clutch moments where Big came out on top. And again, we mentioned it, they look pretty good in control, and I think we're seeing exactly why they're off the back of that game. But as you said, mate, next up, it's going to be Hardpoint, and that's where things are maybe going to change a little bit, because Hardpoint, well, that was not a successful map for Big at the start of the series.
Not at all. It got ugly pretty quick. I think it was like 140 to 40 at the start or something like that. So they've definitely got to hit a regain, but based on the way things looked on that first map, I'm assuming that was probably not their map pick. So more than likely feeling a little bit more comfortable. I believe it is going to be Summit, which I don't think either of these teams. Not Summit?
I don't think so. No, I don't think I was agreeing with you. I don't think we've seen it.
Okay, yeah. So I think it is going to be Summit. And with that being a more aggressive hardpoint map, I think it fits the play style of Big a little bit more. I think especially looking at Slayer playing such a crucial role for them in their respawns, I've got a feeling he's going to have a big performance in this one.
Yeah, for sure. And this is, again, one of those maps, I think Summit in particular, because so many of the hills are sitting inside, right? I think what is only like P2 that's sat outside. This is where you're going to see a lot of those operators, you know, especially like the Claw and the War Machine, for example, coming into play and being really, really important for clearing space. We've seen it a lot over the last few months, where teams will kind of just use them at the right time, gather control of the hard point, and then kind of get a full 60 off the back of it. So if we see the same kind of performance, as you say, out of Slayer here with the Annihilator, this could be a big, big map here for Nexus. Currently 2-1 up in this series. Can they now bring it home in a map number 4 victory? That's the big question for us here as we get into it. Summit, we love it. We love seeing it on Hardpoint when we do get to see it. We don't get to see it that often, I will say that much. For whatever reason, Summit just doesn't appear as often as we would like, but regardless, we'll see who starts off pretty strong on this.
All right, Starraker pulling out the KRM to get things started, and that's a big feed. All blue right there, but not going to be able to lock in the hardpoint control quite yet. Keeping things contested and looking to secure some outer control, as right now Mirage going to be able to pick up 2. Got the Grau in hand right there. And Rondo not going to be able to win the inside gunfight, but the trades do go through as Big finally find control of the hard point, and Mirage looking to take control of the top side. He's already on a 5 spree right there. That shotgun laser is going to peek through the corner, making it easy for Nexus to trade out, and I believe that's 5 in a row for them, as they are now completely locked in.
Oh my goodness me, the SMG pressure at the moment for Nexus. They know exactly where to look, exactly where Big are going to spawn time and time again. Feint, by the way, has started this one on basically 5 in a row, I'm pretty sure. And he might have died between those 5 kills, but regardless, he is doing such a good job at the moment to garner control of this hill early on. This has been a lot of time off P1. Rondo up top, though, wants to put a stop to all of this nastiness. Finds 6 in a row, I believe this is now for Rondo. Looking for number 7. HBC is going to stop him up top. That was a lot of time for Nexus. Now we move over towards P2. Big for the inevitable rotation towards P3 are currently in control of the better side of the map. So that's where they're going to be coming from this hill. But I love the play there from Feint, and I believe it was Legacy looking for the pinch play. Mirage might well find a triple, but Nexus, they spend the first 15 seconds of this hill flipping the map. That's a really good play for the long term of this game.
Yeah, Big are basically looking to respond, see if they can push out that opposite side. Nice flank play right there from Legacy to slow down the push. But they've got to deal with this one player on the backside. Kree doesn't see him initially, but picks up the kill anyway. Just like that, Nexus have the spawns and the hard point traded out instantly, but once again reinforced. Kree, Vat, looking to push out the opposite side, shut down by Denicio, and it's a big-time yellow feed once again as they keep those spawns locked in. Players from Big, one by one, looking to push through to flip, but not finding any type of success so far, and they will gladly give up those 10 seconds of time, assuming they can lock things in on P3.
Yeah, and they know how important getting control of this hill is because it's very difficult to break these back spawns, especially when someone's watching that top side of your mini-map, and which they do have in the form of HBC. So Nexus looking for a full 60 off the back of this one. Slide in coming through from Slayer, unfortunately, or Mirage, excuse me, unfortunately looks the wrong way. Faint's gonna be able to take that player down. Nexus very happy with the way this hill has gone so far. Big looking to make their way up from the ski lift side. Rondo's gonna be the first player to engage, and he might have actually made his way past here because Denicio is looking for it around the sides, but Rondo finally gets called out there by Kree. Kree's gonna take him down. Now Starriker, the next player up here. Big trying to find their way through from the back line, but every single time they attempt it, they get shut down.
Yeah, and it's just such a difficult play to make one man with the way that Nexus had things set up right there. There's no room for error for Big, and they're going to chalk it with 20 seconds left. Once again, I don't hate the early rotation, but this gives so much opportunity where Nexus can potentially push all the way through and flip you out to the opposite side of the map if you don't play this correctly, and that is exactly what happens. Player 2, that is going to be Slayer spawning all the way across, and now you're basically in a 4v4. They continue to spawn the opposite direction, and this is a tragic mistake out of this Big squad, as already Nexus have a lot of pressure applied toward P4.
Definitely. Nexus, 60 points down here in this game. They want to get control of this hill. Denicio looking for all the players inside. Couldn't quite find any. Maybe thought some pressure was coming from up top, but that's not the case whatsoever. Now Nexus know that those back spawns are going to be in effect for Big. They know where those players are going to be coming from off the respawn point. Slayer also now starting to come up towards the hard point to assist his teammates. Nexus just cannot find a way through at the moment. There is so much coverage being provided by players in and around this hard point, and Slayer, we talked about it in the past, has that Annihilator out, doing a good job at the moment of keeping the hill, but now Denicio and Legacy going to combine for 3. Now kills start to be made here for Nexus, and they finally break with 20 seconds left on the hill.
I'm honestly shocked that Big were able to get 40 seconds out of that, given the way that they had players spawning all the way across the map. Great job of the remaining players to lock in some amount of time, and they will take additional scrap right here. Starraker's going to spawn right in front of Faints. That's an easy one to pick up, but Big find the scraps regardless, and Slayer pushing through to the bottom side as this one starting to look like it could be a competitive map once again. Kree can't quite find the ADS button right there. Unfortunate for him, but teammates still locking things down here on P1 as Faints looks to take some topside control.
Certainly trying for it. This is where they got a lot of time last time around, and again, it's the SMGs that are starting to come out to play. Faints on 16 kills overall here in this game. Looking for some more. Legacy now starting to pull up the color as well. This is a big investment coming out from Nexus to really start to pull away from Big. You saw the War Machine in the feed from Kree. You see Legacy now with the claw as well. He's looking for players where they're technically speaking not spawning, but regardless, they've done such an excellent job of keeping Big away from this hill. And with 20 seconds left, realistically speaking, Big really only have one kit left before they have to start thinking the rotation. Mirage is going to be the last remaining player to give this one a go, and does actually find a second kill, switching to the crossbow to get it done. There's a little bit of contention coming out from Big, but for the most part, make no mistake, this has been Nexus really starting to come to play now.
Yep, and Faints was really the difference in the last game. Just did not have a great performance, but 20 kills on the board already, making his presence felt right here. Denicio from up above, trying to find an angle, but down below it's Big, mainly trying to play for those spawns. It is going to be Starriker getting red, Rondo with the Purifier, not going to be able to do a whole lot right there. I believe does get one kill off of the burn damage, but Legacy is here, locking down the top side, able to find one, and for the time being, Nexus still have those spawns over the direction of P3. With Faints playing the way that he is, they should be able to keep those locked down and still have an opportunity to lock in that hard point time.
Nexus looking pretty good at the moment. with a 55-point advantage over their opposition, Big. Their primary objective right now, not just to get this time, but to push through for the next hill as well. That has done exactly that, and now the parallel spawn starting to come through here. Nexus spawning down low on our minimap. They're looking to try and break early on. None of this action is going down by the 10 or 15 seconds of scrap time. They know how important these gunfights are towards the backline, and as Denisio is actually going to produce a double here, Big might well be in danger unless you can do exactly that. Complete extermination here around the backline, but a big kill. Legacy, the last remaining player here for Nexus, finds one, and he gets a spawning from a teammate as well.
It's complete chaos in these spawns. Starricker pushes through. He's trying to find the final damage, but he can't do it. Faints comes out on top in this one, but it still remains contested. Back and forth go to the spawns. Now all down to Faints right here. His teammates spawning across the map, and Big will gladly take the hard point time as long as they can find it. Faints able to find that one. Will it be enough to flip the spawns? No, it will not. The players from Big continue to spawn on top of him. Very, very back and forth, but all this time, Big has been locking in hard point time, and HBC not going to be able to win that one. This has been a crucial hard point for Big.
Yeah, massive. They were down by quite a large margin, and they give up a fair bit of time on P1 to make sure they get the rotation towards P2. Even then, they have to deal with Nexus, but they deal with them, they do. Nicely done from Big, as now they take the lead away from Nexus. About 10-point advantage or so going in towards Next, but they've already got players to contest with on those backsides. Denisio knows how important getting control of those back spawns are for Nexus, and needs some help from his team. Faints. Trying to cautiously play this one, not let anybody through, and that's exactly what's happening. Slayer's the last player to contest with. There goes one from the middle map as well. The first set of kills looking pretty good if you're Nexus, and now look at the amount of utility that they've got in the back pocket. HBC, he brings the equalizers out, but finds little to no value whatsoever. Faints now has to cover for the teammate by picking up the Sparrow, and Nexus now, that is already 2 operators coming out from the rip of this hill.
Big time play for Faints, because that was one of the worst possible positions you could call an equalizer in. There's one head glitch on this hard point that you don't want to deal with, and that is it. Players on the top side looking to push through, but the defense too strong for Nexus. They keep things locked down here, but Starricker might be able to flip spawns. One player's looking to read. He's going to be able to get the shutdown. He's going to spawn right back where he died, though, and still an opportunity for Big to get some amount of scrap time, but it looks like the EMP has been earned for Faints, and that's going to be a sign for Big that he has been absolutely cooking and could be some big-time value as we head back toward P1.
Yeah, but the scoreline is not quite the same as it was during the last set, right? We're now looking at just a 20-point difference between these two teams, or 30 or so. Nexus, though, are the team ever so slightly in the lead here, and this is where they've got a lot of time on the last couple of rotations. Faints now looking to find his way back in towards this hard point. Starricker, though, wants to get into the mix there early on in this one. HBC is going to take him down from up top, but there's still big presence in and around this hard point. Denisio now thinks this is the time to bring the Annihilator out to play. He's going to get shut down now as well. So back and forth. This is such a scrappy hard point between these two teams, and Nexus finally going to cross the 200-point barrier by getting a player on, but it is not convincing at all. Big just will not leave this hill alone.
Starricker finds 2 kills with the War Machine, but unfortunately one of them is going to be himself. Big, once again, doing a fantastic job of keeping things contested and trying to get themselves a tie game heading toward P2. Slayer absolutely cooking on the point. 5 kills in a row for him. Faints, as you can see, still with that EMP, and it's going to be Vat spawning directly in front of Curry right there. It's going to be a freebie, but Big still remain on the hard point, and with the Purifier hopping on down toward P2, should be able to clear some space as they look to flip the spawns.
Yeah, and the thing is, at this point, right, you cannot afford to just give up P2 and focus on the next hill. That is not how this works anymore. You are within touching distance of closing out the game on this one. For Big, that would mean forcing a game number 5. Kree, though, wants to give it a good shout. He's going to get shut down. Now Legacy has to pull off some solo manicness, and he's going to do exactly that by finding the double. But Mirage, here with the claw, finds a triple of his own. Back and forth we go. Big, now going to be the team in.
Pred missile has been earned for Mirage. He's able to find one right there. Drops onto Kree. Legacy sniffs one out, trying to clear the point, and he does that. So they keep their hopes alive for right now. That means Big cannot win things here. But if you're Nexus, you have got to try to flip those spawns. You can't just afford to play for the scraps. It's going to be Slayer pulling out the Pred, continuing to clear away these players for Nexus. And right now, you cannot afford to give any additional time away. Once again, it's Big locking down spawns, and it's Slayer trying to go big here and shut things down early with the Annihilator.
Yeah, but look at the amount of utility on side for Nexus. They've got 3 operators in the back pocket. Slayer might well be doing a stellar job at keeping these guys away for the moment with 3 more bullets left in the Annihilator chamber. But Nexus, they have a lot to work with. Slayer, though, did earn a couple of streaks. A Hunter-Killer drone and the Predator missile that could be utilized. But here they come. Nexus, they're on the way. Starker attempting to flank in from behind on the push, but it doesn't work. Nexus still have presence over here, and they've got themselves into the hard point. But now it's just one player to contest with. Predator missile coming down from up high, and Big able to take the player down. They're just 20 seconds away from victory.
That could be the final damage. One player slips through, but he's going to get shut down. That was Denicio, and that should be the opportunity for Big to close this one out. Very, very far spawns, and you've got an equalizer on the front side of the hard point. Nade's the only thing that could stop it, and that's what happens, but they've got to hop the point. You can't be fighting for spawns right now. You got to play scrappy, and Nexus are not able to make their way on in. Too many streaks given away, and Big are able to close out the map in the series.
Wow. Oh, wow. That is honestly insane to me. Big coming out there and playing well on the hard point. I'll be honest, mate, for a long time I was very confused. I was like, are we going to game 5? Because
that's why I was on my phone. I was like, I'm pretty sure Big are ahead right now.
I swear Nexus did not win that control. I was like, someone will tell me. But regardless, yeah, that is an insane hard point, especially because I feel as if Nexus will be frustrated that they didn't win it, because at the end of the day, they were up by about 50 to 60 points at the end of the first set, Bobby.
Yeah, they had so much breathing room to work with, and they were playing near perfect hardpoint. Like, I think especially you look at the play that Big made rotating 20 seconds early toward P4. That could have been a huge mistake. Nexus were able to capitalize and get the bigger chunk of the time for the most part, but man, heading through that second set of rotations, it was just such a big gun skill gap, and I think especially looking at Denicio, he had such a big impact for Nexus in those earlier games, but really struggled, as obviously Summit is not an AR-oriented map, and that was definitely one of the big turning points. As you looked at the opposite side, and the operator usage was so much better for Big on the back half of that one.
Yeah, definitely. Just so many crucial moments, I think, from Big, just all in all. The fact they were able to come back in the way that they do, the fact they were able to control spawns in the way that they do, just a really impressive performance, I think, all around from Big.
Really close series to start off the day there. We knew there was going to be some back and forth as these teams were relatively evenly matched, but Big they were able to close out on those hard points done.
Yeah, and to be honest as well, though, like so many close moments, especially you're thinking about the control. What was it, 2 1v1s in the end, or at least close to it, like 2v1s? We're down to single-digit lives in both of these rounds. And then especially for Nexus to have yourself in those situations where you're so close in these controls, and then all of a sudden you have that lead in map number 4 to send yourself to a map number 5, then you let it crumble. They were close from being 3-1 victors themselves. Like, it was a very close series, but Big clutched up. Big came back in a huge way in that map number 4 to bring it back. Really good result for them.
I mean, I'm here for it. I think that was a great way to start off the second week of competition here. They looked like they even potentially worked on some things from last week, and that's what we're looking for as well. Even if you're not talking top teams here, Brody, week-to-week improvement is such a good marker of a strong team.
Yeah, you need to make sure that you're recognizing where your flaws are. We talked about it, right? They hadn't won a hard point. Neither of these teams coming into this series had won a hard point. And very clearly, I think that was because of mistakes when it comes down to rotation, when it comes down to breaking kills with the operators. But it felt like at least Big, if they hadn't worked on it, I mean, they just found it naturally. I don't know, but it certainly felt like they'd worked on that. They'd made sure that they were coming into this series like, look, guys, we need to make sure we're using our operators a little bit better. And I mean, they did exactly that.
Well, now Big move up on the leaderboard here, getting their first win in that column. So that'll make them a little bit happy here. Nexus now 0-3 after that first match of the day. But we still have 3 more matches in store, which means the second match of the day is between Omniscient and Ricey. What do you think you could maybe expect a little bit out of this one, Bobby?
I think we're going to expect to see Omniscient continue to prove themselves, show why they're one of the teams to be feared. They were able to take Kings all the way down to the wire. They handled business last week, and I'm expecting to see them do the same thing. I think there's a couple talented players on Ricey, like Sushi, that will obviously have eyes out for, that are continuing to look to make a name for themselves, but it's definitely a very tall task ahead for them.
Yeah, and that's a good point, because we didn't get to talk about Omniscient too much yet. They are 1-1 on the leaderboard, but like Bobby said, that was at the hands of Kings and it was still a really, really good series. So they are a team that we're still keeping our eyes on to be in that top. They'll be coming up right around the corner. Before we get into that, though, it's time for a short break, so don't go anywhere. You're watching the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how it would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You want to compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. Match number 2 is about to get underway. For just joining us in the first match of the day, it was Big who was able to topple Nexus 3-1, but it was still a very close series and enjoyable to watch. So if you missed it, go back and check it out, see how that went. But for now, we're looking forward to Omniscient versus Ricey, okay? It's going to be a fun one. Omniscient, obviously one of our top teams. Let's start talking about it here, Brody.
Yeah, this is going to be a good one, I think, because we've got high expectations of Omniscient now. At least I think we do. You know, Omniscient after their, what was it, Game 5 versus Kings, a Game 5 that I think we should all be in agreement that they probably should have won. Omniscient are now in our good books for sure. But Ricey, I think, also are a squad that not to be underestimated. I think they beat Zantium earlier on in this season, and they showed a lot of promise in that matchup. So even though I think we all are probably going to say here that Omniscient should be the team to win this series, I don't want to count Ricey out. I think this could still be really competitive.
Ton was saying similar things in the green room, that he thinks Ricey might be able to at least put a little bit of...
I think they'll put a little bit. I
Yeah.
don't think they can win it. I'd be very surprised if they went on to win the series. I'm definitely still favoring Omniscient in this one. But it definitely feels like Ricey have maybe a little bit more to give. And I think if they can find whatever that little bit more is, then maybe they do have something they can bring to the table here. But realistically speaking, Omniscient are a very, very good team, and this will be tough for Ricey, but they do very much have some talent on the squad.
Yeah, I think especially looking at Kahlo and Sushi, those are the two players that have really been popping off for this Ricey squad. And once again, they've shown some promise. They have taken one series. It was a 3-1 that I would believe was against Zantium. Obviously struggled in their second matchup, but they had moments even then that looked like they had at least the potential to take a run at some of these top teams. And obviously Omniscient have talked about the fact that they've only been together for 3-4 weeks, and they're still very much learning how to play with each other, learning how to communicate, whatever that is. So if there does end up being some small fumbles here and there, there may be an opportunity for Ricey to take a map.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good shout as well. We were able to talk to Githilla last week, kind of get his thoughts on the squad and the fact that they were able to just look the way they did with such a small amount of time under their belt as a team was impressive enough. Now they've got another week to learn from and to improve based off of how they feel they performed last week, which we saw was still really, really strong. So I would be a little bit afraid to go up against them.
Yeah, definitely. I think this Omniscient squad are scary. And again, I think, you know, just to come out in the very first day, I think it was the very first day, and go Game 5 with a squad like Kings, last season's champions, by the way, to come out and go Game 5 with them and arguably should have won the series, like, they are a really good team. And as you said, to do it with such little practice, I think the question then becomes, well, what happens when they do get practice, right? What happens when they do start making these adjustments? Because then Omniscient, I mean, if we're to presume it's like a linear thing here, that they are going to get better and better as the season goes on, which, you know, it's esports, you never know, they are going to be a terrifying squad. So Ricey, you know, you got to put a cap on them now.
And we'll have to see in just a few moments here if Ricey is able to do anything when it comes to those picks and bans, maybe make some choices that can either work in their favor or at least ban out the things they know that Omniscient is strongest on so that they can try to work around some of those moments. So we'll pull it up, see what the choices are, because I think the map veto is ready to go. We've started off with Hacienda on hardpoint again.
Every single time, isn't it? Every single time. Look, I think, you know, picks and bans is something we've talked about quite a bit already in terms of teams playing to their strengths rather than looking at the strengths and weaknesses of the opposition. But I think with Omniscient, it's still somewhat of a question mark around their gameplay. We're not 100% sure what they're really good at, what they're really bad at. We're going to get to see Meltdown map number 5 if we do get there. I don't think I've actually even seen Meltdown yet so far. I think we've mostly been on Tunisia and such, and then Raid for the Control is starting to come into things a little bit more. Don't mind the map set, yeah. Nothing too much is jumping out to me, Bobby. I don't know about you.
Yeah, for Omniscient, obviously they had the Hacienda hardpoint loss up against Kings. And once again, the question for them has not been whether or not they're a good hardpoint team. It's whether or not they can close the hardpoints, because in both of the losses that they had up against Kings, those are maps that I would say they probably should have won. I don't think it realistically even should have gone to a map 5 in the first place. And those are the mistakes that really came back to bite them. So if they can make those improvements, play solid all the way start to finish, I think that's when we're going to start to maybe have a chance at thinking this is a team that could be #1 in the region.
Ooh, I like it. I like it. Okay, I'm going to send you guys away. I'm going to let you go get set up on the other side of the studio. But Brody, let's start talking about your opinions on the map set.
Yeah, I'm going to say, I think the one thing I will say, and it's always an interesting conversation, is about Tunisia. Tunisia's in there for map number 2, right? And this is one of those ones that we did see from Omniscient. They were able to take it away versus King's Clan, and they were so good at it because of their sniper presence in the form of Lucky over the B-bomb site, and also some clutch plays from the rest of the team as well, right? But the big thing for me here with this one is, do Ricey learn from that? Do they This is exactly what we're seeing here from Omniscient. We know what to expect, and now we need to adapt from that. Those are the adaptations I want to see. I don't even want to care about what Ricey are bringing to the table for themselves. I care more about specifically what they're going to learn from Omniscient on this map.
I like that. I like that. I like that point. We'll see what they are able to learn in just a few moments here because match number 2 is ready to go. So Bobby and Ton, let's get this thing underway.
All right. Should be a spicy one for the Omniscient boys as they're looking to continue to climb the leaderboards. Definitely have proven that they're deserving of respect, and Sushi looking to continue to earn some respect. Once again, eyes on Kahlo and Sushi. Made some big-time plays in their first match. Maybe slowed down a little bit as they went against some tougher competition, but we know that this is an Omniscient team that maybe struggles a tiny bit with consistency issues, especially in the hard point. So I think if Ricey are going to take a map, they've got to look to capitalize there.
Yeah, let's see. I think it is going to be very, very difficult here for Ricey. Like, realistically speaking, Omniscient, we still are kind of having them as a top 3 team. But this is the kind of game which can be a little bit of a banana skin, right? Against a team that you are expected to beat. You are expected to beat relatively comfortably, and these are the kind of games that if you are not that top tier team, you can lose them. Let's see though, as we do head over towards Hacienda. Omniscient typically in hardpoint have been solid, but what can Ricey offer to the table here? Can they upset the odds? Not a bad kickoff. Some points over towards P1 is never bad, but you're setting up a P2 towards Garage as quickly as you possibly can as Omniscient starting to get some kills straight away onto the bottom.
And we continue to see roster changes for this Omniscient squad as well, as we do actually have Balance coming back into the roster, playing alongside Rasmo. I believe he was out of the rotation last week, so questions around how they will be continuing to play together. But off the start, as expected for Omniscient, they're building a big lead right there. Rush finally going to be able to break the point, looking to set up to build some time, but it's lucky from the top side, shutting them down. Brinks reinforces right here as they're getting whatever scraps they can find on this initial entry. It is going to be Kahlo going big early. 5 kills on the board for him, doing pretty much all the damage for this Ricey squad, but it's Omniscient picking up the scraps. 1 player rotated early for Ricey. What can he do? Not a whole lot. Shut down instantly. Turtle trying to find some semblance of hardpoint control. He can't find anything, and Etudes all the way in the reeds right there. Actually going to be able to find a 2-piece, and he is being very pesky for Omniscient.
Yeah, and honestly, looking at that rotation, it was Ricey the first ones here, and then they got kind of wiped away at the wrong time. But then that play coming in from Etudes towards the water side. Big plays kept Omniscient in a bit. Spawn starting to come in and a little bit all over the place. You can see there's a pinch potentially being set up here as Omniscient do have 1 player in Rasmo. Sitting there towards Spawn. I think Rasmo actually not even playing at this stage, but Satins is there to get the Spawn with him. Rasmo now reconnected, and that will maybe help Omniscient out now, but it's looking like Ricey are going to take a lead here. 20 seconds to play for towards Garage.
Etudes gonna get flashed right there. Saturns opens things up. There's an explosion, a Rasmo kill, and just like that, 4 in the feed for Omniscient. A clean break as they do retake the lead. That's gonna set up an early rotation for Ricey right here. 1 player all the way through. That's gonna be Etudes, looking like he's going to be the anchor for this squad and should be able to find at least 1 here onto Gothilla. That he does indeed, and they're going to be able to hop on through, but no topside control. Brink's going to look to apply some pressure and rush an unfortunate nade onto himself.
Yeah, Omniscient finding the wraparound over towards the balcony side, and all of a sudden this break becomes a little bit easier. You do have 1 player though, that is Brinks, who was behind. No trade quite coming on through, and he is the one that can slow things down here. In terms of Omniscient getting some sort of control. Spawns towards the back now for Ricey, looking towards the scoreboard. It's a slight lead for Omniscient, and already here we are. The Sparrow, the Equalizer, both out here now for the side of Omniscient. They want every single one these last 30 seconds, and this should be a hard break now for Ricey, but a big kill coming in from Kahlo. Manages to find 1, but Satins are lucky, able to follow it up. They may well get rid of the Equalizer, but can't get rid of the rest of Omniscient. 20 seconds to play for here, over towards P3, and Omniscient looking solid.
Gothilla, Annihilator is popped, but there's nobody spawning that direction. They've actually hopped down behind him. An opportunity for Ricey to pick up the scraps right here. Not looking like a huge disparity between these 2 teams so far. And Turtle hopping on over, trying to find shots onto Saturn to get things cleared, but not really a worthwhile gunfight to be taking, especially when you've got no control toward Next. It is going to be Rush pushing toward Lambo to see if he can pinch right there. But for the time being, it is going to be Omniscient locking things down here on P4.
Need some time if they can get it. Ricey really do need to hold this down, but Balance just doing balance things inside of P4, but he can only well slow down Ricey momentarily. Satins is here though to pick up 2. He's got Gathila alongside of him, and with 40 seconds to play for here, Omniscient starting to gain some more control. After P1 and P2, things weren't necessarily looking the best, but it's not how you start the game, it's very much how you finish it. Telling Carlo though, investing a couple of operators here. That is, of course, the War Machine, the Annihilator. Already used now by Ricey, but they need to make these count here now.
Rush, trying to see if anybody looks to hop over right here. Does find that opening kill. Will his teammates have his back? Etude's going to be able to find one, but they can't completely stop the push out of Omniscient. Now 110 points on the board. Etude looks to pinch, but Lucky spawns directly behind him. Ricey continued to try to make that final push, and P4, one of the few where it doesn't really hurt you to try to make that last ditch effort, just because it does give you that initial map control toward the top of P1. Now, right now, nobody occupying the hard point for either team. A fierce battle on the top side as both teams trying to lock down map control.
And I think for Ricey, they kind of take a small win where things were getting a little bit out of hand. Managed to close the gap by about 20 or 30 points though, and it is now down to around 40. Still got mountains to climb, so to speak, but at least you keep it within the, well, realms of possibility, to say the least. Briggs and Turtle find a couple of kills over towards the top side. We're thinking about this rotation over towards the garage sign. Every single time it feels like I'm saying that Ricey find a couple of kills, it is answered in turn from Omniscient. 1, 2, 3, 4. And all of a sudden, Ricey can do very, very little about this predicament. They now find themselves in rotation over towards P2, starting to come into effect. 20 seconds to go here, over towards P1. And you can see in the bottom left corner on your minimap, it is Omniscient very much dominating the side of the map that they do indeed need to be on.
Yep. Ricey picking up scraps right here. One player on rotation, trying to see if he can poke a hole in the defense, and that's going to be Etudes and Kahlo. Big time two-piece right there, but instantly traded out and nobody in position to contest for the time being. They're going to look to push from Statue and see what type of damage they can do. Anticipate smokes coming down right here as they look to find a push, but there's Balance. Equalizer in hand, trying to cut off any entry point. That's a Sparrow. Damage has been done, and Ricey have found the break, at least initially.
It's the same thing, isn't it? You say that Ricey are trying to find something, and all of a sudden Omniscient turn it right on its head. A couple of wasted operators coming in from a lot of players. Actually, with this board was looking a lot more lively in terms of the operators, but all of a sudden they have completely gone. Kahlo is here to find 2, but Rasmo still with the claw in hand, just spraying it away. Kahlo guns him. The rest of Ricey need to be here, though, as Omniscient starting to get some control again, but it's rushes to shut it down. In the end, it spawns towards the back for Omniscient, may well help them get control, but 15 seconds to go here on P2. An opportunity wasted by Omniscient, but an opportunity very much taken by Ricey to close that gap.
And the hard point issues continue to persist for Omniscient as they're starting to give away this lead. This is the problem that they saw during their match against Kings as well. Brinks is going to find one to open things up. Not going to be able to take down Saturn. So once again, Omniscient in position to get the early time. But that may be Kahlo flipping out spawns right there. Brinks being pesky on the backside. But players in all directions for Omniscient, they've got to make these reads perfectly. They do not. And Etudes has broken on through with the Purifier in hand. He's going to be able to find 2, and that should open an opportunity for Ricey to continue to close that gap.
Really, really lovely break coming in from Ricey. Very patient with that top plat control, and then just make it count when the push starts to come on through. They get the pinch set up, they find the kills, and while once again, every single time it feels like Ricey are finding a way back into it, finding a big opening, Omniscient answer back with the slaying prowess that is just at the highest level. It's 26 to Saturn's. Balance is coming in with 20 alongside of him. Gathila sitting there at 23. And the slaying battle very much being won by Omniscient. But that 30-point gap or so has kind of really been as far away as Omniscient have got in this game so far, Bobby. 5 seconds to go. Scrap time will go towards Omniscient. Ricey not quite going to be there for the rotation as well. Feels like Ricey a little bit slow in rotation sometimes.
Yep, and that was a really yellow feed for a really long time. 2 players set up on the outskirts. I don't think that they realize there's somebody on the point, but it is going to be Kahlo and Turtle winning a couple right there. It's actually 3 for Turtle. Kahlo finds another, and all of a sudden the hard point's been cleared. Balance, the only player here enabled contest. He gets shut down as well. Even with those late rotations, Ricey have done a phenomenal job of breaking the hard point up against one of the most experienced teams that we have in all of Europe. Saturn's looking to contest right here. Nice hop-up play from Gathila, but he's not going to be able to survive that one, but a wasted War Machine for Turtle, and that's one that could hurt dearly.
just the kind of thing that you don't want to happen if you're Ricey, because now all of a sudden Omniscient find themselves inside the point. War Machine, Sparrow, both out now, and that's something that Ricey are going to have to try and run through. And right now, while they're struggling, Turtle is able to find a kill to answer, but once again, Satins is an absolute reaper for Omniscient, sitting around 33 kills, and they will rise. About to break the 200-point mark if you're Omniscient, but we'll have to be over towards P1 as we head into a third rotation of hills. Omniscient starting to stretch their legs just a little bit now. The opportunity has been there for Ricey. There's been a couple of rotations. I don't want to say they fumbled them necessarily, but the slaying power for Omniscient, for all that we have talked about some of these games where they let these leads slip just a little bit, it just feels like that slaying prowess that they do have gets them out of jail on occasion.
It definitely felt like on P3, it was a little bit of maybe a confidence shake for Ricey as they were getting completely cooked. And you got to think in situations like that, maybe a lapse in communication. Gothilla going to be able to clear out the bottom side, hops the objective, reads Brinks, but unfortunate timing on the flash throw right there. Players will persist on the bottom side regardless. And for a lot of this, the time that Ricey's been getting, it's not because they've been out slaying, but just better teamwork on the hard point has allowed them to pick up time even when they're getting outslayed as heavily as they are. Look, one player at 30 kills, just about everybody on that Omniscient squad's at 30 kills, and Ricey have still been able to keep things close, but it seems like the slaying department may have grown a little bit too large for this Omniscient squad. Right now, Ricey need to hold the line.
Yeah, absolutely. You find these next couple of kills. Brinks is now all of a sudden left on his own. Where are the rest of the team? You need to get there. Through the front door comes Gothilla, comes Satins, and the kills start to flow for them as well. Omniscient with some sort of control, and the core damage is just far too strong. Make it 3 for Rasmo. Lights them all up. Turtle may well be the next one, the chopping block, but does find the kill. And now all of a sudden Omniscient starting to bring in the heavy artillery. Here comes the War Machine. Here comes Ricey's final stand. Omniscient in full control, Bobby.
And you throw out the smokes, but there's only so much you can do to push through a War Machine, but they somehow make it happen anyway. Unfortunately, it's about a 90-point gap that they're going to have to close, so the rest of this hard point has got to be perfect. Good value for Rush on the equalizer right there. He's going to be able to push out a little bit and try to make sure they can lock in all of this scrap time. And if they let him rotate fully right here, he could 100% be taking that into P3 as well. He's going to hit the wide wrap instead, does not want to give up that utility if he doesn't have to. And Balance may give away some information on the hop-up right there. He does indeed, but Lucky's there on the backside to continue cutting off those rotations.
And the thing is with Lucky there, he's just setting up, looking for information, looking for his team to help them out on which way Ricey are coming from. A couple of different directions is what they've got to watch, and Satins, well, he's not going to be able to watch anything for much longer. Etude's finding his way through, but taken down pretty much straight away. It's going to be 2 coming in here for Lucky. 5 seconds to go for Omniscient. It's Lucky, the only one in the kill feed. Has the Sparrow completely wasted, but the kills are still there for Omniscient. Ricey, are you close enough? 1 second away, and there is the game. Omniscient closed it out, and I don't want to say it was a scrappy game necessarily. It always felt like they were really in control. But Ricey were just about there on a couple of occasions, a couple of better rotations, a couple of different holds. You're looking at a different scoreline.
Yeah, 100%. They felt very, very dependent on the break to be able to win that one, which is a little bit surprising because typically those break-dependent teams are going to be ones that are very slaying heavy. For the most part, they were getting outslayed for the majority of that game and were somehow still able to make it happen. Once again, really a lot of that just coming down to their teamwork and their ability to find trades at those most crucial times. Omniscient, given how close that was, still doesn't make me feel great about their hard point. And obviously we heard from Gothilla that he feels like their search is definitely their best game mode. I feel like still some improvements to be made just in the way that your teamwork looks whenever you're getting onto the hard point, when you reinforce, when you stay on the outside to maintain the map control. And I think if they can find a little bit more flexibility in the roles that they have, they can definitely have an opportunity to close out games in a much more comfortable fashion.
I mean, look, we know that the talent is very much there for Omniscient. And I think, you know, maybe I don't want to say we're ever being overly critical of them, but I think it's at the same time we sort of know how good they can be. You see the talent that is on offer in that game. That is what is literally getting them game wins at this stage. Satins, again, a standout performance from him. 44 kills on the SMG for Omniscient. Very, very good performance. He's one of the ones to watch out for, really, this season, Satins. He's been one of the players who's impressed me the most on that SMG.
Oh, yeah, 100%. And you looked at the stat lines for that Ricey's squad, and once again, there was one player that went positive, and he was +2. They had multiple players that were -13 or worse, and they were still able to keep it as close as they were. Part of that, you got to say, is a credit to Ricey and the way they were able to play the map, but you do have to look toward that Omniscient squad and say, like, what can you do to give yourself a little bit more breathing room? Because once again, when you're up against your exclusives and your kings, they're not going to let you make those many mistakes.
I mean, you're not going to outslay that bad as well, are you? It's going to be a lot more difficult. But still, a very good win for the side of Omniscient to take us into map number 2, which will be coming up in just a second. But I think for us, the discussion for Omniscient is, what do they need to do to bring themselves to that next level? We know their Search and Destroy is good. Their control could do with some work, but I am honestly just too harsh on these teams about their control after watching CDL ones for years and years. I think realistically, though, their hard point is in an okay place. But what do you think it is for them to bring it to that next level, to be able to push Kings, to be able to push exclusive, those kind of sides?
I mean, I think part of it is getting a set starting 5, because for the most part, I think we've seen a different starting 5 for them in every single matchup that they've had so far. And I think once you have those players in those set places, then they can feel a little bit more comfortable in their role to have that flexibility to hop the objective when they need to, rather than just having your ARs post up in the top side and not doing anything else, not going anywhere close to the objective. And that's a change that we saw in Luminosity between Stage 4 and Stage 5 last year. Is one of the big issues that they had is they had their main AR Tectonic in a very, very stationary role. They switched him to a little bit more of a flex player, and that drastically improved their hard point and was definitely a big game changer for the way that they did that. So we'll see what Omniscient can do now here heading into Search and Destroy. We know this is where they feel most comfortable, and they send full flood toward the mid-map right here. I'm not sure anybody's going to be prepared for this one, but the set nade to open things up out of Turtle should slow down the push initially.
I think First Bloods are going to be absolutely massive for this one, especially with considering how good we know Omniscient are on this defensive side. Lucky with that sniper, as somebody I was just about to mention, finds Carlo. And then all of a sudden, you're back into a 4 versus 4. It's about these picks, it's about the First Bloods. Defensive side, you can send one player over towards B. If you can win your gunfight over towards A, you'll defend that as well. Easier said than done on occasion, though. Looking towards the mini-map in the bottom left corner, though. Nice setup here from Ricey. Very dominant over towards that A side. You need Rush just to play as that island player over towards B. You got to get them kept alive, at least find one if they do find that push. Good patient play here from Ricey so far. 1 minute to go.
They've looked good, and it looks like Balance is not going to opt to get aggressive toward mid right there, wrapping back toward A. Bomb is all alone over toward B. Very risky play, especially if he gets taken down right here. There may be a pinch coming through as Turtle has an opportunity to take him down, and he's going to do exactly that. Now the bomb's completely isolated. Saturn's needs to find this kill, and he's not going to be able to make it happen. All of a sudden, Omniscient in a bad spot. Saturn's going to be able to find the trade, but you can't afford to go 1v1 or 1-for-1 at this point. Now it's down to Saturn's and Lucky, as it will be those Ricey players now positioning themselves in the outskirts around the bomb.
The problem that they've got now is just time is not on their side. Turtle's going to be the one watching over for this wrap that will come on through. I'd imagine he had an idea that the bomb is there. He will turn around, he will check, he will find Lucky, and all of a sudden Saturn's left on his own. Really, really good first round coming out from Ricey. But I think ultimately, you know, you pointed out very correctly, it's the bold play that comes in from Turtle to then push around and find that flank. Gets a little bit of fortunate timing, to be fair, you know, on the play with the bomb. I believe it was Balance, as you mentioned. Finds that pick, finds the bomb, and that is the round completely dead for Omniscient. Defensive side again. On the side of Ricey, bit of a bigger B rush here. Put a lot of stock into the snipers here if you're Omniscient, because there will be players watching it, but it is going to be Rush who's just sitting up nice and close, and Personal finds one, finds two as well. Big plays coming out from Rush. He will eventually fall, but on his sword. 2 kills to his name, and now Ricey have the numbers, but Omniscient have the bomb site.
Kahlo going to be weak, but able to regen off of that one as well. So Saturn's knows somebody looking to make that mid peak, but Ricey are very comfortable to sit back and hope for an over-aggression out of Omniscient. Fakes the plant right there. Is Turtle going to bite? He will not. Rasmo gets way too aggressive in a dangerous spot to have a sniper. He gets shut down, and once again they continue to peek through. Kahlo, sniper connects, and now it's all down to Saturn's 1v3 opportunity for him, but with those initial shots landing, that should be another locked in round for Ricey as Etude slides the corner, and a 2-0 start in this one is definitely not what we expected.
It feels like Omniscient were just not taking their opportunity there, though, right? I mean, look, Ricey were there in numbers through the mid-map and over towards the back arch side, but still had one player in Brinks over towards A. Just chilling on there in case the wrap came through. Omniscient had maybe a little bit more control than they give themselves credit for. Whoa. That's a big nade from Balance onto Carlo, and all of a sudden this site is broken wide open. Rush can find one this time, but no more. And all of a sudden a 4 versus 3, make it a 4 versus 2. Omniscient looking to put the first round on the board, but that nade to open things up, Bobby. It's a special way to kick it off.
Absolutely crucial, leaving 2 players right here. Brinks on the flank, seeing if he can find some timing to go his way, but I think Saturn's has the information. Rasmo peeks across. I don't know where he was going. Brinks picks another, and just like that, we're into a 2v2. Careless play out of Omniscient. Gathilla is going to be able to pick up one, but still a 1v2 opportunity for a 2. It slides the corner, peeks it perfectly, but unfortunately for him, Gathilla's shots were cleaner. Still a very shaky round for Omniscient in what should have been very easy to close out. And some of these mistakes have definitely got to get cut out, as it's very apparent Ricey are not playing around.
I think it's those kind of rounds that, you know, you've been in them yourself. You're 5v2, you're kind of chilling, running around. All of a sudden, you make a couple of little missteps, and the round can take a turn for the West. Big push going to come on through. Brinks gets dealt with very, very quickly. Gathilla is going to be able to back on down, but he won't have Rasmo in turn anymore. Plenty of presence here from Ricey over towards the A site. You're going to have to clean them out. And Tudes makes the push, and Satins makes the read. Turtle falls as well, and then all of a sudden Omniscient have complete control.
Oh, man. Lucky. Working with pixels right there. Going to be able to find the headshot. Now all down to Rush. Or at any weapon but an R9, I'd say maybe there's a chance, but so little range that you're going to have right here. It's going to be too easy to read. Balance takes him down right there, and now back-to-back rounds for Omniscient. They tie things up right here, and starting to look a little bit more decisive and more like the Omniscient that we're used to.
I think those opening picks just help so much, don't they? Saturn's finding 2 inside of the site with the AR as well. You'll love to see it. Nade's starting to come on through once again. Omniscient putting all their eggs well in the A basket by the looks of things. A lot of players heading this way. You can see Rush already finding himself in an advanced position over towards the B side, considering the flank, and it's gonna be the body shot lucky. Well, there's not this time around, as the shots just don't land, but balances do. There's 2 coming on through, and it's gonna be Carlo to find one to answer back. 3 versus 3.
It is chaotic over on A right now. Trades back and forth. Omniscient get the better of them with the smokes clearing off that area. Should be able to get the plant on down, but one shotgun shot connects for Rush, and he's able to pick up a sniper as well. The smoke clears. May have an angle to work with, but he's going to opt to check this mid angle once again. Does not want to get caught off guard. And Carlo continues to play that backside angle, hoping for just a tiny little sliver to hit a snipe. Looks like Omniscient are not going to afford it to him. Saturns gets the information right there, and Gathilla peeks the corner. Could not have been played any better.
Yep, Satins is there to bait out the shots, fires them away, and he releases his teammate to do the dirty work for him. Gathilla is there to find those last 2 kills. Really nice play coming in for Omniscient. They may have found themselves 2-0 down, but now find themselves 3-2 up. Still on the attack, and I really do worry for Ricey now, because the defensive side of things for Omniscient on this map in particular is very, very solid. This guy on your screen now in Lucky. Not going to be able to do much about Rushes behind the bomb here with the R9, and is he going to be able to do much of himself? Not quite. Gathilla Balance getting the job done there. Mid-map there is B control completely over towards Omniscient. Ricey need to find a miracle to find this round. It's a 5 versus 3 retake in favor of Omniscient.
And nobody really in position to get any information, so they're going to have to check every corner on the way in right here. Gathilla in a nasty one to get that opening information, and Balance in the other. There he is, picking up a 2-piece, and now all down to Carlo. Sniper in hand. Not a lot that he can hope to work with right there, and that's 4 rounds in a row going through for Omniscient as they dominate on the back end of the offense.
And now over towards the defensive side. It feels clean-cut that the defense does feel a little easier on this map as well. Just one of those things where there's only a certain amount of different ways that you can come through, but if you're going to offer yourself up like that, Keller will say, thank you very much. Rasmo, the first to fall. And all of a sudden, Omniscient have the lesser numbers. What can Ricey do with this information? What can they do with this advantage? You need to do something pretty quickly. 3 rounds away from going to 2-0 down. There's the second one as well. Maybe Omniscient just checking a little bit too aggressively here.
Lucky's in a good spot and should have had that audio cue right there, but
that's his teammate.
That's his teammate, so obviously he doesn't want to shoot him. Godzilla.
I thought the same thing with the way he was running.
Godzilla makes the read onto Rush right there, and that's once again a player down for Ricey, but back the other direction. Kahlo finds one once again.
Gotta be good this.
Yep, big time play right here. They make the wrap all the way through. Bomb is going to go down right here. And right now, you need a pick for Lucky. Looked like he had the angle right there, but it's not going to connect for some reason. And now it's going to be a Tudes backing on up to make it that much more difficult. It's going to force Godzilla to find the opener with an SMG. He's going to have to read this one perfectly.
You just don't give these away if you're Ricey. Brinks is there to find the kill. Just about gets it onto Godzilla. And now all of a sudden, Lucky left in a 1 versus 3. It's great shots on the kill. 13 seconds now to go. Still has plenty of time. Goes for the fake, but he's got somebody behind him as well in the Tudes. This is just surely not possible. It's just surely not possible. Bobby Brinks is going to go for the check. Woo! Doesn't hit the shot. Will not have the time. And Brinks plays his life very, very well. Well played from Lucky, but just not quite good enough. I don't know if he would have had time. It was very, very close.
As long as you start defusing before it hits 4, you can do it. That was scary close to another miracle 1v3 for him. And really just one shot short right there. That keeps Ricey close in this one. We'll see if they can continue to find those opening picks, as obviously it's going to be a very different approach from Omniscient, and they full send to take top winery right there. Balance, making sure nobody can find a rotation out if they're already there, and Ricey have been forced completely back into spawn. Nothing to work with over toward that A side. It's probably going to take somebody getting taken down to do it, but they're not really going to have much option but to try to force over toward B.
And getting control of Winery over to that side completely locks this side of the map down pretty much for Omniscient. Unless you can fish out balance at this stage, you're in such a tough spot if you're Ricey. Has to be a B hit, but you're looking at the minimap in the bottom left corner. Look how much real estate Omniscient have in the middle of the map. They push themselves so far up. Ricey have barely left their spawn. A minute gone. And Ricey really not with many options here, and you can see the push starting to come through from Balance. Rushes here, waiting with the right weapon, but maybe not quite the right angle. Balance has to be careful to push this because here comes the R9 shots, but Balance will win the gunfight as he should do. A fight for Lucky over towards the B side as well as, importantly, one, because if he falls, then all of a sudden there is a door wide open over towards the B side. But now Ricey left in the 2 versus 5. It's just such a hard round to win unless Turtle can provide a miracle for his team. Balance finds the kill. It's a 1 versus 4 now for the side of Brinks.
And he's completely stuck right here. Nearly finds the kill onto Rasmo, but the boxing gloves connect first. Omniscient extend the lead out a little bit more right there as they get aggressive in that top winery position. Don't allow those opening picks for Ricey and are able to handle that round relatively easily. See if they can continue to do it, as it looks like Ricey going to get aggressive over toward B, but it looks like it's been read here by Omniscient as they send 3 players this direction, and a very risky play as they're going to need to find opening picks through the smoke right here, and it is a nasty lockdown position for Omniscient. They're going to be forced to rotate back the opposite way.
Let's play here for Ricey though. If they go quickly, they should be able to win the foot race, but Omniscient are very much committed over towards B. Send 1 player in Satins, which, well, if it is Satins, they may well be the only one that you need over towards that A side. But is it a rock back around through mid? Ricey with a lot more map control in this round than the last. Satins, though, set over towards the A side. This first kill is going to be huge. Got to hit those shots maybe a little bit quicker, Turtle, and you could have got out, but a 1-for-1 trade. So what does that do for Omniscient? What does it do for their information? Well, this one is what's going to give it away. Good shots coming in from Satins, especially with Rush in that position. Probably had the R9. Satins can find the kill and get out. Big players coming in from Satins. Now Omniscient in her 4 versus 3.
They're going to commit to that wrap back toward A, but Saturn's still yet to be dealt with. It looks like he is going to have eyes toward that initial entry, but no real sight toward Winery. Should be able to get audio cues on anybody dropping out from above. Kahlo going to get spotted and absolutely beamed. They're still looking to clear him out, and obviously you see the rest of those Omniscient players start rotating. Rasmo's going to be able to spot one out. Etudes big time pick with the sniper in hand, but they are dead set on these boxing glove kills, and they find it right there as Omniscient 1 round away from locking in game 2.
Quick 1-2 coming in from Sands to put a rubber stamp on that round. And for Ricey there, you look, I like the opening play from them. It was nice to see that push coming over, and Omniscient answered it in force. But then I think it's very easy as commentators to be seeing where everybody is in the map and say, well, why didn't they do this? And it's easy for you guys at home to do the same. But realistically speaking, they didn't know that nobody from Omniscient was over towards their side. If they had the power of the information that we had, S&D would be significantly easier. A couple of kills coming on through, though. So Ricey looking to try and get this S&D to last just a little bit longer. Rasmo and Gathila are now dealt with. Omniscient left in a 3 versus 5, but they are on the defensive side. That's a big kill coming in from Balance and can get out. That was the bomb.
I'm not sure if Balance actually realized that was bomb, though, especially with the speed at which he got out of there. This could still be an opportunity for Ricey to make something happen. Turtle reads that angle perfectly. Just like that, down to Lucky and Balance. Rush, not going to win that gunfight. That's a bit of an ego chow right there. Makes it a bit too easy, and with that, should definitely know that the bomb has been dropped once again. Ricey do still have that man advantage. Saturn's, or actually Balance, going to opt to back all the way up right here and just try to play that information, see if they can bank on Ricey trying to get aggressive over toward that B site. Still 42 seconds to work with. They're taking a whole lot of time right here, and Turtle finally going to... Nope, he's going to check the corner first. And every extra second that you take, the tougher the position you put yourself in.
Well, this is the problem, though, because the fact that Balance was around here means that you have to check those corners, irrelevant of them not being there. But now with 23 seconds, you've got to start moving. Balance has been huge in this round, and Lucky is there, ready and waiting. And if you're Ricey, you've got to get over towards the other side of the map, and you've got to do it very, very quickly. Callow now trying to set up through the middle of the map. This bomb should have the ability to go down. And now for Omniscient. You played this as well as you possibly could have. I think it was a 5v3 at one stage, or a 5v2. But the kills have come through from Balance. He has been that guy. Lucky's going to have to be the one to try and find the opening pick. The shots are fired in. No! Three's like the jump just about saves him, and Balance will fall. And once again, Lucky not quite getting the rub of the green that he maybe deserved. The shot was looking good, but it's the jump up, I believe, from Callow to save his life. Very, very difficult from there. That was a close one. But honestly, Ricey were in control the majority of that round, and they made it very, very hard for themselves.
Yeah. And once again, when you put the bomb in that isolated position to where they can die and you have no idea where anybody in the surrounding area is, it's always just going to cost you a lot of extra time. And in that situation, it costs them extra lives as well.
Yeah. It's about having the luxury of wanting to go to either bomb side, depending on where you find the kills, right?
Yeah.
So I kind of get it, but it is a risk-reward play, to say the least. Omniscient now, still one away. Nicely making this maybe a little bit more of a game than we thought it would be. Rasmo is there to find first blood, though, and it feels like Omniscient haven't necessarily found that first blood as of recent, and rounds have started to bleed because of that. But now they can. Callow gets taken down as being the top performer on Ricey so far in the Search and Destroy, and was really, really solid in map number 1 as well. It's a good scalp to take if you're Omniscient here early in round 11. Math's hard sometimes, honestly.
I think Gathila got an audio cue off of that one, so that lets them get a little bit more aggressive. And right now, Ricey continuing to sit back, and when you've allowed Omniscient to take this much map control, you've once again put yourself in a rough spot. We saw them do this on their first offensive round as well, and it did not pay off. Hoping for a wallbang to connect right there, but not going to be able to find anything. And once again, just hoping for an over-aggression out of Omniscient, but they're very content to sit back. And with Gathila pushing forward, I think he got the information right there. He did indeed. Finds Brinks right there. That's going to be an easy kill. Can't make it 2, though. Big-time trade out of Rush. And you at least keep your hopes in the round alive, but now you've got to go quickly, and there's already one player on A. They're actually wrapping toward B. This timing could be perfect. It looks like Saturn's going to sit back and wait, and he may have the play right here for Omniscient to close things out. Listening for that audio cue, will Turtle find a kill? And he does, and just like that, there's hope for Ricey in this round.
They're leaving it till the very last second every single time. 3 versus 3, though. You got the bomb to defend. It is down at A, and 35 seconds or so to go. Omniscient on the way over. Is it going to come off the back of Lucky trying to find a pick? I think Ricey have been really good in these post-plant situations. They're not giving anything up. Rasmo around the corner. This is going to be the big moment if he can find the shots, but it's going to be Lucky's to eventually find Turtle. And here comes the pinch balance from behind. He gets taken down, but Lucky's already found two. The Tude's now up top. Bomb to defend. Now being defused. Oh, and the shot on the Rasmo wasn't quite good enough. And there is the follow-up. Lucky already defusing. And Omniscient 2 to the good now. And a search and destroy that was, I want to say, more stressful than it really should have been. Both these two teams, questionable players across the board, but Omniscient will be happy to take that one away. Shaky start from them, but the mid-game, absolute dominance, especially in the attacking rounds from them. A really, really good game out of Omniscient, but some crazy, crazy rounds.
That was one of the most indecisive Tunisias I've ever seen. Typically, we're used to seeing that in firing range where you sit back and hope that your sniper can find a first blood before you commit to anything, but it's typically the team that gets aggressive in the Tunisia search and destroy that'll have the advantage, and both teams just wanted to sit back and play for picks and left some very, very difficult situations for themselves when they weren't able to capitalize on those opening first bloods. Obviously, Omniscient come out on top, but it was not a convincing search and destroy by any means.
No, not at all. A very, very close game in the grand scheme of things. Again, Callow was there, trying to help his team out as much as he possibly could. Looking over towards Omniscient, it's Gathila, it's Satins, it's Balance, very much running the show. Good performance coming in here for our Omniscient so far. But I think, you know, as well, you know, we are critical of them. But at the same time, these are the kind of games that can be a little bit slippery, but they are making the best of what's been offered to them here so far. Yes, okay, the hard point could have been cleaner. The search and destroy definitely could have been cleaner as well. But sometimes when you're not playing your best and you still find the wins is the hallmark of a very, very good team. And they're looking solid here so far up against Ricey. Map number 3 going to be coming up in a second over towards Control. And this is always the question mark for me in some of these series. You never know who's going to walk away with a Control win. So is this the potential opportunity now for Ricey to bring this one back? Omniscient still, I think, you know, you look at the slaying battle, which is something that really does dictate how Control goes. Omniscient have been above and beyond the better team on that front.
Yeah, no question about it. In the hard point, you can lose the slaying battle and still easily win the game, but trying to do that in Control is just a completely different beast. Like, you have to have some god-tier timing, getting onto an objective, or on the defensive side, just controlling the map to really have any hope of making that happen. So we'll see what Ricey can bring to the table. Sushi played map 1, right?
I feel like he did.
Okay, because he was not playing map 2.
I did notice he wasn't in map 2.
Yeah.
I was scratching my head a little bit.
We don't usually see a whole lot of mid-series substitutions, but maybe potentially, I believe it was Brinks they brought in, or maybe he was already in. Whoever they brought in, potentially more of an S&D specialist, but obviously now you head to the Control, and you could very well miss his presence unless they're allowed to make multiple substitutions, which I didn't think was the case, but, you know, I haven't read the rule book all the way through in the past year, so it's very, very possible changes could be made. I would definitely anticipate they would like to have him in the Control because he was absolutely their biggest player whenever they did take that up against Zantium. I almost said Zidium, but he's definitely a player that they're going to want to have in there. We'll see if he's back in the rotation, but obviously he and Kahlo making big-time plays, unfortunately, hasn't been quite enough for the first couple of maps.
No, not quite. Map number 3 now coming up, though. As we go over towards Raid. No, it still Brinks in there. Was Sushi in map number 1?
I swear that he was, but my memory may be failing. It's definitely possible.
We're getting a little bit older, Bobby.
Tell me about it.
Maybe I'll speak for myself a little bit more than anything, but into Raid we go. Put it this way, I remember casting over Raid, I want to say 10 years ago, so yeah, you take from that what you want. Gathila and Satins open things up here. Control wasn't in the game at this time, of course, but now it is, and very much here to stay. Omniscient with a good amount of control over towards the B-side. Balance just absolutely causing havoc. Can Nelly find the third, but it's Gathila there to pick up the pieces. 2 segments now tipping it away over towards the B-side. Beautiful play from Omniscient. I love the initial control. You then push through, get laundry control as well. It's a good fight. You got to win against Satins. Rushes. No, he's had his pants down. And this kill feed looks yellow. So does B. Omniscient locking this down. And they can transition over towards A very, very quickly.
Ricey did not even make an attempt to stop that B cap. They just said, well, yeah, they'll stack up on A and see how long they can hold it. Only down 4 lives right here, so not the worst thing in the world, but you've absolutely got to keep kitchen control if you want to have a chance of defending here. And oh my smokes, sent out left and right for Omniscient as they look to make the push up right there. Turtle's going to fall. Kahlo trying to slow down the push. He's going to be able to find one. Does not go traded right there. Lucky hoping to find him through that tight little angle right there, but nades continue to go over top, and they'll be able to keep him pushed back for a little bit, but Lucky sneaks on through, Brinks on the top side there to shut him down. Can he find the second? No, he cannot, and just like that, kitchen control has been sacrificed, and that's the opening that Omniscient are looking for.
Very nicely done. Slowly chipped away at that control over towards kitchen and finally got themselves through. I mean, if you are Ricey, you do have somebody on the back line in terms of Turtle who can potentially do something here. Briggs and Co can find a couple of kills, as can the Toots, and now all of a sudden Turtle starts to move into position. I like this play from Omniscient though. They push forward, knowing that they've lost control of the site. They'd like to remain, well, somewhat inside of the area, but do get taken down. And all of a sudden now they have been forced away, but looking at those lives, it's a 5 life difference, making the 6 life difference now as Omniscient starting to put a little bit more pressure on. Satins can find one. He's going to look for the second around the side of the ticket. He cannot find the last. Good play coming in from Omniscient, but at this stage they can just slay. 5 lives remaining for Ricey here on the defensive side. You've got to hold somehow.
And if you're Ricey, you're very happy to let them just continue to push forward, because with 1 minute and 10 seconds to work with, you do not want to put yourself at a disadvantage, but 2 players make it 3, drop right there. Now all down to a Tudes. 1v7, he's been good for them so far, but with players hopping the objective, this should be the avenue that Omniscient take to get the win right here. He's not even going to opt to peek it, and they lock in round number 1. So looking back, typically an offensive-sided map is something Brody's talked about a lot. Omniscient take it, but once again, not necessarily in convincing fashion, but the fact that you're opening this up with 4 operators ready to go should put you in a good position to defend this B zone as they absolutely full send it.
Let's see. Utility is very much something that can be important over towards the start of this one. Rush is going to be the one to find it on Gatila, but Rasmo balance in here now, and there's the equalizer, and there's exactly what happens when somebody of this quality pulls it out the back pocket. 3 kills coming through very, very quickly. A very quick transition here for the side of Ricey, making their movements over towards the A side. If you Gatila, you've got to try and find something, although you may not need it because balance is here and finds all 3 of them. A slaying clinic from Omniscient so far, and now they can push up, and now they can lock Ricey back into their spawn. Dangerous, dangerous waters.
Yeah, this could get ugly quickly. The Annihilator is going to disappear. Turtle's able to find 1 right there, but down 13 lives already. They've only found 3 kills in total this round, and they have full sent the operators. It has paid off big time. As right now, Ricey scrambling to get out of spawn, and you cannot afford for this spawn trap to go into play. Balance, they're trying to deal with him, but they absolutely can't do it. He's doing the spawn trap by himself. Now on a 6 spree right here. Nobody's going to peek on the opposite side, but with only 15 lives remaining, seeming like only a matter of time as Gatila has snuck all the way through, and they're still trying to spawn trap those last 3 respawns away.
Trying to keep them down best as they possibly can. Balance on an absolute tear towards it. I think it was 8 in a row. Gatila now on 3. And the problem here for Ricey is that Gatila is now finding this way around. To be honest, I'm not too sure about that Predator missile coming in with your 19-5 on lives up. I think you're good, but stranger things have happened. Transition over towards B for 4 players, though, with 2 seconds to go is probably one of the stranger things that would ever have happened, but not quite going to work. But yeah, Predator Missile maybe a little bit overzealous with that one. I feel you know,
I think he's just that confident that they're going to win. He's like, well, we don't need this for the next round. We can lock things down. Is Ricey saving up all the operators? So I think especially given how quickly that life lead built, that's the move, is you don't want to throw any of those away. So they're going to look to do the same, I would anticipate, here on the defensive side, and see if maybe they can apply some pressure towards spawn. But Etude's gonna get smoked off right there. Gatila spraying through smoke, and that is going to be a wasted purifier, as only 1 kill going through right there. Gatila does not see the player that is directly next to him, but is going to be able to pick up the kill as the information is there. Big couple of gunfight wins. Still not much operator investment, though, and especially with some solid early A control, you need to do something to ward that off. Kahlo instantly traded too. That's not good.
Yeah, this is not good. Ricey starting to crumble just a little bit too easily. Omniscient get a hold of it. B is a hard one to lock down on your own, especially when there's a Predator missile coming in from up top. Balance, Gatila, Lucky, all combining. And now the spawn trap can start to come into play here. If you're Razmo, getting aggressive onto it as well. The shots into Kahlo, not quite good enough. But Balance is here to maybe cut them off. There you go. That's an investment over an operator that is not going to find any sort of value for the side of Omniscient. They have now found themselves over towards the point. The Saturns will find 2. And all of a sudden, if you're Ricey, you're not really anywhere near the point. The first tick is in, the second about to follow. You need one really good break, and then you just got to hold on for dear life.
Yeah, they can't afford to make a single mistake, and Brinks pushes directly into the nade right there. Gathilla with the Annihilator locking down this B zone, and they don't even need the kills. Wow. Objective has been locked in, and it was a shaky map 1 and 2, but that was a decisive control right there for Omniscient to close out the series.
Yeah, as dominant as you could ever possibly want in a control. Very, very good play coming in from Omniscient, and I love that little tidy up of the control, to be honest with you, Bobby, because I think, you know, some of these teams, as I've mentioned, have been guilty of not playing the objective, being playing over the top of the slaying side of things, but that was really, really good from Omniscient. Just all over the place here. If you are realistically looking at how it did play out, it was so dominant from Omniscient in this control. Catching, you know, there's a lot of people that are just still not here. It was that fast, the control. Yeah, Lauren, it was quick. It was quick. I'll let you off to this side.
Lauren hates me now.
We're just going to be real candid here. That is 100% Brody's fault. He will take responsibility for that one.
I did not expect it to be that quick. Like, I was like, all right, there's going to be like 7 minutes. I was anticipating like 7 minutes left of that control. I was like, yeah, it's going to be a long one. That, you know, there's some fight in Ricey because they were doing really well in that series, and then that control was just like nothing like the first 2 maps whatsoever. It's like they just came out in the last 2 rounds and just rushed them. What else do you say?
Absolutely dominated them. And honestly, if there is any time where you can blame Brody, just do it anyway. That's usually
yeah, I probably deserve that one, to be honest.
It's a good scapegoat, really.
Or, I mean, do I blame Omni?
Yes,
possibly, because they were that good.
Okay, because didn't even give me enough time. But talk about a pickup. You mentioned it. Like, we thought maybe with what Ricey was putting in there, especially during the S&D, they were looking like they were kind of forcing Omni to work for it. They didn't make it an easy map for them in that situation. And then Omni was like, you know what? We don't want to have to deal with this anymore. We're just going to shut it down and get in and out in a clean 3-0. I mean, they looked great there.
Yeah, and that was one of the things we talked about. Like, when you're getting outslayed in hardpoint, you can still find ways to make it close, but when you're getting outslayed in control, it's really only a matter of time, and that's what we saw right there. Even with Balance calling in the round 2, Pred missile up 15 lives. It literally didn't matter one bit in the last round, because somehow that was the fastest round out of all of them. So Omniscient really handled business right there, and once again, we would like to see that level of decisiveness from them in all the maps.
Yeah. Something I do want to say quickly as well. It is worth saying they had Balance on the team there. I thought that was a really good decision to bring Balance in because it's something we talked about from the Open Finals. Having Balance on the roster, I think, is super important. He's a really good player. I think he proved that in that series.
All right, well, I mean, a little bit of a difference from what we saw in the first match of the day. Second match of the day, Omni just comes through and really starts to assert themselves as one of those top teams when it comes to our leaderboard. You mentioned their name in passing, though. Match number 3 on the day. This time is going to be between Zantium and Exclusive. So that will be cool to see what they can manage to muster up for match number 3. Before we get into all that action, though, we're going to send it to another short break, so don't go anywhere. Match number 3 when we return.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'm a work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm...
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. We're halfway through day number 1 of week 2, as matches 1 and 2 have concluded. It was Omniscient for match number 2 in a very decisive 3-0 victory over Ricey, and now we're looking towards Zantium and Exclusive for match number 3 on the day. What do you expect out of this one, Ton?
To be honest, we all expect Exclusive to kind of walk this one, you would think, but I mean, I was trying to think of something on the other side of the coin here, but realistically speaking, Exclusive should absolutely walk this game. But it's one of those ones, again, you have to be so careful when you're in this top teams early in the season. You can't slip up against teams that you haven't played up against for a little while, or maybe haven't played at all. You have to make sure you're locked in for every single one of these games.
Yeah, it's definitely potentially a tough game for Zantium, but then again, Ricey put up a fight against Omni, so you know, you never know what could happen. They might at least make it a difficult time for Exclusive, but if they want to maintain their title as a top team, then Exclusive will have to shut down this roster, Bobby.
Yeah. Obviously, we were hoping that Zantium would come in and prove things to us, and it just hasn't really looked that way overall. Their only map win was a takeoff hardpoint, and unfortunately for them, Exclusive is averaging a 150-plus point deficit in hardpoint wins. So that doesn't really set you up for success too terribly well. Obviously, we have seen some of these teams make big-time improvements, so we'll see if they can do that, but it's a tough task up against this Exclusive roster.
Yeah, definitely. This Exclusive roster, I think, is just so powerful, what you've got on side. I think they've only got better since adding Spy to the roster as well. I just think that is such a big improvement to the team. And it's one of those conversations just like, when your sub can be a starter on any other team, and this is something we always say for a team like Luminosity, for example, when they had a sub, it is just such a massive successful thing to have. So yeah, this entire Exclusive roster I just think are so good. It's going to be a difficult match for sure. That said, I'm going to go against the grain here a little bit and say I do think Zantium can at the very least pull a map away.
Which one?
Are you just saying that just to be different?
I think he is.
Yeah. Maybe a little bit. Do you want me to get into it?
If you want.
Sure, why not? Yeah.
All right, listen.
It's Lauren's show.
I got one thing I want to say about Zantium, and Bobby knows exactly what it's going to be. Operators, guys, use your operators properly. For heaven's sake, please. I don't want to lose my mind casting that game again. Regardless, honestly, their hardpoint is pretty good. You mentioned it there. You know, they are getting within 50 points of top teams. If they can pull away a hardpoint, which I think they can do, they actually might be really competitive in this series. I want to give Zantium some credit here.
All right. Well, we'll pull up the map, Vito, get those picks and bans up here on the screen and see if they lend themselves towards that potential hard point. Starting with takeoff here. Bobby, you're nodding.
I mean, that's their only map win is a takeoff hard point, so they're at least setting themselves up well on the front side of the series. You would assume the Hacienda is the map pick for Exclusive as they have a win there by, once again, 150-plus points. once you get into the back half of the series, it's a little bit tougher to paint a picture where we see Zantium really having much of a chance, as their S&D has not looked great. And then the control, once again, if they use their operators, they may actually have a chance. But at this point, for some reason, it's a very large if.
Yeah.
Emotional damage in relation to the operators here.
Clearly. No, look, I think that's one thing that we do talk about a lot, though. If you are not efficient with your operators, then you are on the back foot already, because these top teams like Exclusive, like Kings, like Omniscient, are going to use them well. There's going to be minimum 2-3 kills every single time. So you need to be making sure that you're trying to at least match pace. We know players can pop up, find 3, 4, 5, then that would be brilliant. But like when you are going against these top teams, they are going to use them well. So if you do not, you're automatically 20, 30 kills down in the game. So you need to make sure you're doing their best.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, operators, please, guys. I don't want to lecture you guys again. Listen, look, I'm not good at lecturing, but I will be when it comes to operators. If I see it again for a third time, I think Bobby and I are actually just going to die. But yeah, like I said, the hard point I think is going to be an interesting one. I will say when we look towards those vetoes, Takeoff is nice. However, it is one of the strongest maps that you could give Exclusive. It is one of their best hardpoint maps. I think back in Season 3, it was the best hardpoint map for them. So while you might be comfortable on it, and you've probably got a lot of VOD to work with Exclusive, Exclusive are also very, very good at it. So that's a big, big risk to take.
All right, well, match number 3 is almost ready. So for now, I will send Brody and Ton off onto the other side of the studio. It's not just me struggling today. It's Ton too. He's
not quite as bad as that, though.
Bobby, final thoughts on this matchup?
I think Exclusive should be able to handle business pretty easily. Just knowing the amount of talent that they've got, the amount of experience they got, I don't know if Spy's going to be in the rotation or not. That was one of the questions that we saw last week, is I think Creed ended up getting subbed back in. But regardless of who's playing, I don't anticipate they're going to have much of an issue here.
All right, well, it'll be interesting to see what Exclusive are able to do. Hopefully the boys are ready on the other side of the studio, because match number 3 is ready, which means it's time for me to send it on over to them. So Brody, maybe you need to handle this one.
Oh, mate, I don't know anymore.
I don't know why I'm taking the blame.
It's like, on everything you do, I think it just like needs to take blame for existing, to be honest, mate. Sorry, was it a little harsh? Was that too far?
You know what, mate? I'll remember that.
You would do that to me. Shut up.
Yes, I would. So realistically, looking at this game, we are very much leaning one way. Do we actually see one way in here for Zantium, though? Because I know, as broadcast talent, we're always like, okay, no, let's get an approach. This one potentially could happen. But I really feel like this one is definitely not going to happen. So I wouldn't like to possibly lie. I think it's going to be a very, very difficult task here for Zantium.
Yeah.
But I think that's more credit to how good Exclusive are. We still very much have them at the top of the pile here in Europe. It's a very, very difficult start as well. Going into Takeoff, yes, absolutely, this is their best map, but it is also potentially the best map for Exclusive as well.
Yeah, for sure. Like I said, you know, look, Exclusive, they are still a very good team in hardpoint, but overall, if you're going to take it anywhere in the series, it is probably going to be the hard point. It is worth saying, though, that Exclusive 6-0, they haven't lost a single map here at the Snapdragon Pro Series yet, so it's going to be a tough one for Zantium. But let's see if they can get it done as we get ourselves into the Takeoff again. This is one of the best maps for hardpoint for Exclusive, and Spy, the latest edition of the roster, is already having a pretty good start. Gets a double kill in the middle of the map that provides a little bit of space here for Exclusive, who already take a wealth of time.
You'll take those 15 seconds or so off P1 every single day of the week. Looking over towards P2, though, it is a good position now for, well, Zantium to be in. Can they do anything with it, though, is the question. A couple of kills starting to come on through here. On both two teams, but Exclusive with a dominant start. And if you're Zantium now, you know, like, for you, in terms of, like, slaying ability, that side of things, are they going to match here? Or is it a case of just sheer hardpoint play? We know the fundamentals that have to be used. Where is the advantage really there for Exclusive? Or is it both categories?
Well, yeah, I think the thing is, one of the big things about Exclusive is that slaying power. I mentioned it, right? You bring Spy onto the roster, and Spy is just such a good player. And Creed, who I think is the sub now at this point, with Spy joining the main lineup, I think even he is a great player. And you've got players like Shark and Veer, which are stat leaders across all modes. Yeah, Exclusive are just full of those slaying powerhouses. So even if Zantium get the fundamentals correctly, they have to go head-to-head with that, and that's a big ask. So Zantium here need to try and outslay him, and that is, as we said, it's a tall task for them to deal with. But for the moment, they're actually doing that. They get a wealth of gunfights in their favor over by P2, but now one of the sides of the hard point has been opened up, and this is not a good look if you're Zantium. You've lost all of those gunfights, and now you're spawning the one place that you don't want to.
Spawn themselves out. Or actually, well, exclusive, right?
Just flipped again.
Yeah, it's flipped again. Yeah, there you go.
Cuts the curse of spawns.
And it's a hell of a trick that we do manage to pull off on occasion, but there you go, exclusive starting to find a few kills now. 20 points behind, and you expect them, well, to be closed out very, very quickly. These 13 seconds or so scrap, we'll find them in a ever so slight lead, if even anything here. But Zantium, not a bad start here, Brody. Really not a bad start at all. Exclusive will have a slender lead, but heading over towards it, it's a very tight setup here for Zantium. Zucas has to win this gunfight and does so, so there's one side of things dealt with. Can you now hold this one down as, well, operators start to come into play? Forget is going to be able to find one. Spy is able to answer that one back. Potential break here for exclusive, especially with the equalizer out and can find the kill to Via, but he doesn't find anything else here. So investment for exclusive and not much found for it.
Yeah, you take that if you're Zantium, you're really happy with the fact that you didn't have to deal with that too much. You shut it down before it can do any serious damage. Now exclusive though, what can they do while they're sitting inside? Via already picking up a double. Zukers wants to give it a shot, but he's going to get shut down by a teammate. Ryu now going to be through, and it is Zantium in for the moment. There are players on all sides of the hard point that you've got to deal with, and to be fair, they are dealing with it. Ryu now with those all-important equalizers in hand. Neil's going to pull out his operator. These are operators galore at the moment going on between these two teams. Neil still hasn't fallen yet, finds another one versus Ryu, finds another one as well. Neil with this Annihilator is going off. He is zoning out these Zantium players so well. This has been a real mixy hard point, but Spy comes through for a triple, and that's big time for exclusive here as they will basically tie things up going into the next hill.
Really good players coming in from Spy and Neil there. For all it was looking like it was a really tough position for exclusive to be in, they managed to find something. Heading over towards the next hill, though, and for me, you know, their positioning, their fundamentals, their rotations, if anything, have not quite been there for exclusive so far, but the slaying ability very much is. Big plays coming in from Spy once again. Very much leading the lobby up at 14, but he's also got some company in Via and Neil now. There's a kill starting to come on through, but looking towards it. Oh, that's going to be a waste. Coming in there with the Sparrow, can't quite find it. And Zantium, they are finding the moments here, Brody, to get themselves in, and as I say that, Shark completely shuts it down.
Yeah, and this is one of those hills here where you really are just, if you're inside the hard point, you know exactly where Zantium are going to be spawning at. So unless they make a flank happen, which to be fair they have done, you should be able to just kind of pre-fire with all your weapons, regardless if it's an operator or not. But regardless, as I said, Zantium had actually managed to make it their way in behind. That's a very unusual thing to allow to happen here on P4. And for the back of it, will they be rewarded for the last 15 to 20 seconds of time? They're still going to have to fight for it. Spy's still hanging about. And with a little bit of help from his friends, aka Neil inside the hard point here, they are keeping Zantium away. One last little test coming through from Jaijin, and Shark's going to find the double that will shut that down. And a clear out as well to stop any player that wants to give it a go. Exclusive just going to poke their noses out in the lead ever so slightly here with a 20-point margin between these two teams. As we said, Exclusive, if they're going to lose a game here in this best of 5, it probably would be the hard point. And Zantium so far are showing that they can be competitive.
Yeah, and just looking towards it though, with how that first rotation did play out. Scrappy from Zantium at P2, but you know, kept it relatively quiet. But it was P3 where they really did make some inroads. For all, Exclusive pulled off a couple of good plays towards the end of that hill to get a hold of that scrap time and to, well, reduce the advantage that Zantium had built. It was still a good job from Zantium, but now what they need to do is just stop this bleeding a little bit. 30 seconds is not too much to talk about in terms of a lead and hard point, but you don't want to let this extend. And if you look at the kill feed, it's looking very yellow right now. 20 seconds to go here on P1. It's looking like Exclusive are going to pick up the majority of that, and these kills over towards P2 are going to be influential as well. Near and Via combining so well. It's looking like Exclusive are starting to warm up.
Yeah, and this is exactly what happened, if you guys remember, between Exclusive and Nexus, I believe it was, back in that Hacienda hard point, the very first hard point that Exclusive played this season. It was very close for basically the entirety of the first half of the game, and then as we got into the second set, Exclusive started to pull away and win pretty much every single rotation. Zantium cannot let that happen. They need to make sure that they hold on to P2, and you're already starting to see that classic strategy coming out from Spy. He's in the middle of the map, he's firing off War Machine shells from afar, and he creates enough space here that Zantium, despite the fact that they had rotated early, are now no longer through. And how do you follow up a War Machine? You do so with a Sparrow. Caesar bringing it out to play. There is one from Zukers, but regardless, Exclusive trying to stay competitive here.
Yeah, they're starting to put a bit of a rubber stamp on this game now. Shark, Spy combining well. A lot of weak members of Exclusive here, though, and for Zantium, the spawns have started to come in quite close, as they so often are, over towards P2, and while they have been able to benefit, but not for very long, Cesar and Co. closing this one out. 15 seconds to go, you've got to rotate if you're Zantium. But a small thing to potentially take away for them was P3 was really their bread and butter on that previous rotation. It's going to need to be well, some kind of different kind of bread right now, because you are finding yourself 70 points behind. A nice sourdough Brody, I would say it needs to be in terms of the butter. And we're talking a nice French butter with some salt in it. It needs to be good.
That's possibly the most posh thing you've ever said.
Don't talk to me with that accent about it.
Oh, well, regardless, Zantium now starting to feel out of doubt, and you definitely are when Spy's coming through for a triple. Trying to make it Thor, but Zukers is going to be the only one that denies. And now from afar in the middle of the map, Shark is just keeping these guys at bay, watching them like hawks as they spawn up. And geez Louise, Zantium now starting to feel a little bit out of depth here in this game. Exclusive have blown this game wide open. And this is a very dangerous point in the game for that to happen, because we always talk about P3 to P4 being the rotation that you need to make sure you get here on this map. And Exclusive, at the moment, where Zantium is spawning, I mean, it looks like it's basically going to be gifted to them.
Zantium do get a close spawn. They also get one player who spawned out there. I think it was Cesar. Manages to find a route through towards the backside, and it was maybe, just maybe, a momentary respite for Zantium. They are going to get one. 10 seconds to go. Scrap time will belong to them, but is the only time they're going to have to breathe. A couple of kills coming in towards the mid-map, though, so can you maybe find something over towards this flank, towards P4? That's where you need to try and find a break. They were able to do it last time around, but did not capitalize, but they can't do anything if you're not on the map. Cesar and Co combining so well here for Exclusive. Just so difficult for Zantium to try and find a way through if you just have nobody to help you. If you don't have anybody to hold your hand, it was momentarily about an 8 spree in a row for every single member of Exclusive. And 25 seconds away with 45 seconds to play it for. It's going to have to be something very, very special for Zantium to bring this one back.
Yeah, they bring out all the operators as well. That's 3 consecutively for Zantium, and all of them have been shut down. Caesar only needs the one. Predator missile coming down now from Neil as well to try and close this one out. Neil finds the double. Zantium still with those close spawns, but again, you know exactly where they're going to be coming from. It's operators galore for Exclusive. I don't think anybody is touching this hill in time. And my oh my, Exclusive have done it again. They did exactly this with Nexus. The first half of the hardpoint was a very competitive affair, back and forth, constantly changing the guard in terms of who gets the rotation. The second half, all Exclusive. I don't think Zantium got more than 10 points in the second.
Yeah, look, it was close until it wasn't, really. You know, as soon as we got over towards that first time on the 4th hill, things started to get a little bit silly. Exclusive really stepped on the gas. And then we seen that second rotation. It was all but flawless, wasn't it? We didn't even get to see a third. Very, very good from Exclusive. And just so efficient with their operators as well, especially that second rotation was so good with them. We've seen them invested, I want to say haphazardly in the first, but Exclusive, very, very good performance in map number 1, and that puts a precedent on the rest of this series, I want to say now. It kind of sets it in the motion that we thought it would go in. It's such an insurmountable lead for Zantium to come back from. Now you're heading to an S&D and then the control as well. You've got to be feeling under the cosh here.
Yes.
That's a British saying, to be fair.
Is that a Northern saying? A Northern British saying? I've never heard that.
I think it's a British saying, to be fair. I was about to say, well, ask Bobby and Lauren, but I don't.
Yeah, well, they don't know English, so
no, they don't.
Yeah, just American, which is not the same. Regardless, yeah, great map coming out from Exclusive on the whole, and you can see that reflected in the stat lines here at the end of the day. Neil at almost quadruple positive is just like. What else do you say? Shark, with over 2 minutes and 30 inside the hard point, hits a 28 kills. Just a really great game. Again, and it goes back to what we were saying before we got into it. It's when you come up against slaying power like you have on Exclusive, where it's just a stacked roster from top to bottom, how do you respond? And just apparently the answer for Zantium is you don't.
It's difficult. There is 100% a joke in there with those 2.5 minutes on the hill here for Shark. There's some sort of tiger shark joke, you know, hill kittens. Like, it was a route I was going for and I couldn't quite get there. I thought I'd just let you in on the thought process. We were there.
Were we there?
We were somewhere in there. But realistically, just a very, very good game coming out from Exclusive in map number 1 and heading into map number 2. It's kind of what I thought would happen, to be honest with you. In that one, it was always the potential for Zantium to come out and cause a surprise, but we see very little surprises when it does come to these very, very elite level teams in Europe. They're hard to beat.
Yes.
They're very, very hard to beat in Zantium. It just seems like they don't quite have the facilities for this one. As we head into a firing range, and Exclusive will feel good about this. The snipers have got to be good from both these two teams. Do Zantium potentially have an answer here? Nope.
Well, that's a start from Exclusive. Aspect throwing a smoke down. I think a smoke might have been thrown at him, to be fair. And well off the back of it.
Well, it was actually
excuse me.
Sorry, yeah.
They're going to pick up that first kill. So now numbers here in favor of Exclusive. A 5 versus 3, getting aggressive now. Are Exclusive for the response, and it doesn't exactly work out. And that would be, to be fair, the response I would expect from Exclusive. So that's a good read coming out. And now Exclusive here in a 2. You know what, mate? You know exactly what I've done. Anyway, it's Exclusive in a 2 versus 5. Zantium have got the numbers. I don't know what's going on anymore.
It's all right, mate. It's okay. I set us down that trap, so I'll take partial blame for that one. But anyway, it is going to be Zantium with a 5 versus 2 here now. Exclusive need to try and find something here. And well, Neil can find the nade. Aspect with a brave challenge, and now you are going to just offer kills up here. It's 3 versus 2 now. Time is really going to be the great equalizer, though, unless, I mean, come on, surely not. Surely this doesn't happen. Zook is there to find Shark, and all of a sudden Neil is left in a 1 versus 2. That got a lot scarier than it needed to be, but Zantium will find the round.
Yeah, really well played from Zantium in that round, from the analysis that we can bring to that round, considering early on we were very confused as to who was who for some reason. Yeah, Zantium coming out pretty strong. Getting that bomb down, and not really much that Exclusive, I was going to say not really much that Exclusive could do in that 2 versus 5, but they almost made it happen, so I'm not saying anything anymore. But I mean,
it felt like Zantium were offering kills.
Yeah, I mean, it happens.
It does happen when you're in these situations in a 5v, whatever. You know, you're chilling if you have those numbers, but you've still got to be careful, especially against a team like Exclusive, who are going to lose first blood again, though. So Zantium getting some good work done here on the attacking side, at least initially.
And that was a good read coming out from Zantium off the start as well. Again, might be a VOD review kind of element coming in here where Zantium knew that somebody from Exclusive would get aggressive if they held in wood to begin the round. However, the step number 2 of that normally is once you've got the first blood, you start to make some progression towards one of these 2 bomb sites. And that hasn't happened here for Zantium. They kind of feel stuck inside their spawn. Exclusive, I don't know. At this point, for me, if I'm Zantium, I go down the back alley. I know you're going to be scared that there's one player here, but you know, you've just got to go for it. You've got the numbers.
You've got to do something, right? You've got to do something. Moving over towards B, and Exclusive are starting to read this here, so you may well have the numbers. And well, you've got no more. 4 versus 4. Oh, and Spy's just played this absolutely perfectly. Waits for the sound cues to come on through, but the double chow from Zantium. Aspect will find the kill. Via trying to hold towards the back, but he now does have a little bit of support. Shot's going to go through. Via doesn't land it in the right spot, and Forget is managed to move around, but the second time Vaskin does get taken down. Now a 2 versus 3, make it a 3 versus 1, I should say. Ryu now gets taken down, and Aspect left all on his own. Really, really good adaptation there from Exclusive to get themselves around very, very quickly.
Yeah, we'll talk about it in a second. 1v3 on the cards here for Aspect. Can he get it done? He gets the first kill, not the second though. Yeah, I got to be honest, Zantium took too long.
100%, but when it came to the moment where they were there, it was good picking apart, I want to say, for Exclusive.
Yeah, like Exclusive read it that, hey, like, they're probably going to hit B soon because we've only got one player over here. Veer comes over and to help out his teammate, and the trades are looking pretty good. But when you're in that situation, we're in a 3 versus 3 on the site. If I'm Zanti in that situation, I rotate away. You're not going to get through with it. Just use the time, get away towards the other bomb site because it's clear. But regardless, now we're in this one. Ooh. Exclusive starting strong with 2 kills. Forget an Aspect, though. The sniping duo at the moment for Zantium are fighting back. Look at that. 4 kills between them. And very quickly, this round falls apart. That is much, much better for Zantium.
The shot we got to see on cam there, incredible play coming out from Aspect. Forget alongside of him as well. Really nice from Zantium, who are giving us a game here in the Search and Destroy. What's the option now? Oh, okay, look, Exclusive are going to hit this again. I don't think they would have thought that this would have been an opportunity for them to do so, but here we go, hitting the back alley. It's absolute massacre down this side. Forget's the only one who can answer back. It's now a 4 versus 3 in favor of Exclusive. Make that now a 4 versus 2. As Forget gets picked off as well, and they've all of a sudden been pinned back into the bathroom. It's like I was back in year 8. I've been forced into here. Keep me away from the bullies. Aspect now left in a 1 versus 4. This would be something special.
Bomb spotted.
Yeah, this is the flip side of what happens when Exclusive get aggressive. I love that, by the way, man. That was
I thought you were gonna like further cement the bullying there, to be honest with you.
No, I would never bully you. That would be rude. Regardless, yeah, that's what happens right there when Exclusive, that aggression works, right? And it's why so often they'll go for it because they know that they can outgun these players most of the time. And 90% of the time, they will win these gunfights. That is exactly what we saw there from Exclusive, getting aggressive. And Zantium left without a leg to stand on. Now in this one, once again, these snipes through the spike. I mean, yeah, it was pretty well timed, to be fair, as Forget takes the shot. But no, Aspect going to start things strong. And I will say, so far through the first 4 rounds, this feels like where maybe their strength lies. You look at 6 kills for Forget and 7 kills for Aspect, and the sniping for Zantium is pretty good. But is that going to help them break defense now for Exclusive. Well, if Shark gives it away for free, maybe, but I don't think that's going to happen. And a nice nade coming out from Neil now is going to make this even tougher for Zantium.
Shark finds a kill on Aspect just in time as well. As soon as we move away from that side of the map, Ryu and Forget now left in of 2 versus 4. Shots coming in from Forget, though. Neil gets taken down, and this is still doable. I think the big problem that they've got is where the bomb is, to be honest with you, but if they can find this kill, it would be brutal for Exclusive. But Ryu gets taken down, and Forget now all the way towards the back of toilets. Again, it's the same old scenario. Exclusive force them back and find themselves in the lead for the first time.
Man, there's a lot going on with those toilets. Way too much.
Let's not delve too far. This is when we get in trouble.
Yeah, we'll shut up, guys. We're sorry. Regardless, Exclusive looking pretty good now. They're starting to feel themselves, and this is where I want to see some adaptations coming out from Zantium. If Exclusive are getting in your face, well, you need to get in theirs, and this feels like what we're seeing at the moment from Zantium. It's a 5-hit straight down the alley. They should read that there's at least one player over here. They know that's where Spy positioned himself from previous rounds, and you don't quite account for that from Neil, do you? Lovely nade over the top, and how about that for a quick dismantle from Exclusive? Great play from Zantium. Great call to go straight towards the bomb as a 5-man, but better reaction.
Bold of you to say great play considering it just got wiped down about.
It was a good idea.
Yeah, a 5-man hit on the site can go one of 2 ways, can't they? And that one went the wrong way. All of a sudden it is, well, once again, a hit over towards this B side, but it's Exclusive on the attack this time around, and this is maybe how you do it. You find the kill towards the back, you get some control towards the back. And I feel like Zantium maybe pushed in towards Tin, maybe just a little bit too quickly. Pushed in towards the B bomb site. It's somewhat fish in a barrel, or you don't necessarily want the shotgun. It was the nade from Neil that slowed this round down entirely, but that bomb gets itself down.
Oh,
no, you can't lose that gunfight, and you don't. Ryu does close it out. Neil could do with this kill. It is a 3 versus 2. 2 versus 2.
I don't think they will. I was going to say, I don't think they're going to account where Neil is, but Ryu's seen him. And we'll get the kill as well. Ryu's done a lot in this round. Now Spy left up here in the 1v2. Problem is these players are separated, so if Ryu goes down, for example, there will not be a trade. But in from behind comes Daijin, and Spy's not ready for it. Goes for the slide chow, and Daijin gets the better of him. So the retake actually pretty good from Zantium there. I will say, I mean, Neil from behind, probably not helpful.
2v4 coming in from Zantium. That it's a big round to find. You're on the back of a few in a row where things are starting to swing very much in the favor of Exclusive. Momentum is very much a real thing. You get one back that you maybe wouldn't have expected, and it can turn the tide of search and destroy on occasion. Neil on the sniper on this attacking round, and it's something that's just so dangerous. Very much labeled the best sniper in Europe, and well, Forget is going to be the first one to find something though. Spy gets taken down on an aggressive angle, pushing through, but it's still some sight control coming through from Exclusive. And bomb may well be going down, and it is over towards the A side. Now it has to be a good retake again from Zantium. But then another body down. Ryu Aspect. Big tall order on their hands now. What's the play here? Got somebody inside of America and somebody over towards the back of Wood. It's just not a good place to be.
Yeah, you're looking to get something for free here, really, and I don't think that's going to happen. Neil's positioned himself inside Wood to deal with Ryu if the time comes, and there it is. Neil up close and personal. Aspect, the last one left alive, down to a shred of HP, will at the very least escape death fire. Veer. Maybe not. Veer gets aggressive and takes him down pretty quickly. And yeah, this is exactly kind of classic Exclusive there at the start of the round, getting aggressive towards one of the sites, taking control. You've got the numbers, and Zantium are left stranded because I would say a pretty unique positioning coming out from Exclusive.
Defend the objectives. The enemy
Into the next round, what have Zantium got up their sleeves here? On the defensive side, smokes out through mid. It's going to be complete American control coming in. Do you expect Cesar to be here? Well, he's also got company. Veer and Shark combining well. There's 3 of them inside of American. Now there may well be 4, and they just fly out all sorts of different angles to be covered. But the only ones that Zantium have are towards their spawn. Complete site control. Very much belonging to Exclusive. It's pretty much written in the stars that this is now 6-3. Forget. Looking to try and find something. There's somebody up top 10 with you, fella.
It's all up to you now.
Manages to find the kill. Aspect left on his own, and well, this round is done.
See ya.
It's just not very nice. Exclusive 6-3 to the good. That was as dominant as the rounds have been.
And again, it is just, at this point, it's very classic, isn't it? Same old. Exclusive, they get aggressive, they win the first wave of gunfights because ultimately these are some of the best players that we've got here in Call of Duty Mobile. And Zantium just no response, because what can you do when you've already been outgunned and outmatched? Zantium got to dig deep now and find something exclusive. Back to what happened a few rounds ago where they got aggressive and got the bomb down early on. Then, though, Zantium were able to clutch that 2 versus 4. Maybe they don't need to as Aspect draws the first blood, but Shark should be able to trade things out here. Aspect still hasn't been dealt with, surprisingly so. And now exclusive here left up in a 1 versus 4. Shark's pretty good, though. You could do it.
Let's see. Well, yeah, no, you can't do it if you get that kind of timing. So good round coming in from Zantium. I kind of like the setup as well. They didn't rush in too much, which you sometimes can be guilty of when there's a big push over towards the B side. Still had the snipers on the outside picking away. Good play coming in from Zantium. This is still doable. It's felt like exclusive have really been running away with this, if you want to say. And it's been difficult for Zantium to deal with some of these rounds, but they've picked away, they found a couple, and it's going to help if Forget finds 2 pieces like that. He's got the option for a 3rd, it's not quite there. Neil is able to answer back with a grenade, but it's still 4 versus 3, it's still favoring Zantium at this moment in time, but only momentarily. Spy will find 1, 3 versus 3 all of a sudden.
The player with the most potential to blow this round wide open is probably Neil on our screens. 14 kills so far in the Search and Destroy, one of the best sniper players in European Call of Duty Mobile.
It's not worth it. It's not worth it.
Neil, come on, man. Stop trying to show off. We love you as it is. You don't need to be doing that, bud. And now that leaves them in a bit of a sticky situation here as Veer goes down as well. Spy for the 1v3. Gets the first. Players are actually pretty far removed here from the bomb site.
There's a sniper in hand as well. If he can deal with Dijin, all of a sudden it's doable. Big gunfight win comes on through. You got a question in that kind of situation, and I know he's probably wanting to have fun, but for Neil there in a 3 versus 3, you lose the gunfight, all of a sudden you've lost complete map control because you maybe want to assassinate somebody. I don't know if he was maybe trying to play his life, but it was a strange decision nonetheless. 6-5 now to exclusive, still in the lead, still 1 round away, but if Zantium can tie things up here, we go to overtime.
Defend the objective.
Yeah, we've done this before. Tom.
We have.
Fine range overtime. It's a fun one.
Will we get it, though? That's the question. Big hit over towards the A side. A lot of utility being used. Smokes it down. This may well be an early bomb plant. See, Zantium still. A lot of bodies over towards this B side, but it's very much written in the stars where they're going. The gunfight from Spy is one he maybe shouldn't have won. Ryu gets wiped out, and all of a sudden, Zantium now have to find themselves coming back over towards this site and into gunfire. 40 seconds to go. The bomb is down. What if Zantium got up their sleeve?
Target down.
Well, not Zukers, that's for sure. He goes down. Gets cut short by unique positioning from Shark. Zantium do not have a lot of time to make this one work, and I was going to say they were being perfectly predicted as to where they were, but Veer off the back of the first kill runs out into the open, so Daijin going to be able to punish for that, but still a 1v3. It's a big ask. You have to look in so many different directions. You have to hit every single shot, and you can't do it. And you're being approached for the execution as well. It won't be in the end, but it will be the melee kill to finish things off here as exclusive. Take the Search and Destroy 7-5. Honestly, Ton, this isn't the first time I felt this way, but it feels like exclusive probably should have won that significantly by a bigger scoreline. And a lot of it is, I think, sometimes is they do kind of get carried away a little bit by having fun, which is, we want to have fun sometimes, but they can chuckle rounds sometimes.
Oh, there was a couple of chuckles there, no question at all.
Paul, Barry chuckle?
Paul and Barry, to be honest with you, that was the all due of themselves in all of their glory on occasion. But look, exclusive still very, very strong. Them two are like, what are these?
What are they talking about?
What are these guys talking about?
This is European Snapdragon Pro Series. We can do this here.
It is very true. But exclusive still very, very dominant throughout the majority of that. That probably should have been a 7-3, 7-2 scoreline. I want to say there's a couple of rounds that they just absolutely dominated. And I want to give some sort of credit to Zantium as well, though. There's a couple of very nice rounds out from them. But it just feels like sometimes, the positioning's not quite the same. You're not putting yourselves in the best spot to be able to help your team out from the scenarios you're put into. Positioning for me was a big factor in that one, but see what Neil was able to do, even with the trolling in one of the rounds at least. 15-7 from him. It's so crazy to me still to see fire and range and still to see snipers topping the leaderboard every single time. But it's a nice thing to see nonetheless. Neil with a big performance there on map number 2 exclusive. Looking very good now. And usually when teams, well at least today, are 2-0 up and you head into a control, we'll be back on that couch within about 5 minutes.
Yeah, well Lauren wouldn't, but we would.
I feel like she was blaming you for that one.
Yeah, it was my fault. Regardless, yeah. This is going to be tough now. I mean, I talked about it as we got into the series. I really do feel like Zantium, and this is not to say they can't come back. You know, we never know as casters, you know, stranger things than that. But when we started this series, I think, you know, we talked about Zantium kind of needing to win the hard point, needed to come out strong in the series, and they didn't do that. And I think from here on out, it has been an uphill battle for sure. And now as we get into the control, this is where Zantium have struggled in the past, right? I mean, these are the maps where it's come down to it, and I'm going to say it, and I'm only going to say it once. I promise I'm not trying to be mean, but it's the operators where maybe they kind of needed to improve. If they can fix that, if they have fixed it and they've been like, hey, look, you know, the operators of where we went wrong in the past and we need to fix this versus top teams such as Exclusive, maybe they will actually come out and win this game. That's what we're looking for, right? We're looking for those kind of improvements between weeks. Yeah,
and I think, you know, we can talk about the operator side of things, but I don't feel as if the operators have necessarily been the problem here so far. I think realistically, they've been outmatched for the most part. I think, you know, that is definitely something that they want to look at in closer games, and we definitely need to see that, but they're being outclassed here, and that's simply it for me. Exclusive, very, very solid team, and just looking to further cement themselves towards the top. And, you know, I feel as if the question marks are probably more around Kings when you talk about that top two after that game against Omniscient and how close it was. Exclusive have yet to drop a map. Neil opening things up here on the control, 2 snipe kills starting to come on through. Will, of course, be Zantium on this attacking side. But already you can see Via positioning himself. He wants to force them back as quick as he can. And 2 kills like that in quick succession are just about going to help with it. Make it 3, make it a potential 4. The spawn trap already in flow here for the side of Exclusive. There's one player who's out they will have to deal with. They've dealt with him. There's the spawn trap that you wanted.
This spawn trap is horrible because you literally can just look at people spawning in. The things you have to do to get the opposition to spawn in back alley is ridiculous. It's crazy. It really is. And yeah, finally Zantium do break through to the back alley here. Yeah, that's fine. Veer comes through for the double. But at this point, the damage feels like it's done. You know, you never want to count a team out, but at 25 versus 8 in terms of lives, it feels like Zantium are already fighting very much, not just from the back foot here, but from multiple back feet. I know that doesn't make sense, but you know what I'm trying to say here. Zantium, not in a great spot whatsoever. 6 versus 23. This would be miraculous for them to pull it off.
Via still hasn't died in this round. He's going round. He's just boxing people inside of the garage as well. I mean, Dejin falls, and there is Shark. Phenomenal, phenomenal work for Exclusive this round. Well, it's chalked. Zantium nowhere to be seen. 21-0 in terms of the lives. That was as one-sided as it possibly can be. And I actually really love, I want to really give Exclusive a lot of credit there. I believe Via went 9-1 in that round, which always does help. But even with that one player from Zantium that got through, in those scenarios, sometimes it's better to just come and back and help and try and stay out and try and help your team. But Exclusive dealt with them and still kept that pressure on. Really good play coming in from Exclusive. Zantium now trying to kick this round off in a completely different way to the previous.
Yeah, those streaks are certainly going to help Exclusive as well. It's just Exclusive looking pretty good here. They want to have a good go at things here on the offense. They're going to go target B right off the rip. They're not quite got the spawn trap in yet, have Zantium. Veer's going to bring that streak down to try and assist the teammates over by B and perhaps stop a potential spawn trap from happening. And Spy does have a fair amount of room to breathe over by B as well. Zantium now looking to put players back in towards these power positions. Big gunfight there as Spy takes one down and get traded out. Exclusive though, they're through the middle of the map. They are being competitive and they've already got 2 ticks down on B.
It's a big moment to get that second tick as well, because now the pressure can continue to be put on here. You may well want to concentrate on the spawn trap, but you got to be careful not to give up B up for absolutely nothing. The gunfight from Caesar nearly going his way, and the gunfight over towards the B side, not going the way of Neil this time around. So a momentary bit of a respite here for Zantium. Lives in their favor ever so slightly. Aspect just being, well, the right pain over towards Kebab, and now will get taken down. Here comes the push down from Shark. If they can get a hold of B, this round may well be in the hands of Exclusive, and it is, of course, the operators which are being used so good. And there's the equalizer from Via. That's 3 in a row now. Found 13 kills in these 2 rounds. Neil's whipped his out as well. Everything out here for Exclusive and making Zantium pay.
Yeah, Zantium need to be ready for this one, and they push so far back into the defense as well. I'm not too sure why they haven't pushed up towards A, because their numbers are already starting to swarm. Maybe looking for a flank, I'm not too sure, but you want to be careful because spawn traps can also happen here for the offensive side. One player, though, removed would be Veer. He was using the equalizer, so that is a big kill to take if you're Zantium, but there's still things to deal with. Ryu on the side of Zantium, looking to get some kills. He's not going to get it done. Shark with the claw over here by the point. Just going to get one more kill. And Aspect is going to win that one. Energy say, mate, that is a huge gunfight, but you're not out of it yet.
Not out of it yet, but they have managed to push them back into the spawn just a little bit. If Zantium can find themselves pushed up, Exclusive are not necessarily in the best of spots, but you can see Exclusive are just taking their time a little bit because they know they don't have the lives. Dejun will actually find 2. 5 versus 5. All of a sudden, Dejun cannot continue this dominance towards the back alley, and here we go. They just turn it on when they need to. Spy, Neil, and Caesar all combining. 4 versus 2, still doable here for Zantium. Ryu will find 1, but inside the A point is not where you want to be. It's down to Aspect in a 1 versus 4. This is going to capture up very, very quickly, and there is the kill, and there is the second round. A glimmer of hope, and that is all it has been throughout this series for Zantium. Every now and then it is a small moment where you think maybe we could do something here, and then all of a sudden, Exclusive step on their throats just a little bit further.
Yep. Great play coming out from Exclusive, and now at the start of this round, oh no! Spy comes out and completely explodes the hopes and dreams right off the start as well. And why not continue to apply the pressure as Spy finds a double, followed up by the triple. Incredible plays from Exclusive, and he gets another one as well. He's just going to bring the Predator missile down from up high to take any stragglers out of the play. Exclusive right off the start of the round for what is a 10 for free trade in their favor? That is insane. And now here's what I want to see from Zantium. You've got 4 operators. Use them now because you don't have any other better time.
It's so hard when you're coming in off the respawn, though. It's like pressing the button to get it in. It's so difficult to do something with it. Oh, they're in such a bad scenario. If you want anybody not staring at you, Neil's probably top of the list when it comes down to that. But no back alley control coming through from Exclusive means that Zantium are going to find a way out. They are going to be able to breathe for maybe just a moment. You found a step out here, Brody. A little bit of back alley control. 25 seconds, though, is really the number that they don't want to be seeing here. A couple of players still towards the back alley as a couple more players start to fall. I can see you trying to pull your hair out here, mate, but honestly, I don't even know what you want them to do. They could all have operators spawning in every single time they come back to life. They ain't winning this round.
Yeah. I feel like the damage was done right off the rip, to be honest. I mean, what can you do when Spy comes out and gets one with like a 6 or 7 spree with the War Machine? This one's donezo. Riot. See you later, mate. Exclusive 3-0 in the control. They've 3-0 in the series. Oh, boy. Competitive is a word we sometimes use to describe games of Call of Duty Mobile. I wouldn't use it to describe that one.
No, not this time around. Exclusive dominant. Yeah, in game number 3 today. And just nothing else to say apart from just away and above and beyond the better team. That the hard point was just, I mean, clinical after the first rotation. You know, things were a little bit close. The search and destroy, very much playing with their food. And then the control, well, I mean, it was almost unpleasant.
Wasn't nice. It just wasn't nice, was it? That was just a control and a half from Exclusive. I will say one thing. We wanted to bang on the drum a little bit about the operators. It was a little bit better, at least they started using them in that final round. So even though it wasn't perfect, it was better. I'll give them credit.
I just think it's so hard to, in that moment, like you're spawning in and it's like, if you don't have a little bit of spawn control, you're going to bring it out and you're going to die straight away, right? So like for me, I'm like, well, what's the point? That's right, yeah, we can talk about them like being that way, but realistically speaking, I don't think it would have made a blind bit of difference.
I mean, whenever you're in that position, all you can really do is pull it out at the start of the round and then like see what you can do from there, because like you said, like once you're getting a spawn trap, there's no way that you're going to be able to break it efficiently, especially with the head glitches that they're playing in those positions. So it is it's a little bit of a lose-lose situation, but that's also the situation you're in when the skill gap is that big.
It was an opportunity for Exclusive to really assert their dominance yet again as a team that we should be talking about, considering up there in those top 3 ranks. Zantium were able to, you know, make that S&D run for a little bit longer than Exclusive probably would have liked. At least, I feel like they would have liked to end it a little bit faster. But definitely an opportunity for Zantium to learn some things from that matchup and hopefully take it into not only tomorrow, but then the upcoming weeks in our season as well, as we get an updated look here at the leaderboard. 3-0 with Exclusive now at the top. Now, to be fair, that's because we haven't seen Mont and Kings play yet today, and that's because they're playing each other in the next match. So this is obviously the match of the day, Brody.
Yes, absolutely it is. And you know what? I've been positive all day. I've been positive all week here. I think there is a chance for a really competitive series here. I think Mont have a chance to just come out and play extremely well versus Kings. Kings are a really good team. I think, you know, that match versus Omniscient has shaken our faith in them a little bit. And rightfully so to a certain extent. It was a bit of a weird one. But nonetheless, I think we should still kind of put it in perspective. Kings are still one of the best teams in European Call of Duty Mobile. So Mont are going to be fighting an uphill battle here, but I think they've got the tools on their side to get it done.
Really? I love this.
Maybe not win.
No, I love it. I love it.
Not a prediction, Lauren. We're not doing predictions.
Is it winning, getting it done? Isn't that...
Well, that was my assumption. Brody,
I'll roll it back a little bit.
Outlier.
I will also say that's not a British thing. That was just you being silly.
I just want to be positive, okay, guys?
No, I love it.
I see what he's saying, though, in the sense of, you know, it's not out of the question for Mont to potentially do something here.
Yeah.
But favourites are still Kings, though, right? I mean, we'd still expect them to win the series, but Mont have got probably more to prove and less to lose, I want to say. Yeah.
Oh, I like it. Regardless, either way, it's going to be a really good series. So if you've been waiting all day for it, this is it. Get yourselves ready, get comfortable. We're going to send it to another break, so you should have the time to do that. But when we return, the match of the day between Mont and Kings, don't go anywhere. All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. Match number 4, our final match of the day is moments away. It's going to be a really good one. I can't wait to get into it. It's going to be Mont versus Kings. Let's start talking about this match, Ton.
Well, I mean, it's the matchup to sort of see who is going to still be leading at this stage, right? I mean, for both these two teams sitting at 2-0, you are in a situation where you can start to really make some inroads. Of course, for Kings, it's more so the pressure on them. For Mont, I think, you know, if they were to go on, and I don't want to maybe put it in the universe, but if they were to lose this game, it's not the end of the world.
Of course.
But there is an opportunity there for them based on what we've seen from Omniscient up against Kings. This, I don't want to say is necessarily doable for Mont, but there is some potential there at least.
Yeah, I mean, we'll take a look at the Mont roster, continue talking about them, even obviously got to talk about them at the beginning of the day, highlight them, speak to Jay, and he sounded like they, you know, were confident, making some improvements. They recognized their mistakes from last week and are hoping to change them here today.
Yeah, absolutely. Mont are a really good team, I think, just across the board. They've got a lot of slaying power on side. I look at like players like Daytel and Jay, and those are the players from the Open Finals that looked really good. But then you've got players that they've added, not necessarily since then, but recently, like Fahim, who also is very, very good. I think he's currently leading the squad in terms of just pure stats. And Lydia as well, who I think she's an excellent player and can have these massive pop-off moments. I think when you look towards those 4 players in particular, Mont are a very slay-heavy team when they want to be. I think that's the key thing. So for me, this Mont roster, they've got the slaying, but then it's about kind of carrying that into their actual matchups because they've made some mistakes in the past. I think looking over towards their matchup versus Nexus, which we were kind of on the assumption that it was like the top 4 matchup. I think then it wasn't perfect. And I think against Kings, you need to be perfect.
I would agree with that. I think you definitely have to look heavily at the map picks for whether or not Mont are going to have a chance at this. Obviously, they lost that Search and Destroy up against Nexus 5-7, and then they lost a standoff control as well against Big. Obviously, both of those cause for concern, although Kings did get 3-0'd by Omniscient on that standoff control map. So maybe some hope if they do end up playing that one, but obviously, as far as experience goes, there's players that across the board have all been to stage 5 on this Kings roster and definitely very familiar with playing with each other, especially given that the majority of the roster was together last year. So it's definitely a much bigger task for Mont, that I would say, than it is for Kings.
There's definitely some potential weaknesses on the sides of both of those teams that if played well could be exploited, whether that's when it comes to the map pool or just, you know, really voting and paying attention to whatever they were able to garner from last week. You know, you mentioned it, people expecting Kings to be at the top. We always set a very high bar for Kings, but everybody loves an underdog story too.
Of course, and that's what we want with Mont, right? We want somebody else in there, as well as Omniscient, who've already proved that they are going to be in and amongst it come playoffs. I mean, of course, if they make it, it would be quite the collapse if they don't make it now. But at the same time, you know, we want teams like Mont to be able to compete with players like Kings. We said it before, it's all ships, what is it, a rising tide raises all ships. So if everybody else is playing really well together and you're having competitive games, everybody in Europe's going to get better, and we're going to do better internationally. And that's exactly what, well, me and you maybe want. I don't know what these two guys think, but like, you know, we do want a competitive region. We don't want 3-0s all the time.
Of course.
We want these games where competitive and want to have the potential to bring us another team who are going to give us those competitive games.
Yeah, Ton's looking all the way towards Brazil right now, okay? He's already planning for Masters as our picks and bans do come through here. Starting off with Hacienda here. Bobby, how you feel about it?
Right now, we're looking very similar to the series that we saw versus Omniscient, as I believe this is the exact same hardpoint maps. Kings did look a little bit shaky at different points on those, but they closed out the maps very strong. I will say if it goes to a map 5, I do not feel very confident at all that Mont are going to be able to take it. So if anything, they need to be able to win it in 4 maps or less.
Yeah, I will say one thing against Kings is because they have, historically speaking, being the best European team, it's like trying to play Veto Minesweeper against them. I mean, you can't avoid the best maps. It's just almost impossible. And you've already kind of run into Hacienda Hardpoint, which was one of their best hardpoint maps from last season. It is worth saying as well, this is the exact same map set, not just from, well, not the map set, but the hardpoint maps from Omniscient and Kings. But also the last time Kings played Mont during the Open Finals, it was Hacienda, it was Fire and Range, and it was Raid in that succession. And it was a very quick 3-0 for Kings. So kind of just like what I said in the last series, it's a case of, yeah, you got 3-0'd, yeah, you got destroyed the last time you guys faced off, but you've also got that VOD to go back and watch and improve on the mistakes that you made back in that series.
Yeah, and those improvements will be integral here in this final match of the day. So I will send Brody and Bobby off to get themselves ready on the other side of the studio for this final matchup, and then I want to get your thoughts on these picks here, Ten.
Again, like we're seeing pretty much the exact same matchups as Brody said, as against Omniscient that Kings went in with, and they're going up against a team who are similarly placed, if you like. So I think they'll be wanting to tighten up on some of the mistakes that they made. They allowed Apocalypse to be, well, they had to really come back quite hard on that one. They were in a really bad position. Their S&D needs to be a lot better on firing range things. There was a lot of clutches that came through from Omniscient. I'm not saying that Mont not going to be able to do that themselves, but there is these gaps in the game that they need to tighten up on, and I think that's maybe why we're potentially seeing the same map set. I mean, obviously there's got to be some input from Mont and that side of things as well, right? But at least we're going to give Kings an opportunity to maybe further cement themselves, or do Mont then throw their hat in the ring?
I mean, even if Mont ends up not being able to take down Kings, it could be another situation where they really put Kings to the ropes like Omniscient did too, and even that alone is kind of sending a message.
Yeah, like, look, I think for a lot of these teams as well, they will want to go and beat Kings, but even just to match up with them and go toe-to-toe, and if you can send this for a 3-2 for Mont, it further solidifies their spot in the top 4, I think.
Yeah, so like we've said a few times, it's going to be really exciting. A great way to close out our first day of week 2. So Brody, Bobby, let's see how this one goes.
Well, looking at the big picture, like way big picture, you look back at last challenge season, everybody was expecting Kings to be top dog the whole way through, and we were actually surprised because they ended up finishing at the 3 seed, losing to 2 different European teams. Obviously, they bounced back whenever we got to playoffs, but they are a team that has had some struggles in matches that were kind of unexpected, and maybe that's something that slips into their mind and Mont can capitalize on once again, trying to create a route for them to find a way to victory. But once again, they do have a very tall task ahead.
Yeah, the thing I think looking at this, right, is I think Omniscient have shown that Kings can bleed. And if that's the case, Mont should be coming into the series with a level of confidence. But again, the thing at the back of their minds is going to be the last time these two teams faced off on this very map. It was about 250 to 78, 75, something like that. It was not a kind affair for Mont. They need to have a better go of things here. We've talked a lot about the slaying power. It needs to be happening right off the rip. And to start, at least, the first wave of gunfights does actually go in Mont's favor. So they're keeping Kings away for the hard point for the second. And it is worth saying they're on the better side of the map for the rotation towards P2. So Mont have got a lot going for them to kick this map off.
Yep, Fahim trying to lock down the top side. Also, notable changes in the roster. We do see Raid in the rotation, Raid the player in the rotation for the first time, as Drari is actually going to be subbed out. So we'll see what this roster looks like, but obviously a dominant SMG for this Kings roster that did play for them starting in the World Championships, or was in a starting spot in the World Championships. Jay is off to a hot start, 6 kills on the board for him. He's doing the bulk of the work to try to keep things clear on the bottom side for Mont. He's still locking down those top side angles, eyes on rotation. Kings already set up toward new. Couple players on the outskirts, though, could look to apply pressure, but Raid there to find 2 and shut things down.
Yeah, but JSA's just spawning on the back line, so now Mont have got the flip that they wanted. Now is the read good for Kings. Smoke going to be out there, so going to obscure the vision for both of these two teams. Now Mont looking to find their way through. I'm not sure if the car bomb has gone off just yet, but regardless, JSA looking to find his way through. He's going to get shut down. It is so difficult when you've got so many different players on Kings looking at you, and in a DHR world, it's not looking good, or a DRH world, excuse me. It's not looking good, is it? When that weapon is so powerful when you've got a heady like that, mate. King's looking so confident. Marvel had already earned streaks, and well, he's already going to bring it down.
Yeah, 11 kills to get things started. He has been at the top of the European competitive scene for a hot minute, and he's not slowing down anytime soon. Grizz pulling out the R9 in a quick 3-piece right there, as he's going to be able to clear out the hard point to look to make sure that this King squad can get the rest of the scrap right here. Obviously, Marvel going to see the rest of the players on rotation right there. JSA hoping to send Marvel spawning back. Neither player going to be able to come out on top in that gunfight. But it is going to be Lydia and Etsy cutting things off in the top side. So an opportunity for Mont to close the gap right here. 3 players already set up, and with 1 already extended toward that mid-spawn side. Fahim's going to have an opportunity right here as Grizz does not read it proper, and my gosh, they fill up the feed.
Yeah, that's a great wave of gunfights coming through from Mont. And I was about to ask the question, when do we see the operators coming out from Kings? Because they had a couple. We already saw 1 from Marvel, but the Annihilator didn't last long at all. So Raid is now the only one to have something for a Kings. And I don't really know if they want to invest it, to be honest. But so far, so good here on this hill from Mont. They've done a stellar job at keeping these guys at bay. Etsy now choosing to bring out the Sparrow, decides now is the time. You want to get all of the time off this hill. If possible, it would bring you right back into this game and would actually give you the lead as well. Marvel up top is going to finally take the Sparrow out of the play. Lydia now down low as well, wants a little bit of help. They tell with the equalizers, ideally you want a little bit more value out of that. Of course, the one of the more powerful operators we have here in COD Mobile. And unfortunately not going to get much at all from it. But on the whole, even with the investments taken into account here, Bobby, Mont have done a really good job as they take the lead in this game.
You don't usually think of P3 as a full 60 hardpoint, but that was one of the better holds I have ever seen, and they played it to absolute perfection. Now looking for a pinch play right here. They're going to be able to take down Inferno, and now all players spawning toward Lambo's side. One player from Water has an opportunity for the hop up right here. That's going to be Daytel. He's able to find one, but we start to see the operators come out once again, but Fahim's are better. 3 kills in a row out of the claw right there. That clears off the hard point, and Mont are back in the spot to lock in some time. You got Jay with the War Machine trying to zone out a little bit of that area. Not going to be able to find a whole lot of value, and Says comes right back to find a way for Mont, or rather for Kings to make their way onto the hard point.
That's a big investment coming out from Mont there. You know, now a lot of specialists to work with as we move forward, operators to work with as we move forward. Lily's the only one who's got one in the back pocket, but Mont still going to hit this one, not giving Kings a lot of time, to be fair. If they do get a lead off the back of this hill, it will not be a big one. Etsy looking to come from behind, finds the double. Marvel going to fall foul as a second victim to him, but regardless, Kings still holding on to this time. So as I said, about a 20-point advantage or so as we move into the second set of rotations. Mont are being much more competitive this time around than they were back in the open finals. And Kings, it seems like Mont have done their research on them.
Oh yeah, absolutely. They have certainly gotten some things figured out right here. And obviously, that's what you expect out of a team that sticks together this long. They're going to do their homework. They're going to study what they need to figure out what they can do to counter. And definitely a strong start here. Grizz still that shotgun in hand, just an absolute menace. Seems to be a walking three-piece right now. You'd think that they would have an avenue onto the hard point. He's going to clear out from the top side, and he says, you know what? I don't want to play the objective. We're going to continue to patrol right here. He does get shut down. Lydia, nice flank play right there. And Mont are able to keep this one contested, as it seemed like from the feed, King should have had the advantage, but Grizz shut down once again on the top side.
Mont looking for the scrap time now. How to take the lead away from Kings. Most importantly, though, look over towards the rotation. Mont are already there. As long as there's no wayward spawns coming out, and Casticus spawns once again. Jay spawns out in Narnia. That might well help later on down the line, but it does make things a little bit weaker in terms of the defense here. Kings already starting to lay siege to Mont's defense of this hard point. Already got the numbers to make this one happen, and that late flank from Jay doesn't work as well. So now Grizz starting to come through with the R9, and it is perfectly played from Kings. Within 10 seconds, they eviscerate Mont and send them back towards the bottom of the driveway.
Oh, and that's a double kill with the Hunter Killer. Double kill for Says as well, and Mont have been completely wiped off of this one. Obviously, first time around, Kings did have the stronger P2 as well, and they're showing it right here. Trying to build on this 20-point lead. Says War Machine connects for at least one right there, continues to zone. Should be able to get off the reload to continue to abuse this heady. Sparrow comes out for raid. He's sitting on a 3 spree and looking to build. And Grizz has already made his way back to streaks, as he doesn't want to get too aggressive right here with the equalizer. Sits back and capitalizes on that long time duration. Does finally get shut down right there. And as expected, Mont set up well toward P3 once again.
That was a big hill for the Kings. It's probably, I mean, after what Mont did earlier on fences, this is probably one of the most dominant hardpoint we've seen so far in this game. Big one for Kings. Now we need to see that exact same fences performance once again coming out from Mont. There's 2 operators in the back pocket for Daytel and Fahim, respectively. So we want to see that come into play here if Mont want to hold it for all of the time. But Inferno and Grizz already starting to heat up. Raid going to find another one as well. And now it is just Daytel and Fahim over here. You have to start using this stuff. And there is the break starting to come through. Kings now looking to take this time away from Mont. Fortunately, Mont players are still close. So this could be contested. But nonetheless, this is not the dominant hill they wanted.
Yeah, and they do not have nearly the same map control as they did last time around. Nobody pushed up toward that mid-entry point. It is absolute chaos, and this is a little bit more what we've come to expect out of P3 on Hacienda. Very, very heavily contested all the way through. Nobody giving an inch right here, and Kings will gladly take it. as long as they're not allowing Mont to claw their way back into this one. Lydia doing everything that she can to keep that contested, but only going to be able to find one. And Grizz is on an absolute different level with the R9. It is hitting right now. Mont do have early rotation right here, but they got to find a way to close this gap.
Yeah, they have to make sure they get this first over gunfights. They cannot afford to give this hill up to Kings, because if they do, well, the game won't necessarily be over, but it will certainly be very difficult to come back into, especially with how contested this hill usually is. Mont now going to invest some of the operators. It's going to be the claw coming out for Fahim. Knows how important getting these kills are. You can just kind of ricochet those bullets off the side. That's going to make Grizz extremely wilkin. He will not be able to get any kills with the R9 now. Marvel's going to go down as well. So far, so good from Mont, but you didn't expect the jump up from Inferno. He's going to damage the hole just somewhat, but XY going to come through for the double as well. Trades back and forth. Ultimately, Mont coming out on top. The first hold is pretty good.
Oh, Says puts the moves on JSay right there. That's going to mean once again Kings can break back into the hard point, and that claw can continue to zone. A lot of damage and takes out a Sparrow along with it. JSay takes himself down, Daytel hopping in, and that's a wasted equalizer. Terrible position. You got a shotgun directly in front of you. You're already damaged. And that is a big missed opportunity for Mont and could potentially be the beginning of the end. They've got to play perfectly from here on out.
Yep, and that's 3 operators in the space of about 5 to 10 seconds that go awry there for Mont. It's not great, is it? When you really want those, and it's been a while, to be fair. It feels like since Kings have had theirs, so it feels like very, very soon they will do so as we get in towards that all-important Lamborghini / Macan / whatever car it is. Hard point. Mont need this time on P1. It's a big ask considering how generally contested this hill is to get anywhere close by. You kind of want to use smokes as much as humanly possible to do it. And they're giving away time to Kings at the moment. It's going to be Says that was just chilling in there, but as he goes down now, finally Mont take them out. If you can get some time here, that is great. But to me, Bobby, the primary purpose of Mont here, with these 25 seconds on this hill, flip the map if you can. You need to get around the sides and get behind Kings now.
Right now, Fahim's trying to do exactly that. Has made his way over to Statue, but it looks like, no, he actually makes the wrap right there, and this could be exactly what they're looking for. We'll see what the spawns start to do, as they're not going to be able to flip yet. New hardpoint has not popped, but he has got to win this gunfight and does not seem to be aware of the flank from Says. This should be an easy kill for him, but he reads it, needs to find the next 2. Daytel's going to spawn driveway, and that is truly unfortunate for Mont.
Yeah, but it's not over yet. Mont's still here. Unfortunately, the player around the back line does go down, so now it's a one-dimensional hit coming through from Mont, and it's all around the front. XY goes down, and now the rest of the squad have no choice but to just run headfirst in towards this hard point and really hope for the best. And that's difficult when you've got Marvel up top with the Annihilator and Raid with the Sparrow, but both of those players do go down, and all of a sudden, Mont have found their way through.
I think they just wiped 3 operators off the board right there, and Lydia still has hers. She just says, you know what? I'll get as many kills as I can before I get taken down, and it doesn't actually pay off as it allows Kings to break back into the hard point. Mont, nobody there to reinforce the point. Marvel's cutting things off, and there's the shotgun coming through once again. Grizz has been nearly untouchable with 41 kills on the board, but just like that, the feed goes yellow. But the thing is, Mont need to make this rotation. They don't have a whole lot of time to do it.
Yeah. Mont are going to get the remaining time, so they will be pretty close here to Kings, but Kings just 25 seconds away from victory. We know that fences can be mixy, but Mont showed us earlier on that it is definitively possible to get a wealth of time, certainly enough to close out this game if you're Kings. And the first wave of gunfights not looking too hot from Mont, but they've got players coming on for all side, and Fahim going to challenge Grizz up close. He's got the R9. Of course, he's going to win that gunfight, but Daytel will find 2. Fahim's going to find the 3rd, and hold your horses for a second here, folks. Kings might not get the time.
And if you're Mont, you're very happy to just keep contesting right here for as long as you can. Wait for the reinforcements to arrive. But Kings continue to get small takes of progress here and there. Say's going to pop the War Machine. He should be able to clear that backside, and that's where the entirety of Mont is spawning. Back and forth across the fences he goes. They can't do a single thing about it. Only 5 seconds remaining, and there's nobody close to the hard point. Mont are not going to be able to make it happen here as Kings close out the map.
How about that from Kings? A very close hardpoint, significantly closer than we saw during the first time these two teams faced off on Hassi and hardpoint all the way back in the open finals. But this time, Mont fight back, just not enough. And honestly, Bobby, I'd say for the most part, it was a highly competitive game. We saw a real fight coming out from Mont, but to me, the one kill that made the difference, I think it was on the second set, I want to say it was the garage hard point coming out from Kings, a full 60 that honestly I think was so damaging to Mont. I think as soon as they got that full 60, a 60-point advantage, I don't think Mont ever really found a way back into the game.
Yeah, it definitely seemed to break their backs because for the most part, they played it really evenly up to there. I think especially you look at the dominance that Mont had on that P3 hold. And once again, one of the more dominant P3s that I've seen out of any team in COD Mobile, especially between two teams this evenly matched. But once they made that happen, it was really just trading 30-30 hard points, and you can't afford to do that with that big of a gap. So props to Kings for making it happen right there. There was one point where I thought Mont, they got the shutdown on 3 different operators on the inside of Garage. I thought maybe they were going to be able to close the gap, but Kings just too good at responding.
Yeah, again, there's a reason, folks, that Kings are, technically speaking, your reigning champions here in the Snapdragon Pro Series. They're a really good team. And Mont, challenging them, it's what we kind of expected, but not able to quite usurp them just yet, as the throne still belongs to the Kings here on Hardpoint Hacienda. Here's a look at the stats at the end of the game, and triple 40s coming out from the likes of Inferno, Grizz, and Raid. Raid keeping up here, coming in as the sub for the team.
Yeah, definitely not surprising. And once again, credit to Mont for being in that game because they got outslayed like crazy. There was not a single negative player on Kings with multiple people going 10+. Mont, great teamwork, but just fall short in the slaying department. And unfortunately, it does come back to bite them in the end. We do get ready to head into the search and destroy. And the first search and destroy map, I feel like you can feel a little more confident in. You're heading into a firing range where obviously you haven't been dominant. But the hard point seemed like a must-win for Mont. And you really don't want to go to a map 5 because you've got that express that you dropped to Nexus. Can't feel too great about that. So once again, we didn't think the search and destroy was going to be must-win, but after map 1, it definitely seems that way.
Alrighty. Must-win map coming out from Mont here again. This is something they played previously. It was a 7-2 victory last time around. This time, hoping for greater things if you're Mont. It's already a pretty good start here in their quest to go and garner control of the A site. Utility being thrown out towards American side. Inferno's on the jump up though, so if you want to cross, ideally you kind of want to smoke for this situation, or you can just go for it, and that's exactly what Fahim's going to do.
Inferno looking to watch the cross right here. I think sees his shoulder and actually gets a hit marker. Oh, actually ends up getting the kill there as well. So Fahim's going to drop. Lydia picks up the bomb. She's going to try to get it down right here. And Mont look to hold off the retake. 4v4, and Marvel's going to be there to open things up. Such a menace. Grizz gets aggressive with the Fennec in hand, but Jay responds with 2 of his own. Etsy's on the inside of trailer, has the angle onto Marvel, but can't connect for any of the shots. Whole mag disappears, and Marvel makes him pay as Kings take round number 1.
Hey, listen, that Deagle's got a lot of recoil on it, all right? A lot of recoil, as we've just seen from Etsy.
Doesn't actually have a lot of recoil. The gun just flies up like the crosshair stays in the same spot. Oh, he made it look that way, but probably should have had that one.
Alrighty, look, it's tough. Sometimes we all make mistakes. You know, King's going to capitalize on those though in round number 1. Great start. First blood once again going to Mont though. Look at the aggression coming out from Kings. Oh, just going to miss some shots there. Will Raid, but trade right back from Marvel. Again, one of the best snipers we have here in European Call of Duty Mobile. And that will mean the numbers still remain in favor of Kings. Mont have no choice here but to kind of single themselves out, looking for some great 1v1 plays. Warning shots going out from Jay, and Says is like, hey, who's warning Q here? I'll take you down, buddy. No problem in the world. Etsy now for the 1v3.
It's going to wrap back to top side of wood, it looks like right here. Obviously bomb down, so not a great spot for him to be. 1 pixel too much, and he's going to pay, but they're not able to spot him out right there. Maybe able to wrap in toward trailer. Deagle comes out. They haven't had a whole lot of success with the Deagle so far, and that continues. He gets shut down right there. Well played by the 2 remaining Kings players. It's pretty decisive. First round wasn't decisive, but that one felt a lot more confident.
Yeah, Mont are getting these first bloods. I think that's the key thing. I think it's just what's following that that's the problem. And also Marvel. Yeah, 6 kills. Again, one of the best snipers, by the way.
One of the best snipers in the world.
Yes, definitely. And for sure, he's been a real asset at the moment for Kings. Raid once again getting aggressive down the A lane though. And look at this coming up from Says. He's done this before. Does he have the trigger discipline? Yes, he does. It's time to line it up before you knock him down. Here's getting one, gets a second, but well, the body shields will make, I think it was Lydia, survive the gunfight, but regardless of the situation, Says blown this round wide open. Now we're in a 2 versus 2.
Great discipline out of Grizz. Does not take the challenge from top wood. Backs up into the back of trailer. Here's a sniper shot. Does not want to overextend. The bomb has not been retrieved right here, so it's really on to Mont to make the first play. Lydia pushing up. Question is, did Marvel see the first player cross? Second shot doesn't connect there either, and he's going to go ahead and get aggressive right here. Grizz hoping to catch one of them off guard, but obviously they should have an idea that he's playing this position. Nade looking for a little bank shot right here. Perfectly placed. Only a hit marker, though. Does he look to push off of this? They go ahead and back up, and they will be very happy to sit back. Oh wow. There's the kills.
Okay, did Marvel do that with a Deke?
One was Grizz.
I think Marvel might not have done. I thought like Marvel was going to do that with sniper rifle. I think he got that final kill with a pistol.
I believe so.
Yeah, Kings better in that situation, that 2 versus 2, because Mont, of course, were the ones that had to get the bomb down. And with Marvel watching it from long, there wasn't really much of an opportunity to do that, lest they put themselves at the disadvantage of another player from trailer taking them down. So Kings now 3 to the good here at the beginning of this fire range search and destroy. Doesn't look like they're messing around. Feels like that once again here as Lydia taken down pretty early in this round by the way of Says. And now the reaction to this is kind of curious, right? Because what do you do here? You've got no map control whatsoever, and you certainly don't have the lives.
No, Grizz gets at least 1 kill right here. Might be able to make it more. Gets away with his life and nobody in position to trade, and should be able to hear the audio cue off of that as well. Daytel's trying to find something, but Raid shuts him down. Inferno's made his way all the way through, and the map is flipped on its head as JSay's now all alone. Great trigger discipline, but to be honest, it may have been better if he took the pick right there. It's a 1v5. You want to take any type of kills that you can find. I think he may have seen Raid in the mid-map as well, but he's very content to take his time. Finally picks up the first one, takes down Grizz, and may have an opportunity, but the COD timing. Raid just a second too late, and Says shuts him down.
Even like I can see Marvel like positioning himself just in through the crack of the door, just to be like, if you push out even slightly, JSay, you are dead. Had no choice but to just sit inside the trailer. I love that. It's so threatening, isn't it? We can see it obviously via our way of mini-map, but obviously they can't see it. Kings looking so strong, oppressive as ever. Mont need to find something now, to be honest with you. We'll probably need to find something about 2 or 3 rounds ago. For the way the Kings have started, this has been, it's just insane. Raid going to kick things off strong on this one, but Mont have at the very least got control of the A site. This bomb plant and what the post plant looks like though. I'm curious. Kings starting to get aggressive.
Grizz going to be able to find one, opens things up once again. Good trade out of Lydia, so they keep the lives even, but man, Marvel at the crucial time in every round seems to be able to find those picks. Little battle going on right here as he's trying to sniff out Lydia, but she slides the corner at the perfect time. Can be able to stay alive, but there's Says coming in the opposite doorway, and now it's a 1v3 right here. Crosshair alignment was good, but Inferno shot first, and that's Kings now up 5-0, absolutely running the board here in the search and destroy.
What else do you say? Kings are just those guys. It's just really is insane the way that they're playing this at the moment. It's like, I think once you know that you can win the gunfights, you know before the gunfights even happen that you're going to win the gunfight, you can just be aggressive. And I think that's the thing with a roster like Kings. Oh. And the set nades as well. Pretty good from Marvel. And the aggression from Griggs, pretty good. So he finds a double. Etsy for a 1v5. He's found one, got the quick scope on the second, probably by way of the fact that they're looking for the execution. But still, players are pretty separated here. There goes the shots. Etsy, come on, man. You
really thought nobody was going to be looking at top wood right there? They're just going to let you walk through scot-free? Come on. Come on. Nothing is free up against the Kings. Marvel, 11 kills through 6 rounds. More impressive than it sounds, just because this game has gone by so terribly quickly with no response from Mont. They finally flip to the defensive side, see what they can do. I mean, that could not have been more perfectly timed from Grizz. Literally hopped in the millisecond the flash went off. But there it is, Marvel, Inferno, the snipers from Kings, just too terrifyingly accurate. and 2 players remain right here for Mont. They are able to find some trades, but Inferno is able to find yet another, and that gives them the life advantage.
Well, King's just 1 kill away from having a flawless fire range search and destroy.
The bomb has been planted.
Etsy has been involved in so many of these 1 versus X scenarios. At least this one is probably the most manageable of the lot. And the players are split as well. So it's still possible. It's just spotted out Says, but I've got to imagine Says, being the player that he is probably also spotted out Etsy in the situation. And there's the call to Inferno. Hey, look, Inferno, somebody over here for you to take out, mate. Do you want to come deal with it for me? Yeah, of course I will, pal. Don't you worry about it, mate. Kings, 7-0. That's S&D, folks. That's all. That's all you got.
They got LG'd. Unfortunate.
Dude, you've got to stop.
No, that's literally what they call it now. I didn't coin the term.
You didn't coin it?
Like, whenever I'm playing ranked and I get 5-0'd in ranked, they say you got LG'd. I'm not making up the rules. I just follow them. That's a rough one, and that is going to be a difficult one to bounce back from, as now Mont have to go in and try to reverse sweep a team that has just looked so ridiculously confident. Maybe not as much in the hard point, but in the search and destroy, there was not 1 second where it looked like they were not going to win. Outside of maybe when the whole Deagle magazine wins. Yes. That was the only moment, but after that, nothing.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I kind of mentioned it very briefly there. I think it was in the penultimate round, where it's just like, when you have the confidence that you have that you are going to win every single gunfight, and that is what Kings have, rightfully so, defying Mario Kings on that, it's just tough, isn't it? Because you're just not going to win those gunfights if you're the team on the other side. Unless you're an exclusive, or you're an Omniscient, maybe, because obviously they lost that game 5. But still, it's the confidence from Kings, and it's the knowledge that you will 100% win the gunfights that is pulling you through it. And it's just, there's nothing you can do. Normally in a situation, I'd want to be analytical and say, this is how you adapt to what Kings are doing. There is no adapting to just losing the gunfights like that.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. And even coming down to the last day of Challenge Season 3, we had Kings versus Mont. And it was honestly closer than this, which is surprising given the fact that this Mont squad is stuck together and seems like they've improved. But getting outslayed by as much as they did in the hard point, and then just getting absolutely dominated in the search and destroy. We'll see what they can do to bounce back right here, but it is kills going the way of Kings once again off the start. Whole lot of blue in the feed, and very, very dangerous position for Mont right here as they're trying to avoid that early spawn trap.
And I like the reaction coming out from Mont. Something I will rag teams for over and over again is, if you lose control of B early on, make sure you go rotate over towards A. And Mont have done exactly that. So well played, guys. Now, got to carry through on it. Jay picking up that first kill. Things are looking actually pretty good here. I don't think we've got anybody you can test with around the flank just yet either. So all the pressure is coming around the front, and Mont look like they might be given this unless we see something special from Raid. And yeah, I was wondering why the pressure was being alleviated somewhat. And I realize now it's because Kings were setting up for this.
Yeah, now Inferno's on a 6 spree. He's building streaks, and Grizz has gotten pushed up as well. This is an absolute nightmare for Mont. They do finally take down Inferno to be able to escape the spawn trap, but now the life lead has increased to 11. Raid's going to be able to pick up another right there. And this is a lockdown setup over on B, as Say should have an angle to take one down. They finally clear things through, and if Kings aren't careful right here, they could very well stack B and take the round. They got so hyper-focused on the spawn trap that they've seemed to let this slip away, but there's Say's picking up a 2-piece, and things have been cleared. Only 6 lives remaining, and that should be the damage done.
And we got excited there for a second, maybe. Hold on for a second. This is going to be a really competitive round, but no. Unless Mont do that again and actually stack the point as a full team, this is not happening now. Says for the double to try and close things out. Just got to try and find these last 3 players. Lydia, there you go. Jay says going to find one inside Art.
Close, fight harder.
And it is just them now left alive as Daytail falls. Just don't feed Says at this point. I think they are on streaks towards the end, and yeah, they are. They're like 1 kill away from a Predator missile at the end of that round. Really well played from Kings. And you know what, to be fair, as I said, the reaction from Mont was actually pretty good off the start, right? The kind of, you know that you're not going to get control of B, so you rotate over towards A. great stuff. You captured A as well, but what happened after that was, it's tough. You know, it happens.
Well, Say's already with an operator, which honestly, given how quick that round was, is pretty impressive. War Machine is going to come out early, and they just let Grizz push all the way through mid. Say's picks up 1, make it 2 with the War Machine right there. And they're putting the absolute moves on Mont. The Pred right into the spawn. Daytel takes himself out as well, and things continue to go from bad to worse for Mont. Down 6 lives already. This is absolutely merciless out of Kings as they already lock in that B capture, only letting 10 seconds go off the clock.
If you guys want to know the difference between a team like Kings and exclusive player in this situation, would be having a lot of fun with this, I think. Kings, just full business. They do not care at this point. They want this round, they want this game over and done with so they can get themselves tucked into bed. And King's looking pretty good at it at the moment. 23 versus 14 in terms of live. Time to get the spawn trap through. Oh, Inferno going to miss a few shots inside jungle with the Claw. And that means the Claw will be out of the play, but more to the point here, or on the point, Marvel has the Annihilator. Couple of targets in front of you. Just pick them off one by one, mate. Fahim actually going to survive the first. One more left in the chamber here. Lydia maybe the target for it, but no. Kings now the 20 versus 7. Nobody to deal with coming round on the flank. Every single player here is looking to come from the spawn.
Says was on an 11. If we could get that POV back, I would love it. Oh no, he gets taken down right there, so he does lose the 11 spree. Obviously, that wasn't going to have any impact on the overall outcome. I was just hoping that he was going to drop a nuke because that would be fun to watch. But here we go, 16-1. Kings lock things down right here. Full streaks for Says. He's got 20 kills through 2 rounds. That's a pretty impressive number. And things are looking, to say they're looking bleak for Mont is honestly a little bit of an understatement. They've got 4 operators charged up and ready to go. They're going to see what they can do, but I think at this point, the best that they can hope for is to just not get spawn trapped off the start of the round.
Yeah, and if you do, you need to react pretty quickly here. And the first wave of gunfights most certainly definitely going in favor of Kings. Daytel actually going to come back for the double, and Fahim's going to follow up with number 3. Actually a double of his own, so Mont are okay here off the start of this round. Honestly, I would say investing at least one of your operators here is probably a good shout, just to try and ascertain this early. Sace is going to bring that Predator missile down from the heavens, though, and while it won't be heaven for Mont, this certainly feels like hell at this point, but they are getting gunfights in their favor. Lydia lining them up, doing a stellar job. Mont feeling very happy with the way this round has gone thus far, and they're even starting to reach in for what happens after the point by sending a couple of players over towards A. Unfortunately, they lose their ones, so back to square one they go, but they do have a whole 2 minutes to work with.
It looks like they've saved all those operators, so they're going to use these to try to break through to the point. Or at least I would assume so. There it is. Fahim popping the claw right here. Purifier goes out for Lydia as well. And you've got to find some big value here. Marvel going to be able to find 1. Not a whole lot of kills from the operators. Grizz is going to counter with an equalizer, but Fahim able to take him down right there. So not a ton of value and not a ton of map control either. Kings have still zoned things out right here. 1 player on the inside of Kitchen for Mont has got to do some damage, but it's Fahim, and he's going to get dealt with right there. Jace, War Machine, can he make anything out of this? No. Instantly shut down. 0 kills on the board, and Kings are doing it with the guns. They're able to keep things fairly even right here, but Inferno's got to win this gunfight, and that could be the opening for Mont.
Yeah, Mont don't have anybody to contest with up top in bedrooms, so they'll get the closer spawns for this push. They're already starting to get some gunfights in their favor as well. Kings, 1 player close by though. Marvel actually gets slide challenged by Fahim, who might be able to get another one as well. The follow-up would be stellar. The clock will stop at 1:13. Raid. Now for the Sparrow, though, on the other side to remove these players. Grizz tries to come in from behind with the R9. That's not going to work. And now Depleted has the Sparrow from Raid. Going to have to get it done with a Switchblade, but if anybody can do it, it's going to be Raid. Get some shots into both players, but it doesn't result in the kill. Instead, it's Inferno and Saze that are going to shut that down. And it was a disadvantageous position for Kings. Now it's not.
Jace, big 2-piece right there. That's the equalizer, 3v3. Etsy does not have eyes, but he is abusing that head glitch and may find a way for Mont to stay alive in this one. No operators for either team. Still 51 seconds to work with. These Mont players are stacked up right now. Nade does a lot of damage onto Raid. There's Jace picking up the kill. 1 more player left to deal with. It's Grizz. They shut him down, and it's not over quite yet.
Yeah, much more competitive round coming out there from Mont. Again, Kings weren't quite as oppressive in kind of their tact, especially on the defense of the A point. And off the back of that, Mont will be very happy with the way that round went. And they managed to pull out the majority of streaks from Saze as well. I think the EMP, he's still got that in the back pocket, but beyond that, the Predator missile and Hunter Killer drone are gone. So that's some positives to take away from the round, but now in this one, you need to have a good follow-up. You need to start strong, and so far, so good if you're Kings. As I say that, though, triple kill coming through between 3 different players, and now Mont might be able to start to get aggressive. Attempt coming through, I think, from Jay on the minimap there to try to strap players in towards Art, but that doesn't happen. Kings, they don't quite feel fully trapped in just yet, but Mont are doing a good job at holding them at bay for the moment.
Yeah, and Fahim's been a menace up top of Statue. Obviously, we do see the Pred come through for JC, and he finds 2 as he gets taken down right there. So once again, an opportunity. They make the read on this wrap back toward A, and there's 1 player waiting, but Kings are winning every single one of the gunfights. The read doesn't mean a thing if you can't do anything to reinforce it. Daytel's gonna read 1, but there's Grizz. He pushes all the way through for 3, and just like that, A is wide open and for the taking for Kings.
Yeah, now you wish you had the Predator missile to deal with these players on the point. Kings in a great position now. Inferno starting a spawn trap here, looking for some ricochet kills inside Money. At the very least, we'll give some information towards Raid and the players that, hey, a couple of players coming from the Money window. You guys want to go ahead and deal with that? Sure, thanks, pal. Daytel going to get cut short as well. Very quickly, this round is completely flipped on its head as Kings have just flicked a switch. Inferno, being such a nuisance in and around jungle, finally falls, but the damage feels like it's done here. 2 ticks of aggression on A. Kings now just going to revert back to B as they finally do fall, but they have so much space. They have that life advantage to work with now, just off of 1 massive push.
Ooh, and Grizz popping the equalizer right here, trying to read. Daytel drops, slides up, but JC trades him out. There's still hope remaining. 2 operators for Mont in their pockets. Kind of feels like now or never. 3 operators ready to go. You got to use these before you run out of respawns, and another player's going to drop right there. So only 1 respawn remaining. You're down 8 lives. You can only give up 1 tick of progression. You have got to pop these right now if you're going to give yourself a chance in this round. And another player drops. 1 operator comes out, make it 2. Jay going to pull out the war machine. He drops. Fahim, claw in hand. Lydia and Daytel both have operators, but Lydia lets it go to waste. And now all down to Daytel, Fahim, and Etsy. What can the equalizer do right here?
Pick for the first kill versus Marble, second right behind, and Daytel's going to convert for the double. Still 1 more right in front of you, and Saze gets the better of him. And now all down to Fahim in the 1 versus 7, 1 versus 5, just in terms of the raw numbers. But, I mean, 2 players would come off the respawn. It is not happening. King's going to close things out here, 3-1 in the control, and they will close out the series as well. Well, it wasn't quite the same in terms of the map scores, Bobby, but it was still the exact same score overall. 3-0 last time, 3-0 here as well.
Yeah, great awareness out of Mont to call those operators that charged up last second, but trying to use them in a pinch like that is just so difficult, especially when the gunnies are hot the way they were for Kings. Great attempt out of them. Honestly, props to them for even being able to take a round, but Kings were 100% locked in on every single map, and it absolutely showed, especially there on map 3.
Yeah, definitely. It just, again, I think it's what we've been saying with all these top teams, right? Once they get some momentum under their feet, once they start getting moving in these games, they really do just start to fly off the hand a little bit. And I think Mont are just not quite there yet to deal with that when that happens. And I think that certainly showed out there in the control, certainly showed out there in the search and destroy as well. So Mont, maybe just, again, it's progress, right? I mean, especially compared to the last time we saw these guys face off, it is progress. The hard point was really close, but when it came down to the search and destroy and the control, it just, when Kings want to start getting those spawn traps going, when they want to start getting those kills, yeah, they are a really deadly force to deal with.
I mean, Kings also want to make sure that everybody knows that this is their region. They are trying to shut down any and all competition because they don't want anybody worrying about where they sit on this leaderboard. It's going to get even spicier as we move through, and they have to go up against the exclusive. Like, when we get to those matches later on in the season, you guys need to be here for them because they're going to be good. It's going to get really close. And I think this is at least laying the groundwork for our top teams to just kind of set themselves up for an unfailing amount of success now. They've started off with a cushion that heading into week 3, now that we are, you know, halfway through week 2, they're there's no way to topple them out of that top spot. They're trying to solidify those, at least those challenge finals.
Yeah, well, of course. I mean, these top 3 teams especially, you know, we were kind of having the conversation before we came into this season. There's the top 2 teams, and then we're kind of not sure. But for me now, I feel as the top 3 definitive, I think that game kind of puts that into perspective. We thought that Mont would maybe be able to give it a little bit more. And I know we were saying, you know, the hard point was a little bit closer, but I mean, in a couple of occasions, it seemed in doubt the hard point for Kings, but the S&D was as clinical as you could possibly want it to be. The control was dominant. I think Mont know exactly what their place is now, and I don't want that to sound harsh, but they're aiming for that top 4. They want to be in playoffs, and that's got to be their goal now. But I think these top 3 are established now for me. I think that is where we're going to see all the competition. Of course, we've already seen Kings against Omniscient, but Omniscient against Exclusive is going to be a crazy game. Kings against Exclusive will be a crazy game, and that's kind of where we're starting it to aim towards. And then that fourth spot for Mont, that's still what they're going to be fighting for, and there's still going to be other teams who are fighting for that as well.
Yeah, and now Kings and Exclusive are the only undefeated teams. Mont falls to 2-1. Now they're matched, though, with Omniscient, who got one of their tougher ones out of the way. So that will also probably continue to change and jockey. That middle of the pack for our leaderboard will have some slight shifts. We still have tomorrow to get through for this week before we even consider what some of our teams will need to do when it comes to weeks 3 and 4. So we'll focus on tomorrow for now. This is the schedule matchup-wise for what we'll be seeing. This is actually a tough day here, Brody.
Yeah, I think this is going to be one of those cases where it's just like we are looking for any of the teams that now feel like they're not necessarily out of the competition, but certainly feel disadvantaged to move forward in towards playoffs to try and steal away some kind of upset against one of these big teams. Because we've not got, as far as I can see there, we've not got a single kind of top team going up against another top team. And so I think, yeah, tomorrow is going to be a case of, look, again, you guys are still getting VOD. You guys are still seeing how these teams are playing. If you can maybe carry that into a match and carry some learnings in, you might be able to take something away.
I have one small disagreement on that, though, is that Ricey against Mont is a huge game.
Because it's a huge game, but it's not a top team versus a top team.
No, it isn't. It isn't. No, but in the sense of that could be another really big one. So for Mont, they're in that so-called 4th position. But Ricey have had their moments, though, right? Other than that, though, it is the top 3 teams against the 3 worst teams. So I mean, yes, okay, there is that there. But that Mont against Ricey game, it's got to be the ones we put our eyes on for tomorrow, because that is a huge game in the grand scheme of things. Both those teams will be fighting for that 4th spot.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll be keeping our eyes on that one for sure. But once we're done with that, it's going to boil down to the bubble focus at that point. We'll know where people are, and Bobby's mentioned it before. We talked about it last week. We won't focus on it too much until we're towards the end, but then that seeding matters as well, because the seeding will determine who they go up against for their first match when it comes to those challenge finals, and that could potentially make it an easier or a more difficult path when it comes through moving through that bracket. But that's pretty much all we have here for today. Before we say goodbye to everybody, give me some final thoughts on today.
Final thoughts. I think realistically, Kings kind of proved what they needed to do today, and that was against another relatively tough side and dispatched them in a very, very clinical way. I don't think we've learned a great deal, though, other than what we already knew. So I think tomorrow is a bit more of a tell in terms of the mid-pack, but still, in a couple of weeks' time, when we start to figure everything out, we're slowly getting there. We're slowly getting there.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I'm exactly the same. I think that was the big match for us, right, going into today, was Mont versus Kings, to see whether or not the same kind of thing would happen with another team, whether it was just kind of a fluke between Omniscient and Kings. And now I think we're very much like, no, Omniscient are just that good. That's why they were playing against Kings in the way that they were. And no, Kings are also just really, really good. Yeah. So yeah, again, we are starting to get to our top teams now, and I think it's very, very obvious kind of where our power rankings lie between all 8.
I will say I was impressed by Ricey today. They put up a lot better fight against Omniscient than I thought that they would. And especially given how, I don't mean this in a mean way, but how bad Mont looked up against Kings, I think there's absolutely a possibility that they can take that series. And if that happens, it's going to be just pure chaos in the lower part of the bracket, because we're going to have no idea which team is going to be able to muster those 4 wins. And could create a lot of different tiebreaker scenarios as well. So that's definitely going to be a fun one to watch.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what happens with it. Obviously, if you're unable to make it, make sure you check us out on social media for all of those updates related to our entire challenge season, whether that is X, Insta, or Facebook, or joining our Discord to hang out with the community. Get all of your updates there as well. Talk all things Call of Duty Mobile. That's discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series for that. Or be here. Be here, same time tomorrow, and watch how all of it unfolds. Because we're done with day 1 of week 2, and the top of that leaderboard is looking even heavier when it comes to our top squads. We'll have to wait and see what happens tomorrow to really kind of understand that bubble area that the boys have been mentioning, and it should be really interesting. As always, a huge thank you to Snapdragon, Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy, Monster Energy, and DHL for helping us make this whole thing possible. And thank you to everybody at home in chat for watching with us. We'll see you tomorrow.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
Another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I gotta get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep a 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work
another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter.